Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Spellbound Showdown. What is this now, Kane? Number 3 we've done together?
Number three.
Yeah. It's going to be a good one. I mean, a lot of fun stuff's been happening in the world of Riftbound, right?
Yes, we've obviously got the new set Vendetta, when that comes with all the interesting quirks of new keywords and new combinations in regards to the new domain combinations for the first time. And obviously, we're just coming back off one of the largest regional qualifiers that the game's ever seen. That was hosted in Barcelona just last weekend as well. So we will see if the players are going to correct their meta to maybe match the Barcelona meta, or we're just going to go with a full-on London meta like we normally do at locals. So it'll be really interesting to see if people are going to overcorrect, undercorrect, maybe play the new shiny new deck.
Ooh, the new shiny deck. Well, what could you possibly be talking about there, Kane?
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be the Ornn deck that won the regional qualifier in Barcelona. No one really had it on anyone's radar, and it kind of just came into full force at Barcelona and just smashed everyone. Just absolutely dominated. I think it beat every Kennen it played. It only dropped one game against Kennen, which was obviously going into the regional as a bit of the boogeyman, a bit of the best deck in format. There, this deck's so good, can't be beaten. And Ornn's like, hold my beer.
Exactly.
Just destroyed it. So.
All you need is some gear.
All you need is some gear and some free power costs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And why did it do so well, in your honest opinion, your humble opinion?
my expertise sitting on this side of the table and obviously not being a player. That is a very good question. I think it's kind of a bit of like what we saw in set 1 with Kai'Sa. Like any deck that can cheat resources is always going to be a bit of a
makes sense.
A bit of a juice. Right? Rune Economy is such an interesting dichotomy in this game of like really having to manage your resources. And at what point are you just going to send all of your runes into like re-equipping? It's kind of the same kind of thing we see with Azir, like these high-level Azir players. They'll spend a good couple of turns maybe ramping up, stealing a couple points, and there'll always be like kind of a point in the game where they just decide, I'm just going to nuke all of my runes here because this is the point where I like win or lose just by re-equipping everything.
Makes sense.
And you saw a little bit of that with Ornn. I think the battlefield choices was also really good. And obviously a bit of luck. Everyone needs a bit of luck at a regional.
Of course they do.
If you dodge some of your more difficult matchups, then you'll do well, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it was a bit, and obviously the player was insane. Like, let's not say anything about that. You know, that team that he comes from, and they are just insane players, right? So, yeah, a bit of a stars aligned situation, good matchups, decent deck, extremely good player, very little mistakes. You'll create these situations where you put yourself in a position to win. You'll win, right? So,
of course, yeah, you give yourself the best opportunity you have. And hope you can execute it with the cards you are dealt. Is all you can do in any card game, realistically. Yeah. And who knows? We might have a few Ornn here today. We've had a little bit of a bruise of what's out there. Some cool decks, some fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we see a little bit of what we're kind of maybe generally expecting in regards to the meta. Like obviously, I'm expecting Kennen. I'm expecting Kennen to be the most popular deck because it's the one that people have probably invested in because it's quite an expensive deck.
Sure.
The one that they probably put the most time in before the RQ, at the RQ, and they're probably just going to stick with what they know. Some people will be like, I'm going to pick up the shiny new thing. Obviously, a deck requires a little bit more than just the first time playing it to do well. So, but we might see some really good Ornn showings because obviously the strength of the deck is really strong. So yeah, I'd expect to see kind of more of the same Kennen. I'd expect to see some Aurelias, maybe some people playing a lot of Rengar after Prismat went crazy with it at the first showdown. So I'd expect more of the same, but maybe a little bit of spice.
A little bit of spice. That sounds like some inside information over there if I've ever heard it before. Oh dear. But no, so in total today, what we're looking at is about 6 rounds?
Yes, I think we've got 6 rounds of Swiss into a top cut. I believe we should be starting round 1 quite soon. Obviously, with the classic London tube system, I believe there's been some issues with players arriving on time, but out of their control. Yeah, I believe we're going to be doing 6 rounds into a top cut here. And it's interesting this time around because obviously, like you alluded to earlier, Frank, this is our 3rd time hosting this event, and what a pleasure that is for both of us. But we're doing a cash tournament this time, aren't we?
I know, there's money on the line.
Cold, hard Wonga.
Ooh. I mean, it's a good one. And it's broken down top heavy, as per usual. So
yeah, we would expect that, wouldn't we?
Of course. I mean,
yeah. So 1K in total between everyone, but obviously it's going to be very top heavy. First place, we're looking at about 400 quid, and then second place, we're looking at 200, third and fourth splitting 100 each, and then 6th to 8th also getting a little bit of maybe their attendance feedback, shall we say. A little bit of 50 quid. But as our gracious host here at Spellbound, they've decided we'll just stack the tournament as much as possible. So it's also a skirmish at the same point. So there's going to be skirmish prizing. If you win, you're going to get your buy. Everyone's a winner, right?
Everyone's a winner.
It is the most top-heavy thing we've got going, so let's go.
Yeah, and they get to play some games of Riftbound at
Yes.
what is the best store in London, UK, world, who knows? All the way out there. Big shout out to Spellbound, obviously, for today. And, you know, as per usual, if you guys are looking for any singles within the Riftbound market or any card game market that is out there today, do check out Spellbound for all your single needs, as there is a lot here in stock. The guys have cracked out quite a lot of products.
Yeah. I mean, I'm here on release day. They were opening many cases, and many of signatures were opened by the staff. So they hit good. They hit good.
Oof, nice. I mean, we was talking about this before we sat down, actually. We both said we're very due a signature card, aren't we, Kane?
Yes. I've been opening a case since last set, really, and haven't had one yet. But I decided to give this one a break because I'm hoping next set there'll be some nice KDA alternative arts that might be up for grabs with some signatures. But we will get that on pre-release. Hopefully that'll be good.
Yeah, nice. And I'm guessing you also put your name down for the next set of exclusive cards.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think everyone and every single family member that has a right account put their name in the hat for the old T1 signature bundles. But I don't think many. I think only one person I know in London got the email back, or a couple people. So
oh wow!
It was very exclusive. Yeah, I think there's only 30,000 in total between 3 languages. So just the English language alone would have been maybe about 10,000 boxes. So yeah, it was a very rare collector's piece, which is good. I think it's good that the game does that. You know, we're not just adhering to just players here.
No, not at all.
There's collectors everywhere and TCGs, right? So it's good that they made a product more centric around that, and it's also good that they're doing a non-collector's version.
Yeah,
like the generic cards in regards to the T1 kind of alternative arts that you'll be able to play with.
Yeah, and they're incredibly pretty cards.
They are very nice. And it's just like when you're just involved with the whole ecosystem of like Riot and League, if you've been into League and you watch the esports of League and you're a T1 fan, it just all blends together so well.
Yeah.
It's such a good product, yeah.
And they've set it up for a year-on-year package, right? Essentially.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe this is the first one they do. We don't know if they're going to do another one for next Worlds or what the kind of outlook is for that. But I think it was really smart to go with probably the biggest, most notorious team that you've probably got going in regards to League Esports to launch a little collector's product for. So kudos to them, shall we say. Yeah, it's a very smart business decision.
Some good marketing team out there somewhere doing some things.
Yeah, making lots of money, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Well, obviously you're not playing today because you're here with me. We're doing the non-playing side of the business. If you was to play, if you had to, if I twisted your arm to play a game of Riftbound, what would you be looking at taking?
Yeah, so at the moment, I played a lot of Master Yi in set 1 and towards the end of last set. So it would probably, if I was coming to win, trying to do as competitive possible, I probably would be playing Master Yi, unfortunately. Boo.
Yeah.
But I would say my favorite deck I'm enjoying at the moment is just Rek'Sai. I love Rek'Sai at the moment.
I mean, everyone does like Rek'Sai. You know, build a little gambling into there.
Yeah, listen, I keep pulling the gambling lever. Let's just see what we get. Let's get an undecided.
Completely opposite decks, if I'm honest with you. One of them +2, the other one, ooh, let's have a look and see.
So I think for fun, I'd probably play a bit of Rek'Sai. I think it's a decent deck. I'd expected to see it today. I know we've got had a little look at the people playing. We've got some very good Rek'Sai players. So
nice.
Maybe we'd see a couple of those hopefully do quite well.
Yeah,
it's an interesting deck. I would say, I don't know if I'd say underperformed at Barcelona. I think people definitely had it on a radar as a strong deck.
Makes sense.
But you could say maybe its conversion rate wasn't as strong as some of the other decks. So maybe it got a little bit of fraud watch, but it's definitely a strong deck. It's definitely like a top 5 deck for sure, I think.
Yeah, and it's been out for a while now, hasn't it, really?
Yeah. It had obviously, like, it's had its iterations in the past with like the Phoenix style where like you're more reliant on your spells and you keep recurring your Phoenix from the graveyard and it's like, oh my God, this thing just doesn't go away.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's just constantly here. When does it go away? And then now it's obviously just really turned into this like really swarm heavy deck. So it's got a bit of a newer card with the Rage Amplifier, which is kind of cool. It's kind of like a gear that just buffs all your units by +1. It's really good into the mirror. It's really good into like other Swarm decks. It's kind of like the Swarm Breaker card. So that's been seeing some play. It's still got all the classics you'd expect to see. Some people like to run Vi, which is obviously just insane for breaking a battlefield.
Yep, makes sense.
Really good into Master Yi. So yeah, I definitely would expect it here. Hopefully we get a game on stream. That would be pretty good. Yeah. The metas, The thing is, it's a difficult conversation because I think a lot of people have got of what I can just say like post-traumatic stress disorder from Miracle Draven, and they've seen this Kennen list. They're like, "Oh my god, it's Miracle Draven all over again."
Yeah, just with some yellow.
With just a bit of spice on yellow on top. So I think a lot of people have it's opened the wound, shall we say, from Miracle Draven. It's definitely not as strong as Miracle Draven,
no,
but it is definitely statistic-wise from Barcelona. It's definitely like. I'd say it's the strongest deck. So.
No, and that makes sense. And look at that, as if by Q, someone out there decided they'd had enough of us talking to each other. So we're jumping into some gameplay. So what have we got here, Kane? What are we looking at?
So we've got Jiang on Kennen, which is the deck he's kind of been testing a lot on the whole of this set. And we've got Jacob, who has also been on... Oh, no, he's not on Dyna. He is on Aurelia. He's normally a Dyna player. I know him for his... the Dyna gameplay, so he's switched it up for a little bit of Aurelia. So that we've got an absolute meta matchup straight into this. So Jacob's got the first point with the Tide Turner, and then we've got a Merchant developed by Jiang. So we've got Zon Warrens versus Abandoned Horde. These are very standard kind of blind battlefields. There's nothing like unusual here with a bit of spice. So
yeah, and already developing the Kennen from the Legend Zone. And that Celicorn is looking like it might get a free card, if I'm not mistaken here, Kane.
Yeah, it will do. Obviously, like the power of this Kennen is the fact that when you're playing cards outside of your normal ways of playing cards, it's going to empower your legend, which is then going to give Assault too. So just playing your champion unit is already threatening a +2 might on attack. So that's why these like hold decks early in the game are kind of getting blown out quite a lot. As we see Jiang just do it here, he just decides to just trade the free material into that. And obviously, like with all these effects of Zon Warrens and all these burn effects, look how big Jiang's graveyard is already. I think there's probably about 6 cards there already. So this is the strength of this deck, right? If it's able to do what it does, if it's able to keep Purple Kennen alive, it kind of does run away with it very quickly.
Yeah, and just pitching away the Nocturne. So that's one of the potential 3 down that we could see played on the cheap today. But yeah, this style of player does leave, let's say, that Celicorn open to get potentially a free point, and maybe even move back again if we do choose to do so with the Aurelia ability. And it also looks like we've gone for a Rasa there nice and early as well in the Kennen discard pile.
Yeah, so there's multiple ways of playing this Kennen deck, and if I'm seeing Rasas in the graveyard, it might have just been like Jiang's just got too many good cards, but he's also might be playing a card that allows himself to recur 2 units from his grave. So maybe that's why he's happy to just throw away Rasas essentially, and he's able to like get them back later on towards the game. So it could be like that's a bit of a tell of what the cards are on his deck.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. And again here, just moving the Celicorn in, drawing the 1 card, and then off of the Zorn Warrens, pitching away the Poro, and taking the card on the top. And just taking a minute here with Jacob. Oh, and it looks like we're going to charm in the Kennen, bringing it into the Celicorn. Initiating the showdown. Going to be interesting here. Got to be some battle tricks coming out now. Starting off with the On Guard, giving the +1/+1.
So I was going to say earlier, like one of the best ways you can disrupt Kennen is by killing its champion unit very quickly.
Yeah.
And obviously that one's going to be going down quite quickly here. I'd imagine Jacob's going to have quite a lot of ways to circumvent this and losing it. So that's another reason why people play the card that recurs too, because then you're going to allow to bring this Purple Kennen back eventually.
Yeah. But it looks like the On Guard is going through here.
Yep.
So Purple Kennen does go down to the Celicorn. And why is it that we are looking at the Purple Kennen over, say, the Yellow Kennen? What is the choice here?
Yeah, it's just the fact that like when he conquers, he's able to just play spells back from his trash essentially. So like all of these kind of like low cost dig spells with his signature spell and stack deck, he's able just to recur them again for its non-flow cost. So he's able to just essentially just cheat more resources. And obviously this deck runs a lot of Ride the Wind. So like you're able, if it when Purple Kennen gets ready and he moves in and then he rides the wind, he's able to get two conquer triggers, 2 flow triggers by costing it, and then he's able to bring it back to base. So it just leads to this like point tempo advantage where they're leaving no material on the battlefield while getting all of these on conquer effects with Purple Kennen. So it's definitely the better choice out of the two for this particular deck.
Yeah, and here comes part of that recursion package. The Fizz coming down, bringing back a stacked deck. So we're obviously starting to look for some other bits, and there is another one of the Nocturnes revealed off the top with looking through the stacked deck. So a nice little freebie there, redeveloping the board for Yang. All of a sudden, you know, it's looking like this Stellarcorn was going to potentially take over the game, but a nice bit of board development here for Yang.
Yeah,
you know, not giving up the game too early.
It's definitely a bit unfortunate that he hasn't found a seal yet. That's like the best card that Kane really wants to be finding. Obviously, he's dug through quite a decent amount of his deck here, probably about a quarter of it, I would say, with the amount of stacked decks and stuff that he's played and some of the burn cards. So it's a bit unfortunate for Zhang that he hasn't found a seal yet. But there we've seen a Starcrossed here.
Ooh, hard countered. Nice. Had to be stuff. There. Yeah. And again, does look like this Stellarcorn is going to be going undefeated for another phase of play, with Jacob now on the hold, taking another point away. So it is slowly starting to slip, moving back to Stellarcorn, drawing another card. So that hand's going to be looking pretty sizable about now.
Yeah, the longer this Stellar rides, the better it's going to be for Aurelia. Obviously, we know the strength of this card. It's just going to draw like ridiculous amount of cards for Jacob, and it's going to set him up really well for any kind of future combats, really, with all the might differential spells that we know that the Aurelia deck's going to be running.
Okay, so we're looking into straight into a Ride the Wind.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. I'm guessing he's going to be targeting Stellar into there. That makes sense. Yeah. Give himself 2 more draws.
Yeah, score the extra point, pushing him up to 4 on that nice even threshold that we know is so important in the game of Riftbound.
Yeah. Yeah, he's keeping himself on 4 points. I do like that. So he's essentially drawed himself a card. He's going to have to keep his material and keep his unit nice and safe.
Yeah. And ever since it's come out, you are right. Stellarcorn has been an absolute powerhouse within...
It's been a massive staple in Aurelia, and even the one of the top 8 decks with Master Yi was running a Stellarcorn herder. So
and here we are seeing a new face from this new set.
Yes.
A Kali.
Yes. Kali is such a powerhouse in regards to its ability to just not be targeted outside of combat.
Yeah.
So all these kind of like generic old school control decks with like Kaiser using spells to try and burn the units, they're just going to get noped out of existence. And it also gets a nice little +2 might buff when it goes into a battlefield. So
yeah,
it also just basically always attacks for 6. But even if you're going to combine it with cards like Ride the Wind, you'll be able to get 2 triggers as well. So
yeah, and
it's an extremely good card, this set.
And perfectly synergistic with Aurelia, being able to move it in and around the battlefields, using its ability, getting the +2s however it wants to and deem fit. But back to gameplay here. Yang now pushing in for his second point. Looks like we have seen some Kennen signature spells being played off the top here as well. So just trying to dig through some more cards. Does look like we're really struggling, as you mentioned before, on the rune economy here. But a Last Rites, that's a very interesting card to be playing at this point of the game. I wonder here if we do go with the straight equip.
I think we do, yeah. I think Jiang's losing. There we go. He's finally got his first seal out. I know he's going to be a bit frustrated about seeing that. I mean, look, what a development turn, right? We've got Last Rites into a Rasa, into hopefully his rune economy stops burning down with the seals eventually.
And hiding card off the top as well.
Jiang needed to do something to break this point tempo, right? Otherwise, Jacob would easily be able to go to 6 here. So
100%. Yeah.
He needed to have a little bit of a try and break this point tempo and flip it back into his favor. And I'd say it's definitely, I do understand what you mean. Do we want to equip the shovel here for the extra might? But I think we might want to play it a little bit safer in regards to like when it does conquer, we can then start playing some of our Rasas for free again, because then we're able to play units from our graveyard, right?
Yeah, 100%. But pushing the Stellarcorn into the free battlefields, taking the points up to 5 here for Jacob. And he is slowly running away with this point tempo. And it does feel like if Yang can't break this soon, that rune break is just going to be devastating to his game plan. Hidden card, though. What are we predicting that one's going to be?
So I have seen some Kennens running yellow Kennen in regards to... in regards to potentially hidden cards. But I am most likely going to take a bit of a guess and say it's potentially Hidden Blade. That's kind of the most common yellow card that gets played as a hidden. That's probably what Jacob's probably thinking about. But obviously we're in green. We've got lots of our counter spells.
Yeah. Not that I think we can particularly see too many of them in hand right now.
No. But
Jacob.
What I do see is a Guardian Angel, which I think is a decent option now to maybe put it on a Kali. It will go in for 6. So at a minimum, you're threatening to trade with Rasa, which obviously when there's a last rites out isn't the best prospect, because then if Jiang then decides to conquer, he can just play the Rasa for 1 power again. So it does feel like a bit of a lose-lose situation. But at least we know that it would keep the Kali alive. It decides to develop the Irelia Fervent here.
Yeah, we might be looking at the setup for next turn or the hard push this turn. And it is just let's develop the board state. Let's get ready for the next big battle coming up in the next phases of gameplay.
There we go.
But Yang just now looping into these runes nice and easy. The Seal of Discord coming down. And you're right, just trying to balance out that rune economy that he's been struggling with so far. But it does allow for the free attachment of the last rites on the ready Nocturne.
So we'll see him cycling some stuff back in now.
Yeah, so really, as you say, just the value engine is now in play. The potential to really swing this game back into Gang's favour is there.
He's still got an empowered cannon, so he's still always threatening a +2 might on assault whenever he decides he wants to. But I mean, we are on Abandoned Hall. I could see Jacob trying to maybe decide if he wants to try and defend this turn, because he at least if Jiang is going to do any kind of like spell-based shenanigans, he's going to have to pay full power for it, because he's tapped both of his seals already.
Yeah, and the on guard there just giving up the +2, and we are going to use the empowered here. And it did look like we were just forcing that out at that point, just making sure we are breaking through it there and then. I'm quite happy, I imagine, on the side of Jacob to allow that Stellar Corn to go down.
So here comes the purple cannon back. This is just the power of last rites in this deck. It's just the recursion. We want to be chucking away all this stuff. Purple Cannon's coming back out now. And Purple Cannon's going to be burning some more cards, which is going to be filling his graveyard back up, which is exactly what we want to be doing to hit that Rasa trigger point.
Yeah, basically on infinite loop watch now in terms of cards being played,
like that,
cards to trash, and the seals just helping him out in the process, essentially.
Yeah, I think Jiang had a bit of I guess you could say maybe a bit of an unlucky start for Kennen, in regards to like his rune economy was a bit burnt, but you can say this is the full strength of this deck now. But this is the kind of the high roll nature of this deck, is that you can get this set up by like turn 2.
Yeah,
you could have multiple seals out, you could have your purple cannon out, you could have Nocturnes out, right? And your rune economy can still be pretty damn healthy. So we've gotten to this point, and Jacob's on this odd, awkward number of points where he exactly doesn't want to be.
Yeah, it's almost here just trying to, if we can, conquer the one, get this Aurelia back home nice and safe, and just balance those points back out, ready for the next big push. Especially while Yang's got 2 up, so lots of options from hand as well to come, and the 1 hidden card still just in there nice and happy. But we are attaching the GA here, giving it an extra plus in power onto the Aurelia, moving him into the Abandoned Hall, to challenge into the Nocturne. But here comes the salvage, taking off the Guardian Angel. Have we got a counter into this salvage?
This could be a massive blowout if we lose Aurelia here.
Yeah, so going down with the on guard, looking for the dig. And I imagine we are looking for the Defy there.
As long as we can win this combat, it wouldn't be the worst. And we are playing Aurelia on Abandoned Hall. We all know the ridiculous strength of the amount of might that they're going to be able to put in this.
We do get over the top of that Nocturne going down. The last right's coming back off of and sitting free, ready for the next turn.
We did have to expel a lot of our buffs trying to break in rather than defend, though.
Yeah.
So obviously, as much as we want to say Aurelia's got infinite buffs, there is only a finite amount of them, and we have seen probably about 3 or 4 already. So we haven't seen any Defiant Dances yet, though, which is obviously the premium one. Jacob's just going to try and hold this Abandoned Hall, which is probably the battlefield you would most likely want to hold on the most as the Aurelia player here, right?
And I wonder if that's a choice of what's left available to do here rather than the optimal lines of gameplay, as it were. Just understanding that I'm not going to be able to break into this Orm Warrens anytime soon. Sometimes
you just have to admit, I just got to play with the best available options I have, even if you believe it's probably the most suboptimal option at that point in time. It's still going to be the best option, right? Being able to navigate the game state. There we go.
Oh, okay. So all 3 now online, and they're very pretty free at that, aren't they?
Yeah. Jiang loves his bling.
Ooh. So yeah, all 3 online, 2 available. But just a side note, we are off yellow at the moment. We have got no yellow runes available whatsoever.
So what's the Fizzler going to recur? Star-crossed. Interesting.
Yeah, Fizz into the Star-crossed. doing some chip into the Aurelia. Oh, hard clears.
Pay deflect. He's obviously just going to bounce his fizz back, I think. I think he targeted his fizz in base, right?
Yeah.
The one that was on... Or did he target Cannon? And it didn't.
Pushing on, though, moving the Cannon in onto this 6 points nice and even. Now in full... Well,
so now he's going to be able to pick a spell out of his graveyard that he wants to pay for the non-flow cost. So why not see 3 more cards?
Yeah, pretty much. And in full control now over both battlefields, really. It's full domination on the side of Yang.
He's just found his perfect pieces. Like, there is ways you can disrupt this deck. Like I said, if you kind of kill the purple Kennen almost as soon as it comes out, and a lot of these seals get kind of eaten as they come out, or maybe the last rites gets killed as it comes out, you can see how it kind of falls apart. It's like a bit of like a puzzle for Kennen. So when they assimilate their pieces, it's extremely strong. But if you chip away with it as it comes out, then it can really hurt it. Like, imagine you don't have 3 seals out when you're having to pay multiple power every turn. You're just going to have no runes to do anything, are you? So
yeah. And the Kennen signature spell here, I think that is all 3 now we've seen come through the hands of Yang this game.
Yes, the Lightning Rush is extremely good consistency piece for this game. It's just like having 3 more versions of stack deck. That also just kind of duplicates itself with the nature of purple Kennen.
Yeah. And fully abusing the use of the keyword flow, aren't we, within this deck?
Yeah, yeah.
So even keyword, if you, right?
Yeah, sorry, go in.
As I say, what a cool keyword flow is. The ability to, the full recursion packages that we have now is just generally making the gameplay really interesting and diverse, if anything. And it's out of everyone, Kennen is definitely the biggest abuser that we're currently being seen.
Yeah, there is definitely like singular cards that are just kind of generically good that are seeing some good amounts of flow being usage. But yeah, you are seeing it quite consistently out of Kennen, because even if they don't have the ability to conquer with purple Kennen and pay it for its original cost of not its flow cost, even if you was to just play it for its flow cost, because you've got so much seals usage normally that you're essentially just paying 2 for it, which you're very happy to do as well. But yeah, I think Jiang's kind of swung the game at this point now, where he's just kind of defending with an insurmountable amount of might. So
yeah, but nonetheless, Jacob pushes in here with the Akali, taking back over the Abandoned Hall, scoring up to 7. So some real magic to come out the way here to see if we can get into that final 8th point. And it looks like just playing out the Aurelia, stacking up the Abandoned Hall.
Yes, there's always a chance, right?
Yeah.
Aurelia's got a lot of tricks up their sleeve, especially if we leave up a lot of resources, right? So,
but it looks like it's just the pass there. Yeah, so it's just the pass back over, scoring the whole point for Yang. With a very scary looking battlefield over there on the Zorwarrens.
Obviously, this Nocturne's got ganking, so that's an extra amount of might. He's developed quite a significant amount of might in his base as well. So, I mean, there might be options here where Jacob can hold with the amount of buffs that he's got. Because, like I said, I don't think we've seen too many Defiant Dances, if any at all. So,
yeah,
we could be having an absolute might off here.
And again, the rune economy on Gang is still struggling a little bit in terms of available runes. So only 5 open to kind of help break through this battlefield. And at the moment, as it sits, with might on board, he does have enough to push over the top.
Yeah. If you just were to just chuck everything in, it would just be enough. But we know that that's never how this is going to play out. I mean, it just shows you how power hungry this deck is, right? We've had 3 seals out for a couple of turns, and he's still only on 5 runes. So this deck just absolutely chomps runes like nobody's business. But I think one thing is that people get a little bit scared about with Kennen is that it's got so much card selection, but it's not card draw.
Right.
Jiang's only got 2 cards in hand.
Sure.
So he's seen probably 70% of his deck, right? But he doesn't actually have 16 cards in hand, right? So he's only got a very finite amount of cards left.
Yeah. Well, and I guess with the wording of flow, the whole of the discard does eventually kind of become a cards in hand.
Yeah, that is very
situation.
True. Yeah. But in this situation with this game state, it's not really going to help Jiang win the game.
No, very true. But we are going to push in here with Fizz equipped with that last rites.
Yes.
Maybe just trying to bait out what we can get some more information. And we do come down with the On Guard.
Discipline onto Aurelia there, I think. Yeah, he's going to find himself another card. Obviously, this card is absolutely ridiculous because it's being played on Abandoned Hall and targeting the Aurelia unit itself. So the amount of might that it's going to get for a singular buff card is going to be quite ridiculous.
Yeah, and drawing one in the process.
Yeah, who doesn't love another card?
Oh, of course, cards in hand are always great.
Having a little sneak peek of Jacob's hand there. I don't think I saw too many might buffs, and if they were towards the bottom of his hand that I couldn't see. I did see a Ride the Wind, but I don't think that's going to be too relevant. But yeah, we are pretty much just going all in on this Aurelia unit now. So Jiang's managed to fiend off the Akali and whittle it down a little bit.
Yeah, and Jacob is, he's still got three available runes.
Yeah.
So Defy, still online.
Yes.
Not So Fast, still online for some potential Cold the Week type situations if they were ever to come out.
So Jiang's having to use Lightning Rush from Flow here. He's really looking for an answer, I believe, because even though we can start juggling our gear with the shovel, I don't think either of them's going to have enough might to get over this Aurelia with still 3 up. So I think Jiang's going to be looking for any kind of answer that he believes is in his deck to deal with this Aurelia. And we've already seen Stu 2-star crossed, right? So generally, Kennen runs quite a low amount of individual cards, very, very rarely running 3 ofs just because it sees so much of its deck. It's just like a giant toolbox. It's able to find its 1 and 2 ofs quite quickly and use them for the matchup, but I'm not sure what Jiang's exact list is, so what he might be looking for, but he's going to know his list inside out, so he knows he's going to be looking for an answer.
Yeah, and that's almost the power and the curse of running Miracle, right? You see all the pieces, but when you need more than one of said piece, it's not quite there, is it? It's just can be left wanting. And it might be something to consider within the sideboard of these lists of adding the additional copies in for the certain matchups and how that's built to counter what it thinks it's struggling into.
Yeah. Obviously, we've seen the increased in sideboard slots and kind of these silver bullet cards of decrees be put into the game. So we'll see maybe if there's some cool sideboard strategies from either players. But we are still attempting to conquer this abandoned hall, or it will look like Jacob will be holding to 8 and taking the first game potentially. Obviously, this is the bit of the, I guess you could say, slight issue with these kind of maybe miracle style decks is that the amount of time of the clock that it gets eaten to just conduct these actions. Not necessarily that Jiang's any kind of slow player in regards to like doing his actions, but it's just the amount of actions this deck has to do. It just naturally eats away on the clock, unfortunately. Yeah.
And it does feel like here, Jiang just understanding that he is kind of against the wall. Nice. Oh, playing the Tide Turner, bringing back the Rasa, essentially saying I need as much might as possible to throw at this battlefield.
Yeah. I think probably the best line here we're going to be finding for Jiang is just equip the shovel and then just going with double Rasa and then gank over with Nocturne.
Yeah.
So you're threatening about 15, 16 might and just hoping it's enough. You're just praying.
Yeah,
you're just praying that you're going into an Aurelia with Abandoned Hall and they just don't have it.
So we are going in with the push, the full showing of might here, and opening up the showdown on the Abandoned Hall. And we have got the Rebuke in hand. That is going to be devastating to this point of play.
We're going to be losing 8 might there with that Rasa with the shovel equipped. And then Jiang's only going to be on 10 might with this singular Rasa and a Nocturne here. That is a really, really nice patient play there from Jacob. And obviously, because a spell's resolved on Abandoned Hall, I'll just get free might.
Free might.
Because why not?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's how the game works.
Yeah, just free might. Let's go.
But we're going with the switcheroo.
Switcheroo, yeah. I should have maybe predicted that. I think Jiang's kind of maybe realising that he doesn't really have much more here. Oh, interesting. He's still going to get a couple more might out. Don't know if it's enough.
And it looks like there's the fist bump.
Oh, he does get it in the end. He doesn't have any more buffs. I thought maybe we would see an extra buff from Jacob there.
Yeah. So first game going to what a back and forth game.
Yes,
that one
honestly,
was,
I thought Jacob was going to hold it there. I thought he might have just held it out enough, but yeah, Jiang's so patient with this deck and knows exactly all of what his might thresholds are. He probably would have calculated way before we would have even considered how much might Aurelia probably could have got to. So he obviously had considered multiple options in regards to like swing over with everything and then still leaving up the Kennen Legend for the +2. But here we got some sideboard action here. You would imagine these Adaptatrons are absolutely going to be coming in to eat some of this gear that is so important to this Kennen deck, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Even just the seals alone, just to chomp through. So the runes are not going to be going down for free anymore. Would be quite nice. And you are right. The last rites did quite a piece of work there, just in terms of the might buff alone.
Yeah, just the might buff alone is so good. And obviously, if you do get to the point where the game starts going really long against like maybe like these control orientated decks, you're able to see through your whole deck and just consistently knock deck out. And then when you do conquer, not only are you maybe conquering with purple cannon to play spells from your trash for the normal cost, but you're also just playing Rasas for just 1 power, because you've already got 10 in your graveyard. So it's pretty good, you can see why this deck works, right? It's bloody strong. It's very, very strong.
Can appreciate it for sure, especially when it's putting what has been one of the most dominant decks for the past 3 sets now. Up against the wall, really, making it look like hard work there for Aurelius to get over the line. And when it had such a dominating start as well. Yeah,
it had such a free start because, like, kind of the nature of Kennen, like Jiang had a bit of a slow start, so that kind of just means Aurelius is able to kind of do what she wants. So he was able to draw quite a lot of cards off that Stellar. I think the only kind of major, I don't want to say major mistake, but like if you're going to send in a true drop against Kennen, you've absolutely got to know the only thing that he realistically has to do to make you have an answer for it is just play his champion unit, because he's just going to empower Kennen for free. So like the threat of that alone is generally what can slow down a lot of decks against Kennen.
Yeah, makes sense.
If they just play a 2-drop and then just pass, and then the other player puts their 2-drop into the battlefield, that 2-drop is always swinging in for an extra +2, right? So unless Jacob's going to pass with all of his runes up, which is obviously not advised in the early game of this game, right? Then he's going to struggle. So Jiang was able to eat a unit for free and be on the same points, right? So you could say maybe that was a slight maybe misplay, or maybe something Jacob might correct going forward, or maybe he just felt like he really just needed to get a point.
Yeah, just to push the points as early as possible and see what can go on. Which is, I can imagine in this matchup, the Aurelia is considered the more aggressive out of the 2 lists.
Yeah, I think the longer this game goes, absolutely the benefactor is going to be Jiang here. I think Jacob did because like he was able to kill the purple cannon quite early, which then obviously slowed it down with the charm play, which obviously slowed Jiang down a bit. But then I think in about 2 turns, he developed all of his seals, which kind of made him stay afloat. But even then, we still saw Jiang's rune economy very low here.
Okay, setting up game 2.
Yes,
battlefields have been revealed. What have we got?
We've got Minefield, which is obviously extremely good in Kennen because it's all about burning cards and sending more stuff into the graveyard. So you can absolutely see why that's a really good battlefield for the Kennen player. And then we've got, I believe that's Targons for Jacob, which is obviously going to be benefiting both players if they decide to conquer. But it's a conquer-based battlefield where you're going to be able to hold 2 up. So in this situation, like, let's say you're running Targons, you develop your 2-drop, you move it in, you're able to ready 2 runes after your turn, right? So then you are threatening a lot of might for Jiang to then move his 2-drop in with the Kennen Legend buff. Is not as easy as it would have been last game, because Jacob's potentially going to have more runes up to defend it there.
Yeah, and we spoke briefly about Jacob's sideboarding options and what he was looking to put in. But what about Yang? What are we thinking? What's he going to be looking for?
The thing is, like, it's so, because it's such like a toolbox deck, you really need to like know the list to understand like where it's good. There's no like mega generic list. Like obviously we've got like the Baron and Harrowing list, but there's also kind of like these matriarch lists where they don't necessarily go in for this kind of like turn 3 crazy Baron play. They're kind of more staying consistent with their own. They're like looping their fizzes back with matriarch empowers. So I don't know Jiang's exact list, but I normally the sideboard is, because it's such a toolbox deck, it's going to be 1 or 2 ofs of a certain type of card here.
Makes sense. And we are underway. So first of all, Ty Turner coming down for 2. Nice and easy opener here for Jacob.
Yeah, this is the benefit of this Aurelia deck, right? Like it can just develop the unit, and it can also be used as a hidden. We love modal cards, right? The fact that it's so strong. We know how good Ty Turner is with Stellar, just generating like infinite cards.
But opening with a lightning rush here, just look at the options before we're going to commit to making any specific plays.
Yeah, this would just, let's say you've just missed your 2-drop because maybe you don't run too many. Maybe like some list run like 6 or even 7.
Yeah.
6, 7. You're able to now just obviously go and find your 2-drop.
Such a loser.
with this. Yeah, no, thank you. With this card, right? It's just a ridiculously good card that even if you just completely whiff, you're like, oh, wait, let me just dig through and I can find the exact card I need.
Yeah, and we do find a traveling merchant, which, as you rightly said before, is now threatening this Ty Turner.
Yeah, so this is a lot more scary prospects now, because let's say Jiang just develops his champion unit, buffs his legend, he's now threatening to go in for 4, but Jacob's got all 4 runes up, right? Like that's if Jiang then decides to do that and he loses that outcome, like that's pretty much like game, to be honest. Like that's to be such a big swing, right? So obviously we see Jiang going into Minefield, which is such a good beneficial battle for him, just to fill up his graveyard for these rasas. And obviously he's just praying and hoping he doesn't see any seals going to his trash.
Oh, 100%.
So he's not seen any there, so he's quite happy. Yeah, we'll develop our champion unit. It's such a ridiculously good unit that it can't not be developed, unfortunately.
And we do see some good stuff going into the graveyard here. It looks like we've got a salvage in there. 2 Titan. Oh, but instantly hard jamming down the 2 rasas. Oh, dear. Okay, burning off the 2 purple. They're leaving with only 2 yellow runes available for the next phase. But that's a lot of might to be developed at this early in the game.
I absolutely love this play from Jiang, because even if I'm sure he's thought about it, because Jacob's developed this GA and there's a salvage and trash, if this purple Kennen is able to conquer and he's able to play this salvage from trash and eat this GA, it's going to be such a heads-up play. So if he just develops so much might that he just tells Jacob, you cannot hold, you're going to lose your unit, that it makes Jacob just retreat and develop, right? Which then gives this purple Kennen a free conquer. And he most likely could just play salvage from trash and just eat the GA. And obviously he's getting a Targon's trigger as well. Like it's just, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in that way of playing the game for sure. But we are starting with moving the merchant. Again, just getting through the cards, picking what we want. And just isolating the 3, but the last rites is coming down already.
So see, from seeing that card just going to the trash, I believe that's a matriarch. I can't fully see it just because of the glare on the camera, but I believe that is matriarch. So I do believe Jiang's probably running some sort of version of this matriarch list with the double fizz as well. So he's probably going to be fizz looping a little bit. So we'll just pull up matriarch here and you will just see how ridiculous this unit is with fizz. It's got like an empower cost where you can recur a unit for 3 and 1, I think, back from your grave. It's crazy good. So Jiang's just kind of developing here a little bit more. He hasn't decided to go with the play where he's going to send in extra units to go up to 4. He's just decided to just pass it back to Jacob to develop to 4 to maybe hit him on the crackback. Yeah,
but allowing another GA to come down and then be attached onto the Aurelia. And both battlefields now currently under the control of Jacob, but very tenuously at that with 2 Ty Turners. But Jacob's rune economy, again, is so efficient in terms of what he's been doing. Sat with 7 runes in total, and 6 of them are available into this side of the game.
And going to 4 points here is actually, Jacob might be smiling a little bit here, because that's definitely not bad for him.
So. Oh, but we have the salvage from hand, taking away the one that was attached to the Aurelia. So burning the rune for free as well. Not a bad result there. And I wonder if we just, again, develop on the side of the gang, just saying we're happy to burn these runes that you've left. We're happy to let it go.
Yeah, and absolutely.
We do find a Nocturne off the stack deck as well. So another little freebie being played for only the cost of 1 power.
Yeah, these Nocturnes are just so good in this deck. Like the amount of cards that you're eventually seeing between all these stack decks and the signature spell Lightning Rush. Nocturne was absolutely always going to be going into this deck. So it's interesting to see here, played this salvage from hand, even though we've got the 1 in the bin there. He's obviously just deciding that he'll leave the 1 in the bin there just for a little bit of insurance policy later on in the game if Purple Kennen never decides to conquer. Is something that he's going to have to think about, Jacob, there.
So we send the Rasa in first into the Targons.
Yep.
No reaction from Jacob, just letting the Ty Turner go down. So now
it's quite telling there.
Yeah, it's basically said, I have no way to get over the 6 might. We're just going to leave it be. And we are now doing the exact same to the other Ty Turner on the other battlefield. So now we're 4 points apiece. And no way now for Jacob to spend any of these left open resources.
Yeah, so here comes that matriarch there. It's
Nice.
going to be able to, I think he's going to be showing us the Empower probably next turn, which is then you're going to see Fizz has come out, and then Fizz is going to come out with another spell, and you can kind of see how this loop works.
Yeah. And this is the third Rasa as well. Oh, with the seal on board, so it's just completely free.
Yeah.
It's a lot of might to be looking at this point of the game.
Yeah. It was a really heads up play from Jiang to just develop all of his base and just say pass, because then if Jacob wants to go to 4, he's just going to be losing material for free, which is what we've just seen here.
Yeah. And again, Jacob looks like he is slowly understanding here that this is kind of a precarious situation. And just looking through the current trash of Yang.
Yeah, so we see Jacob develop a Gust Monk, which has the ability, if you want to pay an extra 1, you can essentially just like remove a card from any trash. So it's quite a nice heads up card against Kennen, but they've got so much in there that it's kind of just like a nice little like cherry on top.
Yeah, and he does decide to banish one of the Fizz by the looks of it. Annoyingly, on the side of Jacob, a lot of the cards in the trash were all duplicated.
Yes, yeah. So, obviously, if you're the one Fizz was there and he sees that Jiang's running this kind of matriarch version of the list, he would have been a lot more happier to get rid of the one Fizz.
And here we are seeing the Ride the Wind pushing this Aurelia, clearing both of the Rastas off already. So that is nice and early to get rid of them and pushing you up to 6 points, moving back the Aurelia as well to base in the at the end of that play and developing an Akali. So quite a big turn there from Jacob.
Yeah, that's a massive turn to get rid of both units and then completely protect all of your units that you've developed there. The Aurelia's coming back home nice and safe. That was a big turn for Jacob, because now Jiang is going to have to essentially commit to a battlefield to attempt to hold here now to try and flip the tempo back.
But fully spent on the side of Jacob, so any interaction here will be unanswered. Oh no, two up there, sorry, that I couldn't see, tucked away in the corner under an arm. So he has got 2 available, so we still are online for the likes of Defy and Not So Fast if we need to. But you've got to think that this last rights is going to be triggering here back to one of these Rasas.
Yeah, like you said, Jiang's got so many options here. This is where this deck just like kind of like plays with your mind. We've got options with Matriarch into Fizz into Salvage. We've got Purple Cannon Conquer with Shovel equipped for like multiple Rasas and like spells from trash to just dig more. Like there's so many lines here. Like the like ridiculous amount of lines here that Jiang will just have to try and figure out what he believes is his best options, because there's multiple very, 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 very good options with 2 Rasas being in trash, right? Like if maybe we've got to Ride the Wind, we can double conquer with Shovel and get 2 Rasas out the bin. So yeah, this could be a massive turn for Jiang here.
So it does look like we are going with the Kennen play, starting off with the attach of the last rights. And then just deciding on what we're recycling back in here. So we are going to put back this stack deck and a Tide Turner.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're probably like not options that he's going to be considering playing from either of these conquer triggers. So stick it down to the bottom of the bin and we're good to go.
Yeah.
So obviously you can see Jiang going through his trash here, kind of figuring out what he wants to.
And still doing the perfect math, understanding, yes, I still have 10 cards sat there. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And we are going to push in this Kennen first into the minefield.
Yeah. I would expect to go to minefield first, just in case you just don't want to have to think about any kind of math issues with cards you might be playing from your graveyard, which then might go under that 10 number. So I think he can do the conquer triggers with how he wants, which he should always do minefield, because then he can fill back up.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he can play his conquer triggers, so his Rasa will never be under 10.
Because in that situation there, quite interestingly, it would have been exactly 10 in base before the Rasa was being plucked out, so dropping him to 9.
Yeah. He's already used his seal here now, so this turn is going to be an absolute massive. There we go. There's the salvage from the purple cannon. So we've had 2 conquer triggers there. It's just so ridiculous, right? But I do believe he's got not so fast to save to GA. I like that. So obviously, because we've decided to play this spell from the purple cannon, it now gets banished. So that salvage is now donezo for the rest of this. Turn.
Yeah, if only there was one more in the discard, eh?
Yeah, if only. Oh, wait a minute.
So yeah, quite a big turn there from Gang, but again, it's very hard game to call at this point in time. I think only one card in hand on the side of Jacob, which we know is a Defiant Dance. So we have got a lot of might to come from Jacob next turn, and it's interesting here whether or not we're gonna look to hold or push into both battlefields from Gang, because you do want to be on 6 going into the next turn.
Yeah, Jeng's definitely. I don't think there's any illusion where he's not going to go to 6 here, because he's going to get a Targon trigger as well. So I think he's just deciding to try and figure out the most awkward unit he can put there for Jacob. Obviously, he wants to probably put a unit in there that's just slightly above 2 might, so at least the 2 might unit can't just go and conquer Targons for free. But Jang's got to try and hold here, I think. I think that's obviously, well, literally the only way. So he's deciding to split it rather than stack 1. He's just trying to make it as awkward as possible for Jacob, which I think that's quite a heads-up play here.
Yeah, especially after seeing one ride the wind go already. Yeah. Understanding that getting across to both battlefields would be slightly troublesome.
I do believe we maybe should have thought about maybe a merchant trigger to see maybe what we might have gotten before moving. But he's starting to just leave it in base. Okay.
Basically, that's saying I'm happy with the cards I have.
yeah. He doesn't want
to get rid of them.
He doesn't want to get rid of that. Obviously, the hidden card. Obviously, we saw Switcheroo last game. So you probably maybe expecting a similar card. He's got a Ravenbloom Perfect down as well. So that's obviously quite probably I would imagine that's going to be a sideboard card for Jiang here. So if Jacob ever decides to play a gear now, then the Perfect has the ability to essentially remove itself to remove that gear as well.
Yeah, so a big battle about to come on probably both battlefields.
Yes.
What is probably going to be the final, if not the next 2 final state of gameplay for this one. With 17 minutes left on the clock, though, so getting through the 3rd game, if it was to go Jacob's way, would be a bit of a push to get done.
Yeah, I think the first game almost took about 30 minutes, so the players have definitely sped up their level of play for this game. So I think they're both probably a bit aware that there is time constraints for this game, and that is kind of the downside to Riftbound, I guess you could say, is the time factor. A lot of these games do go to time, and there's a lot of overtime considerations with this game. So because when you get to these situations now, hey, this is basically the final turn, right? Like this is it for Jacob. So he's got to, very, very reasonably so, you've got to take time to try and figure out what lines do I have, what's my possibilities, maybe if I can just clear 1, is there any opportunity I can maybe hold after that? You've got all these things that are going to be racing through his head. So it's definitely not an easy situation to be in here, especially not when you play against a bloody cannon, for God's sake.
Yeah. And it does look like, unfortunately, on the side of Jacob, we are only seeing a Poro and a Defiant Dance in hand. So not the best options for what we want to have battle tricks and lots of shenanigans, really, instead of
definitely not
just the one.
We are quite limited with our cards in hand. Obviously, we've got considerations of maybe how best we can use our Aurelia if we think about a line. So let's say we equip a GA with a unit, and then we target the same unit with Defiant Dance to then ready the unit after it's been killed with a GA. You're kind of getting 2 units out of that situation.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So that might be the best line forward with the 2 possible cards we've got in hand, right? At least we're getting kind of recurring a unit and then readying it with Aurelia. But even then, I'm just not sure it's enough. There's just so much might across both these battlefields, and he's got no answer for this switcheroo, right? If he switcheroos the Perfect to any kind of, this is 6 might here.
Okay, but smart. Going in with the Akali first, just saying, okay, we've got the GA. We are willing to chip away at this battlefield.
Yeah, best case scenario here, what Jacob wants to do, he just wants to trade with Rasa.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool, I'm 6, you're 6, let's go. But this is the power of what this cannon can do. So this card is just absolute switcheroo now from Jiang doing that. Because you give the attacker 2 extra might, so then he goes to 8. So then when you switcheroo, you're swapping 8 with the Perfect, which is going to be 3 might.
Yeah, it's a big difference now in that swing.
Yeah.
And as we know, the GA's going to get popped here.
Yeah, and he hasn't even traded a unit. This is like worst case scenario for Jacob.
And now looking at a scary amount of might on both battlefields.
Yeah, I think not being able to even trade a unit with the GA, I think this is probably game, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a total of, what have we got left? 7 might to push in.
Yep. And we said Defiant Dance in hand, right?
Yes, a Defiant Dance.
Yeah. So maybe he might be able to
Crack
one, but then you're not holding for much at all, are you?
And even then, I don't think you do crack one, do you?
What's he got? So he got Aurelia, 5-2.
Sat on one battlefield, you've got
Dance.
What's that? 12 in total on the Targon's Peak, and then on the other side, 6.
6, 10.
10.
Yeah, he might not have been able to get one.
Which is a very tricky situation.
Yeah, this was unfortunately like this hidden card has kind of completely blown Jacob out here, because not only does the might stay, like after the GA's died, like it's still 3 might. So this Akali is not looking good.
So it looks like we are just going to send the Defiant Dance first here.
Yeah, so wait for just to ready it again. I think that was always going to be Jacob's line here. The fact that you kind of want to send a unit in with GA, at least trade, and then ready it with Defiant Dance and kind of go again.
Soften up the battlefield and then retake over. Makes sense. But
you would imagine if we would have gone into Minefield first, at least we would have been able to chip away with potentially a Ras, or at least a Nocturne at worst, right? At least it's something. Whereas this hidden card was always going to be a scary proposition, especially because we saw the switcheroo last game from Jacob, right?
Yep. So we are going for a full push with a very substantial might total now on that battlefield on the Targon's Peak.
I think we'll be able to break Targon's ready to 2, but what Jacob's last card was a Lonely Poro, you said, right?
It was the Lonely Poro, so no other answers in hand.
So even if we decide to develop the Lonely Poro, it's not going to be very lonely. He's going to have a buddy at that battlefield. So.
Yeah. It's a Poro with friends.
Yes.
And I wonder if you do even play it there, or do you just hold it to kind of
bait? Yeah, it's potential. Yeah, if you play out your last card, it's going to be really easy for Jiang to consider what's going on.
And he does get even though the battlefield gets broken, Jiang does get quite a favourable trade, realistically.
Yeah. Jiang's more than happy. He's still got a Nocturne to go over, right?
Yeah, and we are just going to send it with the Pyro and say, look, if you've got enough, you've got enough. And we even hold the last rights as well.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to develop a unit, and then he's just going to tide turner. Yeah.
Makes sense.
So he's got at least 10 with the Nocturne, 2 with, and then 2 for Kennen. So you're looking at like 14. Yeah.
Yeah. GG, the fist bump there going down. Game 1 going to Kennen there, taking out the Aurelia nice and early. And what a stylish way to finish the game off as well.
Yeah, Jiang's is definitely a very strong London player. And I know Jacob's been on Diner, so maybe he's trying out a bit of a different deck from the locals that I've played against him in. So yeah, a bit of different flavour for him. Aurelia is definitely a very difficult deck to pilot. And then Kennen kind of hit the nuts there in that game.
Oh yeah, I mean
the first game was a bit slow, but the second game it got stuff out very quickly, right? So you can see the big smile and grin on his face.
Yeah,
he's loving it.
Very happy with himself, and as he should be, because expertly piloted, and we'd expect nothing less, as you say, from this local scene of an excellent player that we know he is.
Yeah, it was a good game. Like, it's cool to see the sideboard tech of Perfect come in a little bit there. It obviously hinders a little bit. We saw some cool salvage lines.
Yeah,
with Purple Kennen coming out of the Conquer triggers. We saw some multiple Conquer triggers towards the end of the game there, and he got 3 Rasses out like very quickly,
back to back, off the top,
just slammed them straight down. So it was a really good first game, a really good indication of like the kind of generic meta in Riftbound at the moment. Like, it definitely wasn't any easy games by any show of imagination. The Aurelia still put up a really good show in there. So hopefully we'll see another Kennen Aurelia matchup later towards today, because I'm sure Aurelia's probably not going anywhere for the rest of today.
No, I would imagine not. And it you never know. Might see some hitting into the top 8. Like to think so.
Yes, yeah, we don't know. I think last time we had a really cool show, and I think one of the few undefeated decks in Swiss was a Jack. So hopefully we see something really cool.
The realms of Jacks and Kazakhs running around. A bit of a different meta then, though. To where we are now.
Kazakhs is definitely strong. I know Ollie's not here, unfortunately. Our reigning champion from the last showdown isn't here in attendance today. So hopefully someone will be flying the Kazakhs flag for him.
Oh, I'd like to think so. And if anything, piling it better than he ever would be. That's what we're going to say. Ollie, if you're watching at home, you know we mean it.
Actually, we really do. Cool. Take a little bit of a break and we'll be back for round 2 shortly.
And we did say it'd be a nice quick break, and we
Yes.
kept our word. We are back already. And mainly because our producer, our host today, Spellbound Hung, has made us a lovely meta breakdown.
Yes, we do have a meta breakdown for the decks on show today. So let's pop this up and see what we've got playing today.
Ooh, I mean, it's quite an expected split, I would say, looking at it.
Yeah. I think kind of what I expected. What I maybe didn't expect is 7 LeBlanc. That's quite a lot of LeBlanc.
That is a lot of LeBlanc.
For a bad deck.
Oh.
Joking. Yeah, 9 Kennen here today. That's what I absolutely would expect it to be the most represented deck in the meta. We've got 5 Aurelia, 4 Diana, 3 Jace. So maybe we might see some Aurora gameplay. Everyone loves some Aurora gameplay, don't we?
Yeah, for sure. And down in the, up in the bleachers almost, you've even got some of the one-offs. You've got your beloved master, only representing one deck today.
I am very surprised.
Travesty.
I would say that's probably the second strongest deck in the meta to only see one. But it is. It takes a special kind of person to play Master Yi, I would say.
Yeah, it's it definitely does. You need to have the patience, I think, and the understanding of what you want to do, to play Master.
Plus 2 is pretty good.
Plus 2 is pretty good. Yeah, that's why you play it over Rumble.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Plus 1 not as good as plus 2.
Exactly that.
Jace Aurora, Rengar's probably. I would see maybe expect more. Listen, it's a good spread. So we'll see how they play out for the rest of the day. I'm a Nasus enjoyer.
Yeah,
so
Nasus
I want to see
fun.
the big dog at some point today. I'd love to see him just empower my big old dude.
That makes sense.
Give me an extra point, please. Thank you very much, sir.
The pseudo Annie effect essentially is what we have.
Yeah, I mean, Heron is probably the strongest card that's come out of this set, and that and Akali probably use it the strongest. So hopefully we can see some Nasus. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah,
if they do well. It's definitely not the best deck. It's not the worst deck.
It's got potential, is what we like to say. It's got potential.
Any deck that's got a big dog in it that scores an extra point, it can't be bad.
Exactly that. That's what you want. Exactly what you want.
In a field full of purple, that's his bouncer guy.
And well, you want a big dog. Well, next up, it looks like we've got a big bear.
It looks like we've got a massive bear.
A massive, big volley bear. And who doesn't like to watch some bear?
Some bear on bear action.
Some bear on bear action. Exactly that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's against a Lilia.
Oh, wow. Volibear Lilia will be very cool, hopefully, yeah. So obviously we are most likely expecting the Volibear player to be an Aurora player.
Be surprised if not.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. It hasn't gotten too much tools. I think it is close to being like a decent deck, like minus Aurora, but I still think it needs a playable champion unit. It's quite...
You're quite right.
Weak.
Needs a baby bear.
It does need a little baby bear. I think it needs a baby volley that can be played a little bit earlier, and then we could see something. But it's got a very strong leader effect. Ramping Rune Economy is very good in this.
You'll get rewarded
being
for
able to play
dudes.
cards like Orange Rengar and the Red Runner for no power cost is like just ridiculous. So. So I'm imagining it's going to be maybe a similar list or a similar variation from the deck that narrowly missed out on top 8 at the last set regionals, which was piloted by Villionaire.
Cool. Nice.
So I'd imagine it's going to be quite good there. I think what a lot of people don't expect, because it's not a deck that you play against in locals or even online, really, on the sims where you might be practicing. So it can catch a lot of people off guard. It's got some really cool niche pieces with its signature spell, kind of giving a unit pseudo ganking and kind of clearing out a whole battlefield. So it's a very strong signature spell that's kind of flown under the radar. It's also got one of the best removal spells because you're playing these just giant units. So when you decide you want to play the red removal spell, that gets reduced depending on your might. You're essentially playing like a 5 damage spell for free or just for 1 power. So it has got some really cool pieces to it. So I look forward to it. Yeah, obviously if you hit your Aurora, you hit your Aurora.
Who doesn't like to gamble?
And if you don't, you absolutely can still play the game, because even if you don't hit your Aurora, you've got some really cool lines with some of the stronger units, especially the ones that involve dragons. You can like kind of draw lots of cards off the dragons, or you can start readying your runes off the dragons. So it's got some innate synergy without Aurora, but obviously it's much stronger with it. So yeah, and then obviously the Lilia, if that is the matchup we're going to be getting, it's going to want to go under, right?
Yeah, for sure. Can't be going might for might into these big bad bears and dragons.
I don't think my little face spirits are going to last very long against these just giant units. So.
And they have temporary as well.
They do, yeah. So they're going to go anyway regardless. So you'd imagine that Lilia is going to just try and score as fast as possible and to just try and go under the Volibear player. You don't have a ton amount of kind of raw removal or bounce in those colours for Lilia.
No.
For green and blue. So maybe depending on the list, you might see like a 1,000 Tail Watcher, which might be able to break a Volibear hold with the giant units. But it's definitely a matchup. I would say probably you might struggle into Aurora for.
Yeah.
Depends on how much main deck gear hate there is, and then in the sideboard as well. So I would expect the big bear to show us a good showing.
Yeah, for sure. And with decks like the bear, it's interesting because it's not meta.
No,
it's not meta at all. And yet the fact that it's not meta, people aren't prepared for what is essentially just big dudes.
Yeah, just the generic Timmy deck, right? Like I'm just gonna ramp my runes and I'm just gonna play my big guy, and then next turn I'm gonna play my big guy.
Exactly.
And then next turn,
then you got 4 big guys, and you're like, well, that sounds pretty scary.
Yeah, and honestly, like if any deck you want to be playing that into, Lilia's kind of it, because your scariest domain is going to be purple playing just my big guys, right? Unless like every unit sort of like deflect 6 million on it.
Yeah,
you're going to get bounced really. Yeah. So I'd imagine it's going to be quite a difficult proposition for the Lilia to get over, to be fair.
Yeah, and as you say with the purple, I mean bears are big, but the Baron's a bit bigger.
Yeah, Baron's pretty cool. Obviously, we've seen it in some of these Kennen lists as well. I know some old school Aurelia lists played like a little bit of a find your center tech with maybe going into some Barons. So yeah, there were no bear versus Baron action in this game, unfortunately.
That'd be good to see that.
We would literally be playing Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, it would be fun. Oh, okay. So it looks like I was wrong with our original prediction. It might be that we are moving to an Akali. Oh, okay.
Akali versus the bear.
Akali versus the bear. No, not bear. Akali versus the bear.
Okay.
Oh, okay. We're fully lost on this one now.
All we know is that it's overtime at the moment. We've got just quite a bit of overtime, so we are killing time in overtime. Killing. But I do want to see the bear.
No, 100%. The bear would be great to see.
The one of bear.
The bear, the Nasus, all the big guys. In our meta breakdown, did we see any Ornn?
I don't remember. There might have been a one-off. There was quite a few one-offs. If you we'll get production to bring it back up, and we'll kind of go over it a little bit more in detail what we've got there. So let's take it from the bottom up. So we've got the one of Volley, which we've been speaking about a little bit. The one of Victor, I really like this. This deck is still really good, but it's just because of how the RQs work, and a lot of people are kind of chasing the best of.
Yeah, for sure.
Money card. It's kind of disappeared a little bit from like the mainstream people talking about the game, but it's absolutely a very valid deck. It's a very strong deck. I think it maybe narrowly missed out or narrowly got into top 64 at the RQ. So it's definitely absolutely on the map, and it's going to have some good matchups against some of these top decks as well. We've got the Rek'Sai, which obviously I was talking a little bit about earlier. I love a little bit of gambling. I love a bit of pulling the lever. It's definitely it's a good deck. Same with Master Yi as well. So like some of these top 5 decks they're only running one of. So it's definitely a massively varied meta.
Yeah, for sure. As you say, so many one-offs, so many people just being like, I like to play this. I've played this for long enough now. I know how to play it. It might not be Kennen. It might not be Master Yi, even though there's only one Master Yi. But it's the deck I can be best at, and that is 100% the right way to play the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of these, maybe some of these one-off legends, and maybe by looking at some of the people that are here today, these are like their legends.
Yeah.
This is like people have maybe gone to the RQ, maybe played a little bit of a stronger deck. Now they've come back to London. I just want to play my favourite legend, and that's what this seems to be. Obviously, like Kai'Sa's a decent deck, but it's not too much in the meta. So it's probably just a person that plays a lot of Kai'Sa. I believe I know who the Ambessa player is, and they were on set last set. So I'm just gonna play my legend and just see how I do. So I really do rate that. I respect that a lot. Obviously, Darius, a lot of people are just gonna say, well, why the hell would you not just play Rek'Sai? It's the better Swarm deck. But we know that Darius definitely isn't a bad deck from its showing last set at the RQs as well. So it's definitely got a lot of game. It's obviously a very Swarm style deck. So, and obviously the person that's piloting it, I guarantee you they probably played like 1,000 games on this deck. So
yeah, but it would make. I mean,
do you know what I mean? So
they're gonna know what they're doing inside and out pretty much. But yeah, no, lots of interesting stuff, lots of new stuff as well, which is quite exciting to see. But yes, did you say 7 LeBlanc? I'm quite excited to see LeBlanc. I love watching LeBlanc play when it fires on all cylinders, depending on the build.
Yeah, it's how I describe LeBlanc. It's like the fairest unfair deck.
Yes, that is
like,
very true.
Do you know, like what it does is very strong, but when it gets disrupted, it kind of like crumbles.
It's got a weakness to it. Yeah.
But like when it goes, like you said, when it's firing, it is like beautiful to watch because it's got so many like tricks up its sleeve. We're like, oh, let's say I want to deal with one of your big units. And then they just sacrifice it anyway. And it's like, oh, the unit's now dead. It's still going to do its thing. And I've just generated resources and you've used a card to get rid of it. So it's got some really cool lines. I don't think there's too many new cards this set have gone into it. Maybe there's a couple cards. So we'll see from the different lists. But yeah, 7 is a lot.
Yeah.
That is probably the thing that's probably shocked me the most from seeing this. You know, only one Master Yi, only one Rek'Sai, but then 7 LeBlanc. So
yeah,
looks like a lot of people are feeling their reflection tokens.
Well, maybe they know something we don't.
Yeah, and possibly the person that went best of at Barcelona, maybe they know something that he doesn't know as well.
That's very true.
He didn't get top 8, so
Oof. Subtle shots fired.
Yeah, it got the Aurelia, Diana, Jason, Rengar. I would expect those males, maybe not as good as Diana. So it'll be interesting to see some cool stuff as well.
Awesome. Well, we're going to go into another short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with another round of Riftbound shortly. See you soon. And we're back. Round 2.
Yes, pairings have just gone up. We've just had a little mooch over to the playing area, and pairings are up. So hopefully we should be running into a game. So we have a slight change. So we thought it was going to be a volley bear. We were excited for the big bear.
We were also excited for the bear.
But we've been told we're getting a Kali instead.
Yeah, little ninja.
Yeah,
well.
Pretty good deck, though.
It's going to be fun.
Obviously, at the latest RQ, Colin showed it a little bit on the map. His variation of the deck, which was kind of a bit of... I don't know, a little bit of an unusual style. Obviously, like Colin's known for his insane set gameplay, which is essentially kind of like a mid-range hold deck, right? That's like his thing on that deck. That's like what he's been practicing for so long. So he's like, oh, okay, I'm going to play a Kali. How am I going to play it? I'm going to play a mid-range hold deck on a Kali. You're like, what? How does that? What's going on there? But when you think about it, it works kind of well. So you played quite a lot of hidden cards, which was in combination with herons.
Makes sense.
So then when you flip the hidden cards, you've got heron triggers, which then you can play kind of stuff for free. Cheating out resources is good, right? So
Always
obviously realised that's good. You've obviously still got the red runner, which is an insane card. Hopefully they just don't have the bounce and it dies and you can get that. And you've got some cool movement abilities. Obviously you've got the shuriken flip. You've got cards like Perfect Executioner and red to maybe go over and some units. So there is some cool tech pieces in red-green, which is obviously the first time this domain combination has been used together. So, yeah, it's a really cool deck. It definitely had a good showing on a very good pilot.
Yes.
And the player that I know is playing a Kali here today is a good player, so we'll see if he's on a similar... I don't know what his list is. I don't know if it's similar to Colin's, or if it's a carbon copy, or if he's got his own spice on it, where it's maybe more of an aggressive version, but... Yeah, there's some very broken things you can do, and I can tell you what, Stellarcorn Herder, with a legend that says on action I can move it back to base.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good,
especially if you empower.
Yeah,
if you empower the Akali legend, it then moves back ready.
It's very nice.
So you draw in like 2 to 3 to 4 cards with Stellar. So yeah, cards are generally not a massive issue if you get that kind of high roll with Stellarcorn Herder. But yeah, the way that Colin played it, which was the game that I watched when I got back from the RQ, was that he was kind of spending a little bit of time to develop and then deciding, okay, I've got a couple units out, I can move Stellarcorn around a couple bit, I can draw lots of cards. Yep. And then he eventually set up a hold on one of the battlefields,
makes sense.
like I said, with Heron, with Runner, with a hidden, and he's like, okay, this
gets out of hand pretty quick.
This is how we're getting over this. This is quite difficult.
Yeah.
And obviously they both, I think him and someone else who eventually did win the best of Akali had a very good showing on the deck. So it's definitely up there. It's definitely a very solid deck. So
yeah, and it's probably one that flies, as you mentioned, under the radar a little. People aren't looking at it. People probably aren't testing against it as much as well. And that all just kind of benefits the Akali player. I know what you're doing. You don't know what I've got going on. Yeah. And movement as a whole within Riftbound is weird. It's almost underappreciated slightly. Yeah. But the value you get just by being able to have that extra piece of interaction, get something back to safety, whatever you want it to, or to have the unit readied in a different situation to push into the other points is just so useful and really important for generating that tempo and controlling the flow of the game as you want it to be.
Yeah, there are some really cool lines you can do with Akali. It's a very skill expressive deck, alongside the fact that, like, let's say you've got multiple herons down and then you trigger it. That's 4 resources and 4 power you've got to spend. Like, wow. And you've drawn loads of cards with Heron, with Stellarcorn, right? So then your opponent's like, if I go into this battlefield, I've not only got to deal with like the 14, 15 might with these 2 giant units, but as soon as he flips that hidden card, I've also got to deal with his 5 cards in hand with 4 energy and 4 power. It's like, I have no idea what that's going to be. And like, that's where it plays in your favor so much, right? Obviously, Colin used the Heron triggers a lot to develop long swords, which is obviously 2 energy and 1 red power, which then adds 2 might. Because then if the unit then decides to get bounced, or if the unit does perish, then you've still got the gear to use later on in the game. So his kind of techie pieces or some of his Heron triggers were with quite a lot of long swords. And obviously then Heron then has got 9 might, right? So it's then even harder to kill. So
yeah, it makes sense.
His thing with long swords and just the generic green buffs as well, gives you like disciplines and stuff. So we'll see what Cold Phoenix Abdullah's going to be playing. We're straight into the action. So we've got a Star Spring from Akali and a Zorn Warrens from another Kennen.
Yeah, second Kennen back to back. Makes sense. Powerful deck.
Yeah, so then obviously like Red Akali is the generic preferred choice out of the Akali champion zone because it's a 3 energy and no power. So you're able to just develop a unit. And Kennen's obviously going to be doing Kennen things. Everybody developed a seal, not as bling as the of Jiang's ones, but they're still very good. Obviously, we've had a little bit of an introduction to Kennen last game, so we're kind of getting an idea now of how this deck kind of works and how it abuses the early game and collects all its puzzle pieces into this
and
insurmountable advantage.
Looks like they've opened with a treasure hunter there as well.
Yeah.
Just using the gold, saying, don't just need seals. Get some gold. Why not?
Well, this card with Ride the Wind is kind of insane because you're going to get 2 points for free and three gold.
Yes, a lot.
If they do decide, that's generally a very good combination piece.
Yeah. So we do get to conquer the pitch off the Zorn Warrens. Getting rid of the Tie Turner there makes sense if just to dig through. And we're going for a full spend here. And we are just going to develop the Kennen.
Obviously, we saw some of the lines that Kennen unit was able to do last game with the salvage lines and just the ability to just play our signature spell and our cards that are just going to dig through our deck even more, right?
Yeah, no, it does make sense. But yeah, when we do mill the 2 off the top as well, so 1 Rasa already in the graveyard. Not as easy to see this graveyard, this trash pile.
No, definitely not. If he's going to stack it up, it's going to be quite difficult for us to see what's in it, but that's all good.
Yeah.
Obviously, Akali's got a nice little move trigger where it does 1 damage, which is the perfect amount of might for our little treasure hunter there. So,
yeah, a nice and easy conquer there for Akali. Again, triggering the Zorn Warrens, pitching the card. But 5 up, ready to go. Okay, fine. So it looks like we are just going to spend 2.
So this could be
into the discipline.
In preparations for maybe a charm play?
Yeah, straight into the charm whilst we're fully exhausted on the side of Sam. Pulling in that Kennen, seeing that we have got a free trade coming in here. But we are going to use the Empowered.
Yeah, I think Abdullah's just realised maybe the mistake he's made there. So the actionability with the Kennen Legend is going to make it so they're the same might. So he's offering a trade, which is obviously, from Sam's perspective, Abdullah has essentially expelled 2 cards from his hands to trade, which is not going to be great.
And deciding to opt out of the trade, moving back away from that battlefield, that's a big wake up there.
Yeah, you can see it on his face. Abdullah's just like completely forgotten about the Kennen Legend, which is so unfortunate.
Yeah.
These mistakes happen.
Yeah, so that's a huge loss of tempo there. All for essentially just the Kennen Legend ability. But we are going to pull out the Falling Star. Looks like Abdullah didn't really want to be playing Falling Star there. He wanted to hold the rune economy for later, hold that Falling Star for picking off some bits in the later phase of game. Whereas now it just does let Sam to go, well, I've got a seal. I've got some gold.
Yeah, you can see it on it. You can see it on Abdullah's face. He's just so...
Yeah.
He's so upset with himself that he's made that mistake. But this is like... any kind of sniff of underplaying, Kennen's just going to just abuse it to the fourfold, unfortunately,
Yeah, and Sam really not letting off the pressure, going from a stacked deck into the Lightning Rush. Really sifting through this deck.
Just this new card up from the deep. It's like one of the better purple ones. Just going to generate some tendies.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, just 2 units worth of pressure on the board. Nice full development there, sifting through, getting the pieces that we need.
There's no real rush for Sam now as well, because we know that he's just generated a point for free. He's gotten the ability to go to even points. He's now developed tendies. You'd imagine these are just going to go in for 4 points, and he's not really bothered if they die, right?
Not at all, no.
So then he's just going to be able to continue to just build his rune economy. He's going to be able to develop going through his deck, right?
Yeah.
So he's pitched a Nocturne there, draw another card.
And completely contrary to the last game of Kennen, we're seeing a very healthy rune pool.
Yeah.
Just chilling it out, really. But already counting up this trash. So we are showing the full tab. And we are going in with the Lightning Rush from the flow.
There's a Rasa I saw. I think it was Rasa, tendies, and something else.
And Ty Turner there's just been gone. Lots of value being generated here for Sam.
Yeah. You'd imagine at some point he's just going to develop some of these Rasas and just say go, but it's not necessarily needed now. Like, this is just such a horror show for Abdullah, unfortunately, because he's not only is he just like completely lost half of his hand to then lose a point. But he's also only on 1 point himself.
Yeah, 1 point down
he's
on
gonna
runes.
have to flip tempo like twice essentially to win this game now.
Yeah. It's all right. Akali's good at flipping.
Yeah, very true. Yeah. I need more of those shuriken flips.
Exactly. Oh, and another up from the deep. There's a lot of might on board as well for Sam now. Yeah. The Rastas are going to be doing wondrous work today.
What I really, really like here from Sam is he just hasn't decided to just like vomit out his whole hand, and he's still keeping his rune economy. He's still keeping his pressure advantage with the fact that like, well, if you don't answer any of these tendies, I'm just going to get 3 points. So like these need an answer now from Abdullah to basically stay in the game to go to 3 points. So
yeah, and that's just, standard good game player knowledge, understanding that, right, I am ahead. Yeah, I am ahead. I don't need to take risks. Yeah. I don't need to overexert. I just need to stay ahead.
It's just the fundamentals of this game that sometimes get looked by so much, but they're just so important. If you just don't get those wrong with an advantage, you set yourself up for success, right? Which is all we want to be doing really here as from Sam's position.
Yeah, so both tentacles gone now, and Abdullah conquering in all the way up to 3 points.
At least he got an extra card from the Kaiser. He's got a very pretty Kaiser there from one of the new alt arts from this set. That's not bad.
No, Falling Star picking off the Rasa. Just saying, yeah, these units are going to stick around for a little bit. But now passing with the full 4 left up.
I don't mind this, especially because we don't have a shovel as Sam, unless he's got it in his hand. Like, yeah, obviously Abdullah hasn't seen the shovel, so getting rid of a Rasa when there's a shovel about that's just like so pointless, right? Because then the Rasa just comes back for free when they conquer. But
and a full lightning rush there. We see the switcheroo coming through. So that's the 3rd lightning rush we've seen played already, just showing how quickly we're getting through this deck. Well, you said that last, right? And well,
yeah. So this is going to be a bit of a problem now, unfortunately for Abdullah, I think, because not only is he going to put some of those units back in, some of the spells back into his deck, but he's also going to get a conquer trigger for free.
Yeah, and then just having another count up to make sure that this Rasa is still going to be completely free.
Yeah, like you said, Sam's seen quite a lot of his signature spells, which you could say with how much he's seen for his deck, it's probably a little bit underrated that he's only got 1 seal out at the moment. So, but like I said, he's kept his runes healthy from the position that he's in. He's not decided, I've only got 1 seal, I need to just start burning through and casting infinite amount of stuff. So it's going to attack in for 5 might here. So we've got the shovel, we've got the tendies, and we're using the empowered ability on Kenan.
Yeah.
So it's 5 into 4 with the discipline. If this resolves, it's then 5 into 6. So Abdullah's not looking too bad there.
No, but still a lot open here from Sam, and lots of opportunities, I'm sure, and lines of gameplay with what he has in hand.
Generally, this is a nice line for purple to kind of bait out these spells and then just bounce the unit, basically. But he's decided to let it resolve, it looks like.
Yeah, so the discipline's resolved, still in the showdown. I wonder if we're hard casting this switcheroo from hand.
Would only be a 1 might swing. We are.
We are hard casting.
Very interesting.
Just thinking, he's saying that Abdullah doesn't have anything left in hand. That's what he's trying to push into here.
I'm not sure if Abdullah drew for the discipline. I don't know if he did it too quick for my eyes, but yeah, no answer for it, unfortunately.
No. And then we do get the Rasa back out for free with that conquer of the tentacle holding a shovel.
That's a swole tendy.
It's a swole tendy. Yeah. Am I going to ride the wind it as well? So we're pushing it across into the other battlefield. Okay, nice. But we have the Defiance.
It's a very patient. Yeah, I think if that conquer would have gone off, that would have been absolute curtains for Abdullah. At least he's got some sort of gameplay here he can still do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are burning the extra rune there to do it, but it has to be done. Otherwise, you are right. That game would be over there and then.
I think Sam's still got another Rasa in trash, right? So that if we get another conquer and there is another Rasa out, he's just generated 12 might for 2 units sitting in his grave. It's
a loss of value.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? So, okay.
Stellicorn comes down. Yeah. But you got to think Sam's going to be quite happy to see this. Going to 6, able to pull back, maybe readying up for next turn, full development.
Or he could pull the tendies back with the shovel. He's got another shovel trigger here because he's held as well.
Yeah.
And it's going to be another Rasa, I'd imagine. But yeah, just throwing that's what the benefit of these 10D units are. You can just throw these units in and it's like, okay, you need to conquer both or you just lose the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like it's such an expendable token unit, right? That you're just completely so happy with it just doing its job of just being like, cool, you've now got another avenue of another battlefield you have to conquer or you just lose the game.
Oh yeah.
So I definitely wouldn't not expect Sam to just chuck the 10D into the Zon Warrens. Especially, I think he's got another switcheroo in hand as well, which obviously is a ridiculous combo with 10D, being able to just switcheroo a 1 might unit with any unit that Abdullah might be pushing in there. So it also has the potential to hold.
Yeah, and as you quite rightly shouted out, the second Rasa coming back from the bin, and for the cost of tapping a seal sideways is always nice.
Yeah, this has been Starcross.
And we're star-crossing in the Stellarcorn, I think that was.
Yeah, I think he initially targeted the Akali, but then the second
and he's got the Defy, nice and perfect amount to pay for it as well. However, it does mean for the remainder of this turn, Abdullah is basically just up against the ropes.
Yeah, I was
eating the punishment, and the Fizz comes down. Yep, instantly knows what's going. And we're taking the Fizz back to hand as well.
I think at this point, like you might have to just consider if you're Abdullah, maybe just scooping for time.
Yeah.
Even though that this has been a quick game, right? It's still 47 minutes in the clock, but these are the positions where it's just like
there's nothing to.
I don't even think that he's only going to 6 runes next turn as well. Like there is, unfortunately, I just genuinely think there is nothing. But yeah, Sam has decided he's just going to develop his base. Although, like there is only very few cards that Abdullah could literally have to stop a double might hold. Yeah, he's just going to scoop.
Yeah, and there's a scoop. Sam taking game 1. The Kennen going over the top of the Akali. I mean, battle of the ninjas, really. That one, isn't it?
Yeah, literally. Yeah, I'm not sure what the lore. My League of Legends lore is not great, but I don't know if they're from the same kind of like ninja universe or ninja.
Within reason, I believe. Yeah, within reason. Yeah, they're.
All I know is they don't have a Vendetta showcase partnership. They don't hate each other. That's the only thing I know.
Actually, this is a good point.
Did they hate each other?
No, they don't hate each other. I don't think they hate each other. But I do believe that all of the legends we've seen on screen so far are Ionian.
Oh, there we go. Mr. Lawman's coming out.
I believe so. I'm sure I'm going to get punished and crucified in the chat when they say, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah?
I have no idea.
I think so.
Don't look at me. Do not look at me.
I'm sure you can give us some lovely.
I've not got a scoop. There's someone who's like frothing at the mouth right now.
Yeah, don't.
Listening to us talk about League of Legends lore.
Pretty much.
Let's get back to the slight expertise we have of talking about the game. But yeah, it's good that we're seeing new legends at least, right? It's always cool to see the new stuff in this set. So we got Akali versus Ken. Again, we didn't really see the best showing of Akali just because of the mistake that Abdullah just notified straight. So we'll see if we can hopefully get a more decent showing from Akali here. See what it has available to offer. Obviously, we don't have hand cam, so we can't fully see what these players are sideboarding. But you'd imagine if you're the Kennen player here, it's just more of the same. I don't think there is nothing major to.
No, the game plan works, right?
Yeah, it's just going to be more bounce related stuff, right? Because if Sam thinks it's the more meta Akali list with some of the big units, which he didn't see at all, to be fair to him, then he might want to put in maybe some more rebukes and maybe some sideboard options like that, some more bounce units. Obviously, we saw multiple fizzes in Starcross, so generally, that is in the generic list as well, but they also might be an indication that Sam's on the more matriarch version rather than the harrowing Baron version, which was the list that got to the finals of the RQ.
Yeah, lots of potential. But quite a quick sideboarding phase there. Both players knew exactly what they were doing, which is always nice to see when everyone comes in with a game plan, as you rightly should as well. Not that we would, not that I ever have.
I don't even bring a sideboard.
No, exactly. Well, there you go. It's because you don't need one, mate. There you go.
True.
Who needs a sideboard?
My 50 cards are just that stacked.
There you go. 50 cards. Oh. Okay.
Right. Akali, what can we do? We need to bring it back. We need to not charm a unit in and have it die for free, or give them a free conquer point.
Not spend a lot of things to kill our own unit.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good start.
I'll give them a free point.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of. I think it's just a slower gameplay state from the Akali. Maybe just taking their time.
Yeah,
figuring out how they can optimize key trades and, as we say, using the Akali ability to pull back to safety when needed to, but just a little bit more reservation rather than aggression might be needed. And again, another minefield.
Yeah,
nice.
This is such a popular battlefield, which is kind of cool because you didn't get see much play, did it? So it's nice to see the battlefield getting play. Obviously, as a Rumble fan myself, I think this was invented for Rumble, but it just didn't really take off. Yeah. It might be called in Ziggs though, because I believe they are Ziggs bombs. We are luring back into the lore. They kind of do look like little Ziggs bombs.
They do look like Ziggs bombs. Weirdly, whenever you hear minefield, you always think of Teemo.
Yes, or Jinx's little chompers, but they're not really minefielders.
Yeah, no, there's.
Yeah, cool. So we've got one of the new cards there. So that's quite a good one in Akali. I think when it survives a combat, it gets +2. The name is blanking me from it, but it's really good in Akali because Akali is able to go in and then action pull it back, so it's going to get the empower trigger completely for free.
Yeah, no, makes
unfortunately
sense.
Our card selection machine isn't working, so we can't pull it up. It's stuck on Raven Bloom Perfect, so you can enjoy Mr. Perfect. No. But yeah, it's an insane card in Akali, right? You basically get the +2 trigger completely for free. Nice. I know at the start of this meta, people were considering to play it in Master Yi, but yeah, it seems to have found its home in Akali, which makes a lot of sense. Bloody hell.
And what a blowout starting turn here for both players. Sam, though, coming down with a seal into the Kennen from the champion zone, followed up with a lightning rush, and what does he find? A lovely Nocturne. Getting a Nocturne out for free is always a touch above. And we do get to push it with the Kennen, riding the wind as well.
This is just, I think you have. It feels like you have to.
If you have it, you do send it for sure.
Because not only do you leave the Kennen stranded to where Kennen's ability is not going to work in regards to giving a unit assault 2, it's also just going to completely stop Sam's initial game plan of I'm going to go to 2 points, I'm going to be able to cast another spell without its flow cost, and he kind of get in that mindset of this doesn't not just always happen. So when it gets stopped, it might be a little bit of a shock to Sam. Okay, right, how do I figure out how do I keep my unit alive?
Yeah, no, you are 100% right. A little bit lonely out on that ledge now, that Kennen. And Sam spent quite a lot that turn, even though he does have the seal,
It's completely tapped out now. So as long as Abdullah just finds one might that goes over the Kennen here, this is going to be a really big win for Abdullah.
Yeah.
Because like I said, killing this champion unit is such a roadblock a little bit for Sam here on the Kennen.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just fully understand saying, right, how much might does this Kennen have? What can it do? Don't make the same mistake twice.
He might even be thinking of possible options to maybe empower Akali, because then you can move in the green 2 drop, Akali trigger it back, which would then trigger the plus might going to 4, and then when it moves back, it moves in ready, and it can obviously go back into Kennen. But he's deciding to empower the Akali champion unit, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, but pushing both units into the Kennen. And letting the Kennen go down. And we do conquer into the
those two
minefield.
burns from Abdullah there. They were some of the more premium cards in attack. I think it was a Falling Star and a Shuriken flip.
Yeah.
Those Falling Stars are very good card against Sam's deck if you're able to kind of kill the initial Rasa, or like I said, if he was any way to recur his Kennen unit back, you can kind of snipe it back off.
Yeah. So we've got 2 impounded units here on the side of Abdullah. Azonya's Hourglass to keep things safe.
Yeah, I do like this. This is going to keep his material alive at least. So maybe that's an indication of his hand doesn't have too many units. It's possible it's an indication, or it's just being like, I'd rather just save a unit for free if I can.
Yeah.
Which is never a bad shout, really. Especially because it's empowered. So obviously, because Zonya's is a replacement effect, it's not going to lose any kind of effects that it's got on it. So it means the unit keeps in power, which is obviously a massive benefit for Akali here. So even if the Kennen player kind of found a way to maybe kill either unit, they're both going to keep their empowered status.
Nice. But nonetheless, Sam continuing to develop, pushing in a Rasa with a Another free cost of just tapping the seal sideways.
Yeah.
Feel like we're going to see this a lot today.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a lot of Kennen. It's such a strong deck, and his matchup spread is so strong as well. So we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of Kennen today.
Yeah, Traveling Merchant, just to finish things off, leaving 3 up for the rebuttal into Abdullah's turn. Now readying up the Akali and units ready for this next state of battle. Just contemplating pushing the Akali in there into the minefield to contest onto this Noxon, and we are going straight into the showdown.
So I believe he's going to use the Akali trigger to pull Akali back, which when the Akali moves, it's going to do damage.
Yeah, and
I don't think the legend is empowered, so it would move back not ready, I believe.
I think so, you are right.
It's going to try and star-cross it. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And the second Defy. Very nice.
Third Defy?
Yeah. What was the second Defy? I think this is the second Defier. Oh, Green Akali as well. What a card.
Yeah.
Yeah, Abdullah's in a much nicer position here now, I believe. It's obviously like, unless the Green Akali goes in, it's never going to get bounced or any kind of shenanigans like that from purple. So it can only really be interacted with once it's inside of a combat showdown. So it's even really good if you're going to a non-combat showdown.
Nice. But we are going to push in the Merchant there. Again, just taking over the minefield, running through a couple more cards.
Yeah, you're going to keep stacking this graveyard up a little bit. It's also like, even though Abdullah's not got himself to 2 points, like Sam doesn't really want to be on even points either.
And the last rights goes into the trash. That's not exactly great.
That's possibly the worst card you could see going to your trash. That's why I know a lot of Kennen sometimes are running 2 last rights now, just in case, like,
just to cover their
bases. It doesn't
bases.
completely brick if one goes in.
Yep.
It's normally sometimes a sideboard slot, but yeah. Abdullah's going to be very happy to see that in there.
So we are lightning rushing.
Yeah. So he's paid it for its flow cost. So 2 and a power, taps the seal. Obviously, then if you play any kind of card not from your hand, you can be able to empower the Kennen Legends. So that gives him some nice assault value.
And we do get the next Noxen, which is always great.
It is, yeah.
And the Rasa, we are going to send the Rasa into the spring.
Interesting. So yeah, Sam's obviously valuing wanting to stay on even points and push the game a little bit quicker. That makes a lot of sense.
So the flash here pulling back. Free 2 points essentially is what's going on there.
Listen, we know how strong Flash is from Prismat's Annie's days, being able to just like develop for a couple turns, and then your opponent starts to develop for a couple turns. Okay, I'll just get 2 points and just flash my unit back, and you're like, wait a minute, that's illegal. Stop doing that.
That's not fair.
Yeah, why should you be on 2 points? So yeah, a Flash is I'm not sure if that's too much of a mandatory card in Kennen. That might be a little bit of Sam Spice. I don't remember seeing too much Flash at the RQ, but it makes a lot of sense, right? We're keeping ourselves on even points here.
Yeah.
And I think he got himself another, did he get himself another merchant trigger as well?
Oh, I think so.
That was in there, yeah. So it's pretty good. It makes a lot of sense for games where it's a little bit more of an even game state.
Yeah. And also considering that Abdullah is on 1 point, keeping him off those even point totals is quite important. But nonetheless, we are going to push into the minefield from Abdullah, just conquering up to 2. And then it looks like we're contemplating on these Akalis, where we want to put them, and whether or not it's worth opening up for the 3rd point. No, we are just going to pass with 4 open as well. Just saying, yeah, I'm quite happy just going back to even point totals. You know, if you want to try and conquer them both, you're more than welcome. And I'm going to keep some resources available for the rebuttal on your turn. Yeah,
I think you're stuck between a little bit of a rock and a hard place here, because Sam decided to develop to 4 and then save all of his material with Flash, right? It's just the strength of the card. You just lose no material. Obviously, Abdullah would have liked to have been able to like at least chip away at some of his material while also going to 2 points, right? So he's put himself in a bit of a sticky situation here in regards to like all he's done is develop a Scuttle Crab and with 4 resources up, right? So let's say Sam just like moves in the minimum amount of might possible to go to 6 and then develops his whole board. Like Abdullah's then just like wasted 4 runes. Obviously now we see the back off.
But we're going to hard bargain the back off. Very nice indeed. No way to pay for it. The back off is now nullified. Hard bargain goes through, and the Rasa is going to take over the minefield. So there's another 2 cards.
It's a massive blowout.
Straight. Oh, but it's the second last, right? Oh no, we've shoveled ourselves to death. Sam, what are we doing? But I think he's still happy with his situation in this game.
Who cut this guy's deck? Unbelievable.
Oh, don't. Yeah.
Honestly, like, but you're still in a pretty good position here as Ken, even though we've just lost 2 of our last fights. So I believe there was another Rasa as well in there, right? So
yeah, you can't complain too much.
no.
And we do go in to conquer up to 6, which Sam is going to be more than happy with overall. Pulling back into the Fizz as well.
Fizzler into a flash.
Oh, Fizz into flash. Just saying, yeah, well, did you like it last turn? We're going to do it again. And we've got another unit as well.
I was literally just thinking about that because I believe Sam's on this kind of triple Fizz deck with Matriarchs because we saw quite a few Fizz last. Another Rasa. Bloody hell.
The sheer might that this cannon deck can put out is unreal for a deck that realistically isn't playing units over a might total of, what, 6?
Yeah. Pretty much caps out at 6 with the shovel. With the shovel taking it a little bit higher. Yeah, this is... listen, the MVP card of this game so far has just been Flash. It's been unbelievable. Saves all the material. We've stayed on even points. Like, absolute Riftbound fundamentals 101 here, and that card has been really good. It makes sense, though, because Sam, whether or not he's inadvertently baited it out or he's just got so many good spells in his deck, that he's just forced the counter spells out of Abdullah's hand so early in the game that he knows that, like, well, okay, I can just do what I want now.
Yeah,
basically.
100%.
So he's developing a Heron.
Nice.
I'd imagine there has got to be a hidden card here, or as we are not really threatening much with 1-up, right?
I don't believe so.
At least you've got a bluff.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't bluff a hidden card. I'm not saying just put any random card as a hidden card.
I'm going to hide something.
But we've at least got to be hiding a card here to get a Heron trigger on Sam's turn to make him sweat and think a little bit, I think. Yeah. But he might not just have it, right? So
yeah.
Because we have seen a Zonya's this game, right, already, I do believe.
Yes, we have seen the Zonya's.
Or was it last game? Yeah, so we know he's got hidden technology in his deck.
And he's thinking about it. He certainly is thinking about it. Oh, no, we're going to go with the Charm. We're going to Charm into the green Akali, pulling up the Fizz, just trying to thin out the battlefield, the potential battle, into this next phase of game.
Yeah, it's probably the best choice of unit because you're reducing Sam's ability to essentially just like Fizz loop you for the last turn here now.
However, it does mean 1 open, a holding battlefield, a green Akali against a total of potentially 12.
7. So it's 11 might on the battlefield with the crab because I believe when the Akali gets empowered, she gets +1. So that's 7 and 4, and then you just got 4 with the green Akali. So we're really not threatening with much, to be honest here.
No.
Unfortunately.
And Sam, just making sure, doing his math properly, saying, I'm not going to make any mistakes. I'm going to fully figure out what I need to do to cut over these battlefields.
Yeah, I think Sam's just got to kind of like find the winning line here. I'm sure he'll be able to with just the astronomical options that Kenan normally has in this deck. So we're going to start with a Flow Lightning Rush to just dig 3 more cards.
Yeah, just having a look, trying to pull some pieces out. Saying, yeah, we don't need the 3rd seal.
No, if we believe we're going to try and win the game on this turn, then there's not really much point to it, is there?
So, sending the Rasa in solo against the green Akali.
We've got 6 into 4 here.
Yeah, potential of Kenan spend to push the Rasa up to 8. But no, goes through. First, battlefield down. Minefield, milling the 2 off the top.
So we've got 11 left in this other battlefield.
But we're going to gust. We're pushing back the crab.
That's quite funny. I don't know why. Just gusting a scuttle crab just for some reason makes me laugh.
Yeah, and we're going for the full spending the Kenan ahead of time. And there is the game, the throwing down to the cards from Abdullah saying, well done, Sam. Great play. Second round, second Kenan dominating this tournament so far.
Yeah, I think unfortunate. I think that was maybe a victim of Abdullah's mistakes in the first game, which was really unfortunate. Like, yeah, it does happen on. Sometimes you just forget this one minute thing, but this one minute thing for Kenan just leads to them just kind of steamrolling the whole game, really.
Yeah, and it felt like Akali, the whole legend built around movement, pulling pieces back from battle, controlling that tempo of each showdown that's going to be opened. It wasn't there.
It just didn't seem to. The Akali's game plan didn't ever really seem to
never
be
took hold.
active, did it? Yeah.
And as you said, correctly so, Flash basically said, well, you've got a whole legend to do this ability. Well, guess what? I have a card. I can do it 2 times in one go. And I'm going to be more happy about it than you are.
Yeah, the Flash was just like instrumental for Sam's game there.
Yeah.
It's a nice piece. Yeah, I was surprised that it was left out of some lists in the Barca Rocky, or I could just be talking absolute nonsense, and it was there, to be fair. But yeah, I don't remember seeing it too much. But what a card. Keeping himself on even points, minimal material, getting more move triggers, using the Fizzler to get it back as well. Just all my mites in base. Good luck.
Yep, 100%.
And Akali at some point's got to try and hold, but
yeah, there's a level of eventuality in this Kennen deck right now. Say, well, if we are going long game, I'm going to win, even whilst we've milled the 2 shovels.
Yeah,
The 2 cards where after we saw the first one, you don't want to see that.
Definitely not.
See it again and I'm going to win anyway, is basically what happened there.
Yeah.
But very well played from Sam and very well played from Abdullah. But only one can go on to win this tournament. And so far, Sam's pushing that a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, so we could be seeing maybe towards the end of some Swiss here, some Kennen mirrors, which is a riveting watch.
Yeah, lightning rush into lightning rush. The spice.
So hopefully we might see some of that towards the Swiss. But then it's quite interesting because maybe some people have some sideboard tech and maybe against the mirror. And we haven't really seen, I don't believe we have seen any Harrowing or Baron go into any of the trashes of either of these 2 Kennens. So obviously that was the tremendously performing or probably overperformed version of Kennen. Like getting a turn 3 Baron is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
absolutely ridiculous.
That's kind of stonking, that is.
Yeah, especially against like some of the Diner and Mel matchups, which are here in the tournament as well. It just kind of basically just wins the game. So we haven't seen any of that. So I'm assuming the London scene likes Matriarchs. We like in our Fizzlers. We like just infinite spells, and we like to just bring the Fizzler back with Matriarch. So yeah, we're on these kind of lists. So we'll see how it pans out. They're both. We don't know if the first Kennen plays 2-0, but obviously Sam's now going over to 2-0, which is quite good because as we go towards the later Swiss rounds, we may be seeing some intentional draws.
Ooh, the dreaded IDs. No one likes to hear those words, do they?
No.
Well, anyway, that was round 2.
Yep.
Don't go anywhere. We've got 4 more rounds of Swiss into Top Cut. A lot of Riftbound left to be played. So a lot more fun. Come join us. We'll be back right soon. Hello, summoners. It's me, Frankie, joined back with Kane for what is going to be round 3 of the Spellbound Showdown. Woohoo.
We are getting into the top end of Swiss, I would say, because a couple more wins and then there might be some draws.
Some ids.
Some ids. So we're getting into the spicier rounds now. Some of these decks that are showing a little bit of consistency. They're showing a little bit of their power, their player power, their matchup spread. So we are getting into the tail end of it, shall we say.
Yeah.
I think we've got a pretty cool stream game.
I think so. We hope you'd all agree. And it's something we alluded to at the start of today that we weren't really expecting to be here.
No.
As in force as it is, right?
Yes.
And it's going to be LeBlanc. Now, you know, what Kane, tell me, what do you think is better than one LeBlanc?
2 LeBlancs?
2 LeBlanc. You would be right. So we might be having a LeBlanc mirror for the next game, which, you know, most people are not normally a fan of mirrors. You know, me included. Sometimes they can be kind of tenuous. However, LeBlanc mirror, I don't think I've ever actually seen one in person. I don't know about you.
Listen, LeBlanc is normally at locals in London. It's not a massively popular deck. So, like, when I saw that it was the second most popular deck here, that was a bit like, well, is there even 7 LeBlanc players in London? Like, I did not even know it had this much game, apparently. So, yeah, LeBlanc mirror is going to be very interesting because, obviously, the way that they probably built their decks is probably not with the mirror in mind. I can probably guarantee you that. So, I have no idea what they're going to try and do to overcome their mirror.
Kind of ironic considering
their reflection.
Yeah, the mirrored image.
Yeah, there will be a lot of that. Obviously, the color pairing of yellow and blue does not have many counter spells. So
no.
And that deck just wants to play. Eventually, just wants to dupe a large unit, right? So
yeah,
the mirror image might be the breaker, right? It might be like, okay, you've played your big guy. I'm gonna now copy your big guy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Play a copy of your big guy, and then my big guy's got more. I've got more big guys than you.
It's a lot of big guys.
It's a lot of big guys.
A lot of big guys.
A lot of big units.
A lot of big units who might not be sticking around for very long indeed. But yeah, temporary, always very fun.
Yes.
The duplication of units, the when defeated triggers type situation, always very interesting to watch. So yes, we're very excited for this round of Riftbound, and I hope you guys are as well. And we had a good attendance here today, didn't we, Kane? We were at, what, 53 people, I think,
yeah,
at the end is what we had?
Just under a couple dropouts, I think, maybe because of some of the tube disruption and maybe some last-minute cancellations, as you would expect. So I think we've got about 52, 54 players, which is near capacity for this event. So it's definitely we've got a very healthy matchup spread for the London scene. So maybe some people may be traveling just outside of London as well, I know as well. So yeah, it's going to be a really good day. It's going to be exciting to see what we get into top cuts. But this is probably not something we're going to see top cuts. So it's a nice opportunity for us to show it here. Well, a bit of a LeBlanc mirror, right?
You say that, but we're guaranteed a Frio LeBlanc.
That is very true.
We are guaranteed a Frio LeBlanc.
I think there's a decent chance that we might see a LeBlanc in top cut, just the fact that there's 7 of them.
Yeah, for sure.
But I wouldn't expect us to see a mirror matchup at all in top cut, really. But I think what's a really interesting point for this mirror matchup is how both of them are going to decide their battlefields, right? Because it's such a unique thing for Riftbound, right? And they're probably going to be on the 3 exact same, or maybe slight variations of it, right? So, you know, it's very easy to get in the mindset of, this is my blind battlefield.
Yeah,
but then when you're coming up against a mirror, that whole thought process has to, like, completely change.
Yep.
Because, like, if you go into it and your opponent predicts your battlefields, they'll just be able to have their selection is going to, throughout the best of 3, is going to be a lot more advantageous for them, right? Because they'll be able to predict, oh, this is what they always play blind. Okay, well, so if they're going to play that blind, I need to now and then play that instead. But then they can think you're bluffing, and then you double bluff. And then
a lot of rock, paper, scissors.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there'll definitely be some interesting battlefield choices. I think maybe some ones that we maybe won't expect in that order, just to play around the fact of, like, okay, well, we obviously know that LeBlanc's best battlefield is windswept by far. That thing is just ridiculous, right? It's such a advantageous battlefield for LeBlanc. So now, okay, there's going to be 2 of them in the best of 3. Or do I, as the opponent, try to spread them out, or do I just decide that, you know what, we're just going to play one game and it's going to be double this?
Yeah. For
Good luck. But then the person that's going second that game is probably not advantageous for them to do that, right? It's going to be a disadvantage. So
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see. That's going to be an interesting dynamic to play. Obviously, both of their decks, whatever their main board is, they're just going to try and find as many mirror images as well. I think that might be the bit of the breaker card.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's an interesting dynamic, and most people don't necessarily test out their mirrors.
No, you're right. We definitely don't. So it's going to be really interesting perspective. Obviously, we're going to go jump straight into the game. We've got Adrian versus Ibrahim. Okay, very interesting. So yeah, we've got Amateur Recital versus Starspring. And I would definitely say that probably Starspring out of the two of those is probably the more likely option to be the generic blind one. So maybe we could say Adrian's got a bit of a heads up play here in regards to deciding to pick Amateur Recital, or he's maybe just testing out a new battlefield because he likes to try new stuff. So
yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
But yes, we are underway. Already getting up to the 4 resource mark. Ibrahim here now, just pushing into the first battlefield. So the first point being taken, and it looks like we are going to trigger the LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of copy in here, a lot of reflections. I know Adrian picked up some pretty cool reflection tokens from some vendors at Barcelona, so maybe we'll see some cool reflection tokens being used today.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, we've got Dark Rose Dignitary. Obviously, it's one of the most staple cards in the Blanc light. Like, it dies, you get a rune, you're able to play your bigger units quicker, right? So it could also just be a little bit of a battle of like who can find Carthus quicker.
Yeah, that's very true.
Right, if you start duplicating these death knell effects, you're gonna be able to ramp a lot quicker than your opponent. So
yeah, and we are just going to hide a card here on the side of Ibrahim, and then just pass over with the full free, not actually getting to spend the one that we are putting back to the bottom there of the runes, spending the 1 power, allowing Adrian now to push into the second battlefield, gaining the point, taking it back up to equal. Quite a nice, easy, just generic riftbounding start.
Yeah, Amateur Recital is actually really could play a massive point in this game, right? Because obviously when Adrian holds, which they both want to do, they both hold decks, right? It's going to be able to move a unit back. So obviously that might open up some opportunities to maybe prey on, if Ibrahim forgets about it or doesn't think about it, you might be able to move a unit out, and then when it goes to a temporary trigger, he might not get a hold point. And obviously he's got some hidden cards here as well, so then they might like be fizzling and stuff like that. So there is definitely some cool technology with Amateur Recital.
Yeah.
But yeah, Adrian is obviously just thinking about if he wants to LeBlanc trigger. He's tapped his legend, so I think he's maybe just
thinking about the pitch. Yeah, one's going down. Very nice. So we're both on. You got some nice duplicates coming down from both sides. And then it looks like Adrian just trying to figure out, taking a minute to understand his next point of play, doing the maths on what he wants to spend for next. And there's the Carthus. So we are already set up on the side of Adrian. We've got a Death Knell, which has been duplicated by the LeBlanc ability, playing out the Carthus, which can double it again, and then followed by developing the LeBlanc. Quite a good turn there from Adrian.
Listen, you might be like, oh my God, Adrian's just gone down to 2 runes. He's just nuked his whole rune pool to play both units with both rune costs. But he's got Carthus out, and the 2 units that are most likely to die, either by the reflection naturally perishing, or if Ibrahim is able to kill the Dark Rose, he's going to get runes back. He's going to get doubled back. So every time this Black Rose Dignitary now dies, he's going to get 2 runes back. So he's potentially ramping 4 runes before the turn gets back round to him.
That's a lot of value for sure.
Yeah, it just shows you the power of this deck.
Yeah, and Ibrahim again just deciding to pitch the Harness Dragon to make another clone.
Yep.
And the hidden card there that does sort of say to us that Ibrahim is going to be slightly locked to this battlefield, depending on what it might be, not able to move as freely as he may want to. But it looks like we're just going to stack up. We're putting the bird in to pull back the clone, sending it into the battlefield, and we do get into both of them there.
Yeah, I think knowing that the type of player Adrian is, you can absolutely know that he's planned this line out to where the next unit he's going to play is going to be the exact rune amount of these runes plus an extra 2.
Yeah, and we do get a total of 4 runes there come down, like you mentioned earlier. But now we're looking at Carthus v Carthus action.
Yeah. This is where this is just going to explode with the amount of Death Knells. And obviously, the Star Spring is really nice. He was able to just play his little scout and able to push the reflected unit back, so he was able to push over the Amateur Recital, which obviously does mean Ibrahim's now potentially got even points, so he's got a little bit of a point tempo advantage. Maybe not for too long, because obviously Adrian can just go into amateur recital and also go to 2.
Mm.
So I'd say it's slightly in Ibrahim's favour, but you're hoping that Adrian's planned this out to the point where that his next unit he's going to play is just like this giant unit in his deck, right?
Yeah, I mean,
to where if he ever then does copy that'd be such a massive tempo advantage.
And as you say, Ibrahim's fully tapped out here, so it is a game of just I take my turn, you take your turn. Let's just get these board states moving. But yeah, a lot on the board already. It's essentially just board presence versus rune economy right now. 2 points to 1 in favor of Ibrahim. So not exactly the fastest game in the world so far.
No.
Everyone's taking a very reserved approach, understanding that if I do get blown out on one of these battlefields, that is going to be it. The game is pretty much done already.
Especially with just how the decks work, right? So if they blow the battlefield out and then the conquer happens and it's just going to dupe. Right? Here we go. Ruined Rex.
Yeah, Rex, arguably the best unit to be played in these LeBlanc decks, duplicating that Death Knell trigger.
Yeah, it's such an amazing unit for this deck. It just fits so well with the theme of what it wants to do, right?
Yeah.
So he's got 4 up left to either further develop or maybe leave some interaction up. I know the deck does have quite a few spells. I'm not sure too exact on the list these days if they're still running a lot of kill-related reaction stuff like Sacrificed. There we go.
Okay.
I'm assuming he's going to mirror image the Rex. That would be my guess.
Yeah, mirror image coming down, targeting the Rex, getting that clone out nice and early. So we've got a lot. We've got a lot of power, a lot of movement coming in here, and a lot of board presence.
Yeah. So Adrian's going to sacrifice the original Rex. So he's going to be able to blow up Carthus before he decides to move his mirror image Rex into the battlefield. Nice. Therefore reducing the amount of Death Knell triggers.
Very smart. Just understanding that targeting the backline ahead of time is much more value than just trying to get a long-term value with that Rex. So very heads-up play there, trying to get into the real meat of the build that Ibrahim's got on the board so far.
I think we've just got a short judge call here in regards to how maybe the ordering of the triggers happens, because obviously Sacrifice and Rex, there's quite a lot of stuff going on there in regards to how does it then resolve and the chain. So just calling a judge over, I think they're just resolving how the exact chain is going to go. That's all.
Yeah, just taking a minute to make sure they get this one right. And both players, as you say, just rightly so, just checking it over, making sure that we're not going to miss anything. And if this does go through in the way that it looks like it might, so that both units will go down, this does have a huge swing on the side of Adrian. But in reaction to it, Ibrahim is going to Hidden Blade.
That makes sense, because he's still able to get the extra Carthus Death Knell trigger right and able to draw himself some cards. So it's the best out of the worst situation, right?
Yeah, exactly that. Just going back to hand advantage, going back to saying, well, I might not have anything on board, but at least I can get into some options. What can we do in the next turn? And also meaning that this Rex that is on board is probably going to do nothing other than take a point. Yeah.
You are completely correct there. But it does give here Adrian the opportunity to maybe move in the Reflection unit and a generic unit to maybe get a LeBlanc Legends trigger.
And again, looks like just some small judge questions going on at the moment. Just having a look at the deck. Okay, so we are pushing in the Reflected unit into the first battlefield, the Star Spring.
So advantage Adrian, I guess I would say, in tennis terms here. He's able to manage to break Ibrahim. Ibrahim's got no units on board at all here. And Adrian's still got a Carthus up. Like this was a pretty monstrous turn from Adrian here.
Yeah, blowing out the Carthus from one side is definitely the biggest answer that we've seen so far. And it's interesting here if Adrian's going to push in for the 3rd point or whether he's going to keep this reserved and protects the back line, which, very rightly might do. But no, opting to push him for the 3rd point, taking 3 points to in favor of Adrian, saying, well, even if Ibrahim does manage to develop something this turn, it's not necessarily going to affect the board state. I should be able to retreat back this LeBlanc if I need to in the next phase of game.
Yeah, I guess from Adrian's perspective, it's kind of like just a 3 point because Ibrahim's got nothing developed, but we do always have to factor in the possibilities of accelerate units, but we obviously know that the most likely option that's going to be is Thousand Tail Watcher, really. So we're not really too scared. And even if it does die, I'm getting 2 Carthus triggers.
Yeah, exactly that.
I'm really not too unhappy about that dying, right? So
no, and the Watcher would basically be answered at this point of the game. And here it is. We are going in with the Watcher. Yeah. Ibram saying, well, I do have it. I do have to send it. Let's get into this showdown now. Recycling the 2 runes to the bottom of the pile. We've got already Watcher. Everything -3. Let's send it in and start the showdown.
That's really interesting, because I was almost just about to say, well, even from Adrian's perspective, if he is going to think there's a Watcher, right, you would think that maybe the better position to go in would be into Starspring, just because then maybe he's able to get his own copy of Watcher, and then he can start bouncing stuff around with Starspring. Like, it's a very nice battlefield to hold, right? But then I guess you could say, well, the other units are both temporary anyway, so is there really much...
What we're trying to clear.
Yeah, so maybe Adrian did just lose a unit there for free rather than just staying at 2. But I don't think it matters too much in this state of the game. But yeah, this is a monster unit. 14 might now on that battlefield.
A lot of might on one battlefield.
Just from one unit, right? So these things can swing very quickly. But I think one of them's a Rex, right? So yeah, I think there's going to be multiple triggers of Rex. So
yeah, and it looks like after everything is said and done, all we're left with is a Carthus and a much healthier stack of runes on the side of Adrian.
He's drawn a lot of cards as well.
Yeah.
So I think normally that's one of the ways you can kind of target this LeBlanc deck, is kind of like by milling its hand out essentially, or targeting the hand. Whereas because he's been able to draw quite consistently with his sacrifices and his Death Knell triggers with Carthus, that his hand is just ridiculously healthy. And the only thing he doesn't have, or I don't see, is any blue runes at the moment.
So we are going to push the Carthus in. Not normally done, as we do like to keep him safe.
No, yeah, but I think just because of the Star Spring, we can always push him back. So it's kind of like a free, a bit of a free point there. Yeah. Keeps him on even points now as well.
Oh, he has got one blue just tucked away there. So, and it looks like we are going for the second Rex and into the baited hook as well.
I do find it a little bit interesting that Adrian didn't want to play the Rex into the Star Spring, at least to maybe slightly protect this Carthus, but I guess in his mind, he's not really bothered.
I think it's just a question of, does he think he needs to?
Yeah.
We've already seen the one Watcher come down, so what are we actually going to be targeting?
Yeah.
It would only be the Rex to come down into the mirror image to duplicate it readied to be considered with, but I don't think we've got enough of that at this point in time. Oh, but we are harness dragoning, but instantly just going to get picked up by the Rex. And yeah, you can see on Ibrahim's face there, seeing that and being like, yeah.
I think you need to target the Carthus here. It's such a problem throughout the whole game, just the double triggers. But
and it looks like...
I don't know if this would be considered new information because Adrian's targeted the dragon with Rex, if it would be allowed to be a different target selection, but...
I think at this point in time,
I'm not too sure.
It would be,
I think Adrian's just allowed him to take it back.
Yeah, down to the earnest of the player.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Good sportsmanship here, especially considering both 2-0 and for some substantial money on the line to get through into this top 8.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, Harness Dragon is what a unit this is in this deck. Like, just kill anything when you want. It gives this mirror the ability to snipe these Carthuses that we were speaking about earlier, right? So there is quite a few options actually to go to these Carthuses. We've got a couple of these Harness Dragons as well and some Rex triggers. So maybe the Carthuses won't stay alive for as long as I thought they would. But we're on even points here. We're happy at the moment as Adrian, aren't we?
We are happy, and well, we thought we were happy, but maybe not. So we are going to push in the Rex and create another duplication. Make another. Why not? Why not make another one?
Absolutely.
And it might just be prime targeting. Oh, and we're going to harness. Yep. Pulling back the...
We've still got enough for a hook as well, but I don't even know if I'd even consider it because Ibrahim's just got no units I could even...
It's a full board domination, essentially watching LeBlanc control right now.
Yeah. There is no reason to hook this. Like an amazing line would normally just be to hook the duplication of the Rex, right, and start killing and start chipping away at the board. But there's nothing to do it on, so there's no point.
Yeah, and that's it. Ibrahim fully understanding that the writing's on the wall. The game goes to Adrian.
Yeah.
1 down.
Yeah, well, that's always nice. I think the game one is so important here, obviously, because you've got the randomness of the dice and the battlefield selections. Obviously, like the Star Spring was working out quite well in the earlier turns for Ibrahim, but then that initial Rex into duplication and into sacrifice was just that was just such a game changer, I think.
Yeah, very true. And now Ibrahim just having a slow think there, understanding that this might not be the same situation that we might normally have.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Adrian decides to do battlefield-wise now for going second. If it has kind of cooked his order, or maybe he's just going to go into it with the acceptance of I'll just do windswept on your windswept, and then we'll just accept that we'll go to a kind of more of a mutual battlefield, and I'll just kind of outplay when I'm going first, rather than trying to rely on a double windswept, because it could backfire so bad. If you miss a 2-drop on a windswept and your opponent gets into it first, it's such a dangerous situation to be in.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I can imagine, it looks like there's a lot of sideboarding going on here. A lot of back and forth of cards of taking in and out. Typically speaking, there's not normally a lot of sideboarding that goes on in mirrors.
Yeah, there isn't. Obviously, like depending on the sideboards, like we saw the decrees get added this set, they are quite silver bullety, but like you said, in the mirror, they're just useless because they target your opposite domain. So when you're in the mirror, I don't think they're going to be too great, to be fair.
It's one thing we actually haven't seen being played today, I don't think.
We haven't,
no.
Decree. And, I think there was a lot of discussion about decrees after Barcelona, and people were like, oh my God, they're so ridiculously good. But they do take up a lot of your sideboard. So
yeah. And they are incredibly one-dimensional.
They are extremely one-dimensional. It's just, it's all to do with just meta prediction, what you expect to be at your event, right? So if you're going into an event and you're going to have 7 LeBlancs and 9 Kennons, then I would probably put some decrees in my sideboard that might target those colours, right? Especially for Kennan.
Yeah.
Obviously, the decrees, depending on what they do, they're better into some deck types than they are others. But yeah, I wouldn't expect a massive amount of sideboard changes from the mirror, because the decks are kind of just doing what they normally do, and you're just trying to essentially just outskill your opponent. You're on the same deck. There is not much more to it than that, is there? I'm
outskill,
you,
outdraw.
Yeah,
essentially.
Shuffle better.
Yes, shuffle. No, cut better.
Cut better.
There you go. Cut better. I'm going to remove all your carcasses, good sir.
To the bottom they go.
Exactly. Yeah. But it looks like already shuffling up, getting ready for this game 2 of round 3 here at Spellbound. Although I know Ibrahim lost that first game.
Yeah.
However, he has got the prettier cards.
He does, and the better sleeves.
And the better. I was going to say the sleeves are very pretty.
And the better, he's got overnumbered diff as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah, and
Ibrahim's winning in spirit.
He is winning in spirit. And you guys at home can also win in spirit too. If you do need anything from Spellbound at all, we have got lots of cards, sleeves, everything that you need here on site, online. So please do check it out whenever you can. And do come say hello, as me and Kane are always here to see some nice friendly faces.
I think you could sell a bridge to a blind person.
Oh, wow. Ice to an Eskimo?
Ice to an Eskimo.
There you go. Do you want a chocolate teapot? Nice.
Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Get all of your cards at Spellbound. There we go. Interesting decision here. I like it. I really do like it. So Adrian's just deciding we'll just go windswept and hope you brick your 2-drop, basically.
Do you think that, because different battlefields game 1?
Yes.
Do you think they both played their blind battlefield?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't, because amateur recital is obviously unconventional. I think it's an unconventional LeBlanc. I'm not too up to date on the current LeBlanc in this set, but I think that's a slightly unconventional thing. But they did lose their best battlefield last set with the bans as well. So maybe it is just the new technology. But windswept is definitely never your go second battlefield.
Makes sense.
Like that is your best battlefield. You are always picking windswept going first. So Adrian's probably hoping for a little bit of a brick, but that's fine.
So we are seeing the sentry down on the side of Ibrahim being played, and we are also going straight in for a duplication.
Yes.
Whereas the Black Rose Dignitary, as you said, a very staple for LeBlanc, come down on the side of Adrian. So a nice even start in terms of board state. However, Ibrahim already pushing up to these 2 points, really getting some advantage and developing the LeBlanc as well.
Yeah, he's just going to get like perfect point tempo here with units that you want to die. You want to draw these cards, right?
No, of course. And it looks like Adrian here now going after the clone version, duplicating it himself, and then going into the other side as well. So we are seeing 2 points apiece, but a complete board clear there from Adrian, which I feel like this is going to be a very back and forward game in that kind of regard.
Yeah, listen, as soon as you conquer one of them, you're just going to be able to swing the same unit over to the other one.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think what is quite interesting is Adrian has decided to stay with yellow LeBlanc, but Ibrahim's decided to move over to the blue LeBlanc, which is obviously has tremendous synergy with just stacking a singular battlefield, because my temporaries ain't going anywhere anymore.
No,
and I've got a backline, so I'm very unlikely to die. So Ibrahim could be thinking his strategies maybe changing a little bit with the windswept game, where I'm just going to hold my windswept to infinity. And when I need to flip the point tempo, I'm just going to send every single unit I've got holding with windswept over to your battlefield. So
yeah, no, it makes sense.
And it's on Adrian to break it, right?
No. Well, you know, who knows? There might be some lovely anti-hold cards in this color scheme. You never know.
Never know.
You never know.
Never know.
So still, Adrian just taking his time on these 5 runes. It looks like we're going for 3, recycle the 1 to develop the LeBlanc into the backline, which makes sense. Followed up by the bird as well, so it's a nice way to top it out. No Carfuses yet, though.
No, and that is one card that both players are going to be praying to draw.
Yeah, I wonder if it is a hard mulligan for Carfus.
I think it's got to be. It's got to be one of the best cards in this matchup, I'd imagine, or in any kind of matchup where you're not playing against purple. So we do see obviously the blue LeBlanc now going in, and if it then goes over to the other windswept, that will also conquer that. So then he stays on point tempo by going to 4. But he's obviously giving, every time he's doing this, he's giving Adrian 2 more runes, right? Possibly a 3rd rune as well with Scout as well. So Adrian's going to be ramping quite hard this game if these units do die. So
it looks like questioning here from Ibrahim, basically thinking, do I want this temporary unit to stay? And it looks like we might be leaning towards that rather than trying to double conquer.
Yeah.
Just saying, well, I've got my advantage. I can hold this battlefield, and I don't think there's going to be much you can do about it.
Yeah, I think he's on between 6 and 7 runes. I can't tell if there's 2 runes stuck behind towards the end, but he's definitely in Rex territory.
Yeah, for sure.
So if he's got a Rex and he wants to stack it on Hillock, then it's quite good, because then the other units have backline. So at minimum, Adrian would have to go 6 over into the Rex at minimum, and then obviously get a nice Rex trigger to maybe kill a unit in Adrian's backline. So I do like blue LeBlanc into this. I do think this strategy is probably a winning strategy, just because the fact that they've got backline is just so good.
Yeah, it's a very, again, an underappreciated keyword on the cards.
I'm hoping there's a little bit more to it, because I don't think Black Rose Dignitary is going to be sufficient to hold against. Because basically what Ibrahim wants, he just does not want his real blue LeBlanc to die. And so if Adrian only needs to do 2 damage to then get to the point where they've both got backline, that's going to be
take his pick.
Do you know what I mean? It's going to be quite easy to decide which one he does and doesn't want to kill. So
yeah, and we are just going for the full spend there, going into the baited hook and just tapping out, saying, well, I've got to hope that it's enough. Is there any way that you can get over this one?
So I wonder if Adrian's considering to dupe his Black Rose Dignitary on Windswept, because then it can go over for free because it has Assault. So then it at least picks apart the first Black Rose Dignitary on Ibrahim.
Yeah, you're basically going 1 for 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how many cards he's exactly got in hand. I don't think he's had too many draws, so he's probably on maybe 2 to 3 cards, not including the one he'll draw for turn. Because obviously he's only just awakened at the moment, still deciding if he wants to do his beginning phase trigger for the legend. I think it's a decent line, because Abraham's completely tapped out, right?
Yeah. As you say, doing it before you draw your card is quite an annoyance.
It is, yeah.
Balancing of the game.
Yeah, it's good. You don't get to see the next card before you decide. See, that's why if you start picking away at LeBlanc's hand, that's why it can be really difficult to decide if they want to do the beginning phase trigger or not. Okay, so he's going to decide to do it. Pitch in the Rex.
Yeah, pitching the Rex away, which is you'd like to think he must have another one in hand.
Possibly, yeah. Or he just thinks that this is going to be such a big tempo swing here that maybe the other 2 cards in his hand he's just putting at higher value. So yeah, if he sends the 3 over, it will trade with Dignitary, and then he only needs to do 4 might, which I think, if my LeBlanc knowledge is good, the yellow LeBlanc should have.
I think it's
Assault one, so it should also be
you
4.
might be correct.
Ooh, he's deciding to go with Blue Lilia. Okay, this is very interesting.
Sending across the Lilia and the bird, so we are just going full combat mode, full fight, full force. Holding back the LeBlanc, though.
Yeah, because it can assault for 4. That's just going to be just enough. So he's going to get a couple triggers there. But his real Lilia's gonna go.
Yeah, so Lilia has gone. We send in the LeBlanc afterwards.
Yeah, so he'll go even point tempo.
And bring out his own baited hook as well.
Very nice. So he's going to lose the white card that's just been flipped over is just the sprite that was generated from the movement of the purple Lilia. It just doesn't have a token for it. So it's essentially 3 might at both battlefields at the moment. It's an interesting line. I thought there maybe could have been an alternative line of just sending it in over just enough to get to the point where you're exploding blue LeBlanc and then kind of like trade LeBlancs like 4 into 4. And then once... but I do like the blue LeBlanc line. That's definitely a bit of spice. I don't think that's a normal card in LeBlanc, so it's quite an interesting one.
Yeah, and it's a very pretty card overall as well.
This is twice now that Ibrahim has essentially broken back into Adrian and then has been re-broken into his battlefield again. It's quite a tough perspective here, because then Adrian, if Ibrahim's not able to get back in straight away, Adrian basically goes to 6 for free here.
Yeah, no, you are right. And essentially all that's happened in this back and forth of gameplay is Adrian has gone 1 up in terms of points and a LeBlanc on the field. But Big Daddy Dragon decides, no, you're not sticking around anyway. Harness Dragon comes down, picking off the LeBlanc at the battlefield. And it looks like we were... Oh, no, questioning.
I'm not sure if I don't know. Like you've always got to think in LeBlanc, like, what am I looking for? It's that age-old perspective. Like, yeah, I can run 6 stack decks, but you need to know the card you're looking for. Whereas what's the point of going through your deck?
Exactly
right? So
that.
What would Ibrahim be looking here for? Because Adrian's got no unit, so he can't go for another harness. So he's deciding not to do it. I think that's the better play, because then you can at least try and conquer with, it, and then maybe destroy the copyright.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, okay. Is that a mixologist?
Yeah, it's going to be Glass Mixologist, which is obviously like the best card in basically LeBlanc. You're able to just recur all of your 3 drops and underback.
Which typically would be the Kha'Zix's target, but I'm guessing here it's the Rose which would be coming. And we're not going to, we're just going to go straight in for the hook.
Yeah, so obviously this card is normally really, really good with Karthus. You're able to recur your Karthuses back once they get eaten in your base. I don't think Adrian pitched many Karthuses, or I didn't see, because the
I don't
graveyard
believe
stacks.
so. I think
Gets the Lilia back. Interesting. It all kind of fits into place now a little bit.
so. I think that Lilia was from the baited hook trigger,
Gotcha.
and then I think
So
now
we've
we're
got to
doing,
resolve the glass. Okay, which could also be another Lilia, because there is one in there, isn't there?
I believe so.
So we
yes.
could have double Lilia, and I believe they can also both be double accelerated. Yeah. So Adrian is still threatening to go to 6 here. Okay, he's deciding to go with
LeBlanc and Lilia taking over 1 battlefield, taking up to 5 point total.
Yeah, it'll take him to 5, and now he's got a potential Legends trigger if he wants to go to 6, which I don't know how many cards he's got in hand. The white card in his base is just going to be a Lilia token that he doesn't have from the Lilia move. But yeah, Glask is such a strong card that we didn't see in game 1 from either of them.
No. And it looks like we are going with it. We are going into the second one with that Lilia, and we get the extra token onto the battlefield, stocking up the first Lilia as well. Now making it very difficult for that dragon to get over the top.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have got the magical numbers of 6 points on the board for Adrian. So next turn, we could be looking at lethal, which Ibrahim, don't get me wrong, is going to be incredibly aware of. And this dragon, you'd like to think is going to do a little bit of work at least in this turn.
Yeah, you'd imagine it would be able to break into at least 1.
Yes.
And he would go to 4. Lilia is a very interesting card. I thought it would be played maybe a little bit more with the blue LeBlanc, where because you're creating temporary smites, and then blue LeBlanc obviously keeps temporary units.
Yeah,
so kind of a little bit of
Makes
synergy
sense.
there. So it's a very interesting card. I think Adrian quite likes it because it has the accelerate option. So it's another it's a low cost accelerate option, which sometimes you do need in LeBlanc just to get onto the battlefield and start doing your legend ability. So it's an interesting card choice.
The color scheme is slightly lacking in terms of accelerate options.
Definitely, yeah.
Really.
Normally, your most generic one would just be Watcher, right? And which is obviously like a bit of a mammoth card. It's like
eight cost accelerated unit, not really fulfilling the same role as low to the ground, go wide.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, definitely a cool inclusion for sure.
It makes a tremendous amount of sense on Hillock as well, because you can obviously, if you're already controlling a Hillock, you can just play Lilia to the battlefield. You can ready Lilia. And then once it moves from that battlefield, you're then leaving a 3 might sprite in its place, right? So it's essentially replacing itself might-wise, but then also moving somewhere else.
So we do see the dragon going into the clone in one battlefield, being duplicated and readying up the next one. So we imagine it's going to swing across into the second battlefield, trying to break in.
Yeah, so we've got 6 into 6 there. It would be, because there's not really a lot of might buffs in these two color pairings, really. But we could also see a hook onto this Rex that maybe then decides to target the real Lilia or maybe LeBlanc in base, and then maybe we can see what we get from the hook. Or we could just go over and trade 6 into 6 with Ibrahim's reflection token into Adrian's Hillock. So he's definitely got some options. He's obviously going to be considering something. He's also got a couple runes up as well. So maybe if he doesn't want to expend the hook, maybe he just wants to sacrifice Rex, or maybe wants to play a Carthus. That would be fantastic right now.
No, it does look like you are right. We are going fishing. We are killing off the Rex, seeing what we can find. But first of all, Rex trigger.
Yeah, I think the ordering is, I think you have to resolve hook first, and then you do the Rex trigger. Which is obviously probably more beneficial to you, because if you then decide that maybe you find another Harness Dragon, you can then pick off another creature, and then you can do your Rex trigger to finish off the other creature. So
yeah,
it's probably in your favour to resolve the hook anyway, which I think is mandatory.
Yeah, look through, get all your information first, rather than
see what you can pull out, right?
Yeah, for sure. Oh, and we see a Vi. Interesting.
Ooh, that is very interesting.
And Baited Hook, what a cool card that is.
Yeah.
Slightly underwhelming on release, I'd like to say, but all of a sudden now it's kind of found its true home.
Yeah, I think we just need more cards to figure it out from set 1. It was like, there was some coolest. I think any card that kind of dictates a way to play the game is always going to be a really fun, intuitive card, and it's definitely found its place now in the game. So yeah, Ibrahim's kind of like, this has literally just been a complete back and forth every single turn from both of these players. It's been, I do a really good turn, and then I start to hold, and then the reverse flips break over, and they get broken.
So the Baited Hook on the side of Adrian being answered there.
I think that's just game, yeah. Watcher does the job.
Watcher does the job, as it has done many times before.
Wow.
Well played by both players there. What a fun interactive game that is. LeBlanc Mirror. Who saw that coming, right?
I would not have seen the LeBlanc Mirror coming. Especially, it was really interesting. That I'm glad that we did bring up the conversation about the battlefield choices when it comes to mirrors, because I do think that is like a big mind game that players can do. And obviously we did mention the possibilities of a double Hillock and how that would play out. Obviously there is complete randomness of if one of them just bricks their 2-drop, it's just a crazy battlefield. But
yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it was a really interesting game, because every single turn they just completely broke both of their battlefields all the time. It was just like a complete back and forth carnage fest, essentially. So it was a very close game too. The game 1, I think, probably got away from Ibrahim a little bit with some clever use of how Adrian used his cards, like getting the X out and then sacrificing it and then picking off his backline and then going in. So it reduced the amount of value that Ibrahim was able to get.
Yeah, you could see that Adrian there almost a little bit more versed in the value engine,
possibly,
trying to just got his head around it a little bit quicker than Ibrahim, and you could see that is basically what drove the winning in both games.
Definitely.
And just the power at the end there of Watcher.
Yeah.
It's done it before, it'll do it again, just saying, well, -3 to everything accelerated.
We brought up earlier, didn't we? Like, yeah, the interesting addition of Lilia in regards to like, well, what's the only other version of like a blue accelerate unit? It's just going to be Watcher. So it just showed you why it's in the deck. It's
for sure.
It's ridiculous, right? So it's able to smash through, and then a clean 2-0 for Adrian. So he's going to be a 3-0 LeBlanc. You'd imagine that potentially he's probably maybe on track for top cut.
Yeah, he's got
at this rate, if he
at
keeps
least
going.
2 bites of the cherry, I guess, is the way to look at it.
Exactly, yeah. So hopefully we'll see another LeBlanc matchup in top 8.
Yeah, what, another LeBlanc mirror? Maybe.
I don't know about that.
Be interesting. I don't know about that. Okay, fine. But no, very fun. We've got 2 more rounds left of Swiss. And potentially after this one, three more rounds. There you go. 3 more rounds left of Swiss. Yeah, and the lunch break after this one. So after this, as you say, might see some dreaded ids.
Yes, we'll see what's get through. We're keeping an eye on UVS standings, and we'll see if we can pick out some fun matches. Obviously, like after I mentioned this before, it's just the nature of ID. So once we get to the point where people are 4-0 wins, some people will most likely ID, which means we won't have the possibility of maybe seeing those players until top cut. So we'll try and pick out a pretty cool game for round 4 before we start seeing these IDs, and we'll see what we've got. I know there's some Vexes in. We've got some Victors that are doing quite well. We've obviously got Rengars doing quite well, so we'll pick hopefully a fun matchup. But we thought this one was pretty cool.
I think it's very
a little
good
mirror.
indeed.
You don't get to see mirrors too often.
No, not at all.
A 50-player tournament, so yeah.
And don't worry, it's not that you won't get to see the top end of gameplay. We're going to have some riveting stuff because winning ins are always fun.
Winning ins are always fun. I can guarantee you we'll absolutely be putting a winning in before we go to top cut, because the tension on the line there is always palpable. So yeah, definitely we'll be doing that.
Exactly that. Well, we're going to be going for a slightly longer intermission this time. As I say, we've got about half hour left of the round, and then we've got a nice little lunch break. We get a little bit of a breather, as do the guys playing the game. So, but do come back. We're going to be about an hour and a half. We'll be here for the rest of the day, bringing you some lovely Riftbounding from here, Spellbound. So take care. See you soon. Be back.
Yes, welcome back to the Spellbound Showdown. We have decided quickly before lunch to grab Adrian before he goes to run to talk about a little bit of the matchup, because obviously Adrian's played a lot of LeBlanc games, especially in London. So obviously the mirror is an interesting matchup against any deck that you're playing. So how was your kind of feeling before you went into the game in regards to like how do you view the mirror, the LeBlanc mirror?
To be honest, I think I was just surprised you guys picked the mirror because I mean, you said it yourself. It's just a little bit coin flippy.
Yeah.
If whether hit your early drops or not, whether you hit the ramp or not. I think both games I hit my ramp while Ibrahim didn't. So it felt really like I just ran away to the game because I could start like slamming down all my big units and he's still stuck trying to like find his ramp. Yeah.
What was like the mulligan decision? What you're thinking about mulligan is like a certain card you want to be like finding straight away, or like you're throwing away two. I need to find this one thing. Like what's the mulligan like in the mirror?
I think the main thing, or like, well, I say the main thing, ramp obviously.
Yeah, of course.
That's where you can actually play your cards.
Yeah.
But the second thing I look for is mirror image.
Okay.
Because in the mirror, in the case where they ramp first, they'll be the first one to play the big unit.
Yeah.
But if you mirror image it immediately, you then basically cheated out a big unit without like setting up or anything. So it's like it depends on who slams the big unit and who has mirror image.
Yeah.
To like copy that.
Interesting.
And then you work off that.
So even if like you don't get your ramp, you're saying like if I've got mirror image and they start to run away with the game a little bit, at least I can slightly catch up with this big guy that I can copy as well.
Yes, basically the mirror image is quite key in the mirror the mirror, to the point that even sometimes I side out all my big units and just try to rely on the mirror image.
Interesting.
The big units.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's kind of just like an additional copy of your more bigger units, right? Yeah, cool. And how do you think with the mirrors as well, especially when I go into mirrors as well, it's like you can't just go with your normal battlefield plan of like, this is my blind battlefield, this is my go first battlefield, this is my go second. It doesn't work like that in mirrors because then you're giving too many. It's their best battlefield as well, right? So how do you navigate when you're going into the mirror, like how it's going to change your battlefield choices?
I think it's a bit weird because LeBlanc is, I would say, somewhat solved, but the battlefield choices are really staple already. Star Spring, Hillock +1.
Yeah.
I think the +1 slot is a bit iffy right now.
Yeah.
I'm currently running an amateur recital because more movements always great for LeBlanc when you don't want your units to be stuck on one battlefield. When I was going into it, I was thinking he's probably going to run Star Spring. That's the staple. I'm not sure how much experience Ibrahim has on LeBlanc, but that's kind of a standard. If you don't know what to do, you default to Star Spring.
Gotcha.
So I was like, I'm just going to try and slam my my go second battlefield and say, hey, if I hit go first, I mean, I get Star Spring anyway.
Yep.
If I get to go second, I'm not bad. I can sit on amateur recital and start trying to shove units in the turn after.
Gotcha.
Back onto Star Spring and try work from there.
What was the idea with then? So you've won game one.
Yep.
We'll talk a little bit game one, but just in regards to battlefields, you've won game one, so you've now got, obviously you've only got your other two battlefields. Like, what made you want to go Hillock going second? Because you're predicting that Ibrahim's probably going to go Hillock.
So
game
obviously,
one, right?
It's like the best battlefield for LeBlanc. Everyone complains about
Absolutely,
it.
Absolutely,
yeah. The way I think about it is if they're going first, their two drops are what? Bird, Sentry, Honest Broker now with the new LeBlanc. I think new, but it's what the best of LeBlanc had. There are one or two might. Even just the yellow LeBlanc from Champ Zone is 4.
Yeah.
So it always goes over that. So the idea is you just eat their units by matching Hillock, so you can just always just go around. And even if they duplicate, it'll be 2 might or 4 might. 4 might's a bit iffy with if they get the broker.
Yeah.
It wasn't that much of a fear before Barca, but now it's still a trade with yellow LeBlanc. So yeah.
It's interesting, yeah. But I get what you're saying. It's just his early game units, even if he does decide to clone them and then go over, they're only going to be 1 might. Whereas your turn one play is always going to be more than enough to get over, and then you clone it and then it goes back over. So that's pretty much how that game 2 went. It just went. It was like he played his units and went 2, 4, 6, and then he just always blew you out, and then you just blew him out. And then it got to a point where he couldn't do that anymore. Yeah, it was just like he blew you out, you blew out, and it just like kept crossing over. Yeah. And then in regards to let me think about this. In regards to some spicy cards in the deck, like I'm pretty sure, maybe I'm just Adrian brain, but I'm pretty sure Lily is not a conventional LeBlanc card, right? But it worked out really well.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about some of the like the unconventional cards? Maybe cards you're just testing in general, as you've played like LeBlanc for like 1.5 sets now. So
I can't take credit for Lilia.
Okay.
Another player that's here today, what was his name? I know his in-game name is One Model.
Okay.
He was the one who brought it up to me when we were at Barca. We were talking about it, and it was like, it it's kind of the idea is it's a cheap accelerate unit.
Yeah.
So a lot of times is how do you get to the other battlefield, right?
Yeah.
And usually you can clear the other battlefield with like hooking Rexes or hooking Rexes into harness or just playing harness. You can clear that 1 unit or 2 units. But now how do you get there?
Yeah.
So the Lilia just gives you another option of saying, hey, I can now move in. And if you leave battlefields open, you can always just like walk in with a Lilia.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's also just 3 might as well.
It's pretty good on the Hillock game because it gives you an option to just directly play the Lilia to the battlefield, readying it and then going over. So that's quite good. And then I know you've got certain views, but how do you view the 2 champion units? Because I don't ever see you playing the blue LeBlanc much at all, if ever. Yeah. Whereas obviously Ibrahim in the second game decided to go with the blue LeBlanc with the backline to maybe try and just fortify 1 and then go over, but it didn't really seem to work. So how do you feel between the two champion units?
So it's a bit odd because obviously blue LeBlanc is great on Hillock. The moment that you set up, you just start duplicating. As long as you have like 2 or 3, it always overwhelms the amount of like removal the opponent has.
Yeah.
But there are still some decks that can say, hey, even if you have two blue LeBlancs copied, I can kill both of them because my unit is, let's say, Yi with punch first, Rengar.
Sure.
You'll probably just kill all your units. So sometimes you just don't run it. And also in those matchups where if you play it in base, it's gonna die.
Yeah.
So it ended up being why I played yellow LeBlanc in that specific matchup is that I know it's the 3-drop that I can guarantee.
Yeah.
And it also goes over a lot of his 2-drops, even copy 2-drop, and even if he sticks both the Honest Brokers on one battlefield, it's the 4 trade.
Yeah.
But it's just generally based on like whether they can comfortably deal with it or not. A lot of less meta decks struggle into that, and that's usually a very, very free win when you have it. Even on Hillock, even on like my last battlefield, it could just stick and eventually just
it's like that consistency upper, like, because did you win the dice or did you lose dice?
I don't remember. I think I won, but I didn't hit the 2-drop.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I think when we moved into the game, it was like slightly past turn 1. So it's just that consistency upper, right? Like if you're playing it at the champ zone, you're playing it turn 1, like when you go 30, even though you lose a rune, but you still got that piece because then it's got assault 1. It can go over most 2-drops if people decide to just leave the unit in there. So it makes a lot of sense. Anything you don't want to play against before you get to top cut? Like I know obviously LeBlanc's its issues are like how I describe LeBlanc is how I describe it. It's like it's the fairest unfair deck.
Yeah.
Like
what you see is what you get.
Exactly right. What it does it so well. But then when you start playing against some of these like more unfair decks or like a lot of the bounce stuff with Pants or with the purple domain, it's a bit like it gets exposed a little bit. So like what do you not want to play against? Or what do you not want to see before you get to top cut? Because obviously everyone's goal is to get to top cut, and then what happens in top cut happens in top cut. But the consistency of getting to top cut is what matters, right, for most of the players here today.
I'd say anything purple. Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Broken color.
I'll give you that, yeah.
The worst one specifically Diana, because I know they have Gust always. It always happens. And Azir is actually quite a tough matchup.
Okay.
They go too fast. You can't clear enough stuff. Sometimes you can cheat a win here and there, but it's like it's one of those few decks that even if you kill everything, they can still somehow have 20 might moving in.
Yeah. So we've got a lot of Kennen. I think we've got a couple of Diana. I think we've got one Azir today. So how's the Kennen matchup? Because everyone put it as like best deck in format before Barca. Gets smoked by On. Drops 1 game in 5 best of 3s. And now it's like it's still viewed as the boogeyman deck. It's like it's a very good deck. So how do you think the matchup is, Kennen to LeBlanc?
It's purple. What else do I need to say?
Say less. Fair enough. Say less.
Perfect.
Cool. Yeah. Any last words on LeBlanc?
No, actually, just
print some more Death Note units.
Yeah, that's. Wish that happens, but can I give a shout out?
Of course, you can do what you want. Yeah.
Give a shout out to JRB.
JRB.
John Riftbound.
What's JRB? What's John Riftbound?
It's my team.
Your team?
Oh, I'm part of it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's a bunch of friends.
Yep.
I won't say we're good at the game. We're okay at the game, I guess. We got a caster in the team as well. Sat next to me. But yeah.
It's a fun little like community get together. Like obviously, a lot of people have been playing London. We've grown some good friendships, and it's just like a bit of a laugh, isn't it? But you know, some of us are way better than others, which is good because then we get to go to Barcelona and do very well. But yeah, cool. Hopefully we'll see you in Top Cut. Thank you very much for the interview, Adrian.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time. You can go. You are allowed to leave and get some lunch.
I already had breakfast. So
cool. Yeah. So hopefully we might grab some more people. We might do some fun stuff. We might do some interviews, or we might just let people go for lunch. But yeah, we might not be back. If we don't see you, we'll see you back for the game after lunch. If you do see us, we might be grabbing another interview or doing some fun content. So we'll see you in a bit. Hopefully, if not, we'll see you in the next round.
Hello, everyone, and we are back.
Yes.
I am Frankie here with Kane, joined for the back end, the back three of Swiss for the Spellbound Showdown.
Lunch break's done.
Lunch break's done.
Straight into some action. I believe we have a Rengar and a Kennen. I know we definitely got Rengar, but I think they're playing against a Kennen, so hopefully we'll be able to jump into that shortly because I know the players are itching to go or possibly already started to stay on track with our schedule. So yeah, Rengar-Kennen matchup is quite interesting. I think it's only the slightly losing matchup into the kind of like top meta decks that Kennen has. So we'll see how versed the Rengar player is. Obviously, it's a crazy deck, right? That kind of got it kind of got blown into the limelight by Prismat winning the 600-man Ottawa Showdown.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a big one.
He didn't lose. I think he lost like 2 games in like 12 rounds of Swiss and Top Cut. So he kind of firmly put that deck on the map. Obviously, it had a very good showing previously by Sam D. Sherman, a regional finalist, but Prismat's take on the deck was slightly different.
Okay.
And this list has kind of exploded into the forefront. So, yeah, we've got Billy piloting this Rengar deck, which I think he's been playing it since towards the end of set 2. If my local knowledge is quite good on Billy, into Sam Cotton, which we saw earlier with the Kennen, right?
Yeah, for sure. And already straight into the action here. I mean, first point scored by Billy, taking it up. But we've got 2 tasty safe folks. Look at them.
Irresistible, yeah.
Irresistible. Look at them.
Irresistible. That card is an absolute menace.
Yeah.
It's, the absolute pinnacle of Rengar is playing that turn too. Just a charm on a body.
That's an Inferno, I think, in the top.
Yeah. We've got an Inferno on Starspring. Obviously, a ridiculously good card in Rengar, right? Just the additional might on it just turns it into like a 4 might combat trick, basically.
Yeah.
So it's quite ridiculous.
Meanwhile, it looks like on the side of Sam, there's just been a lot of filtering going on. Maybe a free Nocturne as we play out a seal and develop our champion from the champion zone, seeing Kennen enter the fray. But again, just another development turn here, it looks like. I wonder if we are going to push this Nocturne in. No, we are just passing it back over with 1 left standing. Interesting choice just to leave the Inferno there.
I think it's just like, this is such a difficult spot for Sam because Billy's not only got 1, but he's got 2 irresistible Fae folks, right? So ideally, I suppose the Kennen game plan would just be slow down Rengar enough to the point where I can just take over and just do all my silly Kennen things. But Rengar isn't going to allow you that option with Fae folks because you're going to keep dragging in all of your material and just killing it for free.
Yeah.
And Starspring is just so ridiculous, right? Because any ambush unit gets, here we go. He's just showing it literally what I'm about to say. He's going to drag the unit in, pay the Rengar from base, bounce the Fae folk back with Starspring, and you just lose material for free, and I just gain a point. So,
which is interesting there, unless, obviously Sam knows his deck better than we are, but kind of playing into that line there, just developing the Kennen for it to just get picked off,
I think
really.
like you just got no choice. I think this card, I think we saw it really well in the last showdown we had with Ollie playing cards, because this card is just ridiculous. Like you can't not play units. You need units to score points, right? So you have to develop. You can't not develop, and then Billy's just going to be like, okay, cool, you develop, I'm just going to kill a unit for free. I gain more material. I stay on even points. I'm going to keep developing because my deck is like 80 million units. Like this Rengar is just going to keep developing units. It's not going to randomly just brick its hand, right? So
yeah, it's true. Everything with ambush. Anything with ambush.
So I guess you could say at the moment we've got a 6 for 6 if the Nocturne decides to go into the Rengar with the Kennen legend ability, which would trade, which, to be fair, probably isn't a good trade for Sam, considering he's 3 points down to 0, right? So
yeah, and realistically, I don't think at this point Sam is ahead in any demographic of the game. Like in terms of units on board, no. Rune economy, maybe just about. Cards in hand, not particularly. So it's quite a dominant position right now for Billy.
Yeah, Sam just pitched a Baron, so maybe he isn't on a matriarch list, or I maybe had alluded to earlier, because I know some of them run quite a lot of Barons, but some of them just run the one-off Baron with the Harrowing, so maybe he is on the Harrowing list. So that's a scary prospect for Rengar, like 12 might coming out quite early. Could be a little bit of a game flip here if Sam does have the Harrowing. If he's got enough purple runes to play all of the combination of cards. So that's something that Billy will have to think about for the rest of the game now that the Baron's in the bin.
Yeah. But our first Rengar of the day, which is it might be the only Rengar here, actually. I can't remember.
Yeah, there's not. I think there was a couple, maybe like 3 or 4, but this is our only 3-0 Rengar. So yeah, we decided to get Billy on. Billy, like I said, Billy's been playing the deck for at least towards the end of last set. I know he took Rumble to one of the RQs previously, and then has been on Rengar since. So he's a very versed Rengar player. Plays a lot of games. He's a very good player. So I think it's a very nice alt-art Rengar there.
It is
the Trophy Hunter in its full art.
Yeah. And the Lightning Rush just going through there, sifting through the top 3 cards, seeing what we can find into the trash. And it looks like this turn the Rengar is going to get to hold up to 4. Oh, but we're coming in with a Titan, bringing back that Nocturne, keeping him nice and safe. Well, you'd think so, anyway, if there wasn't a nice, another little Fey Folk.
So Sam wants to develop, but yeah, we've still got a Fey Folk, right? So we're still going to eat something in his base, probably. Maybe not for free, but at least a very advantageous trade for Billy, right? So
yeah, exactly that. And the Inferno's now going to be running with Assault, I believe.
Yeah, so it's Assault 3 on attack, and then obviously if Billy decides to maybe play like something like a Pit Rook, just imagine Pit Rook. Like normally it's just 2 and you get a buff, so it's quite overstated. But then with Rengar, it's another additional might, right? Yeah. So you're getting 2 additional might from a Pit Rook. So that Rengar, that Inferno can immediately get to some crazy mites. Obviously, like Billy would prefer to be like crashing into much bigger units. Like this is just a tide turner. Like you want to, you always want to use the minimum amount you need to go over a unit, right? So just an Inferno alone would go over tide turner quite happily, but it would put Billy on uneven points, so maybe he doesn't think it's necessary. He could just spend a turn to just completely develop his base and just go, cool, I'm on 4 points.
Oh, we're coming out with a Sabotage, saying, let's see that hand. Oh, Ride the Wind, last rights as well. Damn, some big pieces in there to be plucked out.
The Fizz as well. So even if we do decide to get rid of Ride the Wind, I know it will recycle back to us, but you've got to be taking
the last rights is instantly being plucked.
But that is considerations now, Billy, you have to think about, because we've got essentially like 2 Ride the Winds, right, with the Fizz. So even if, like, let's say the line that I was thinking about before, let's just pull back, let's develop to base. Well, Sam's just going to get 2 points for free and have no material on my base. So it wouldn't necessarily play out too well for Billy in that perspective with the Ride the Winds he's seen. So it might change his game plan a little bit now.
Yeah, and he does decide to send the Inferno in after this Tide Turner. Maybe just valuing the triggers there and getting up to that 5 points.
Yeah, we see Billy throw away maybe the best or maybe the better orange cards that got introduced this set, which is Rampage, which is essentially just a better challenge. You're able to just play the free resources if you need it, and if you decide to pay the orange power, you can give your unit +2. So in circumstances where unit's already buffed, you can just play the 3 and no power, and okay, cool, we decide to do damage to each other. But if not, then you can pay the additional orange. It just makes it a bit more flexible than challenge. So I think that's why quite a lot of people like it.
Nice. And the Grim Apothecary coming down now. Yep. So the Fey Folk, again, is still going back, surviving, picking off the Nocturne this time.
This is a crazy combo. So Grim can obviously bounce any unit back to hand, which I believe Billy is possibly targeting the Inferno, which is a very aggressive combat trick, right? So something that you might want later on in the game, but not necessarily leave it by itself. But because you're also on Starspring, I can also move a unit back.
What a big turn there for Billy. So it looks like he actually decided to bounce back his own Grim Apothecary.
Interesting, yeah.
And then playing out, as you say, the better challenge.
Yes.
To clear off the Rasta in the backline as well. And as we've already seen the last rights go, it probably isn't coming back for a little bit.
No, that's gone. That ain't coming back. You can just see the strength of this tempo that this card can give. Like, this Fey Folk card is just... It is just ridiculous. It is, in every sense of the way. It's such a good card, and Billy's putting it to its best use possible in this game. I don't think Sam has had a single unit go over to his turn after his passed.
No, yeah, genuinely. Every single thing is being picked apart.
It's just been deleted.
Yeah. Hard tempo Rengar is what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's such a good deck. Like, all these combat tricks are just units. It just works so well, the list that's been put together by Prismat, really, that people have seemed to be adopting. And the thing is, like, these cards like Grim Apothecary and Inferno, they don't cost power. So like Billy's rune economy is like pretty damn good. Like, he's not having to chew through his runes like an unbelievable amount to get these kind of like winning trades. He just needs to just play his good units. Yeah. his good costed units, which then become overstated because of Rengar.
Yeah. But we are seeing an aggressive push here with the Rasa being taken in by the Ride the Wind and then move back into safety, scoring up the second point and removing the Inferno. And some tentacles coming back out now.
Yeah, I think a bit of a development turn from Sam because, like, I get the Ride the Wind because he needs to protect his Rasa because it's just going to get eaten, right? Well, I mean, it's probably going to get eaten anyway because it's in as a Faith Folk. But yeah, it makes sense in theory. You'd want to Ride the Wind, right? Because then it's not gonna be left there in a battlefield.
Not free pickings.
Like, I mean, Billy, like, it depends how much slow he wants to play. He could just get an extra point here and then just develop and pass, right? And Sam's still got 2-3 more turns before he can like win the game, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
There's so much time Billy's got here now. He's just bought himself so much time, but he'll want to push the pressure on because obviously we've still got Rengar's signature ability, which we haven't seen, which can always score a point on your opponent's turn. We've got Kinku Initiate here, which is really becoming a really good orange staple. I think people have kind of realized that this card is just kind of ridiculous. Like it's just a 3 might dude with no power cost that just draws a card. It's just a good card.
Yeah, it's a very good staple. Any free cost that doesn't cost you any power, doing an additional thing, as we've seen across the time of Riftbound, always going to be beneficial.
Yeah. I'm sure there'll probably be some first mates in here as well, and so Billy's 3 drops are going to be quite stacked. But yeah, it's such a good. Just develops his board a little bit, kills the unit, right? Like it's just too good. Unfortunately, you can see Billy laughing because I think he kind of realizes. Yeah, honestly, like when you're in this position, I don't even know if there is anything Sam can do. Like honestly, like whatever he plays, the Faith Folk's still alive. It's just gonna get eaten. Like
just getting picked apart bit by bit.
I really don't know what Sam can do. It just feels like it's such a slightly doomed position that, and Billy just needs to go to 8 really. I mean, you can do some tricky things with the 10Ds, 10Ds and switcheroo maybe options, but it's just delaying the inevitable. It feels like a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I fully agree. Yeah. But well played by both players there for the game 1 of round 4. Billy taking the first one 1-0.
Obviously, we jumped into the game a little bit later, but we saw Billy had 2 Faith Folks out, like just like I don't know what the hell happened. Maybe he just hit the absolute nuts on his mulligan, but that card is. Especially when you're going first, we don't know who won the dice roll or not, but that card is just so good.
Yeah, it's really broken quite a lot of these more aggressive decks that we didn't really see that kind of style of gameplay until it come around.
Yeah, it's such a tempo heavy card, right? It just allows the Rengar to just stay on top throughout the whole game. Like how many times did we see Sam like develop a Nocturne or develop a Rasa and he's like, oh, they've both just been eaten by a guy holding a carrot. Like this is just, how can he keep getting away with this?
Because he's irresistible.
He is irresistible. But yeah, obviously, like if Billy did win the dice, then obviously if he went first, like Rengar's win rate when they go first with Faith Folk is probably like sub 70%. It's just that ridiculous.
Yeah,
so
it's a very crazy combo.
Obviously a little bit lucky there. That's why we played TCGs, right? Billy seeing 2 of them, and so I think Sam was able to get rid of 1 eventually. So maybe praying for some Faith Folk downfall here.
And both players going into their sideboards now, just picking up their additional little bits and pieces that they've packed for these kind of well-known matchups, really. These are not nothing that the guys wouldn't have seen before. So I'm sure they're very well-versed in what they're looking for, what they're trying to mulligan into, and the exact game plans they're going to try and execute to get their way to victory. And there's the extra large battlefield.
They're really just laughing as he put it out. I think he must have got that from Barcelona. That is brilliant. I wonder what it's going to be. Is it going to be Treasure Hoard? I'm trying to think of the oversized battlefields now with what Rengar runs. So, I'm probably losing my little bit of knowledge here, but it could be the one that generates a gold, which would be quite funny.
Yeah,
he's having a laugh. He's loving it. That thing is monstrous.
Yeah.
How do you even pack that in your bag? Where does that go in your deck box? Please, someone explain that to me. Where does it go?
It's very true. And when someone says you can't buy happiness, just remind them of Billy here, thoroughly enjoying his own oversized battlefield.
I think it's so stupid. I love it.
It's wonderful. Who can resist?
So we saw Starspring, and what did we see for Sam for the Game 1 Battlefield?
It looked kind of like Zorn.
Zorn, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Zorn.
So, yeah, Starspring's just going to be so ridiculous for Billy. Makes sense why it would be the blind, and then Zorn's a little bit. I mean, Zorn's still going to be really good for Billy as well. So it almost kind of feels like he had a double Battlefield there.
No, you are 100% correct.
I'll be interested if we see any of the newer Battlefields. Some of them have gained some traction, but some of them obviously haven't. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Empress Dias. I didn't realize that was a giant battlefield. Oh, speaking of new battlefields, I think we have
Oh, I can't really see it, to be fair.
I can't really see it either, but I think this could be Sand Swept Tomb.
Yeah, you might be right.
But I don't know.
Yes.
Does it look like that?
It does look like that.
Oh,
yeah,
I just pulled it up, but it's getting cut a little bit. Yeah, I think that's Sand Swept Tomb. Obviously, it's really good. It allows you to keep your rune economy a lot healthier, which is obviously pretty good because like Sam's going to be targeting his own units with stuff like Switcheroo. If you're going to cast Switcheroo from hand, it's only going to cost you 1 power, and any kind of stuff like that, really. Oh, that is a new card that is definitely going to be a sideboard card. It's called Noxus something, which is really bad because I should know. But basically, when he conquers, depending on the might of his unit, he can kill an enemy gear of the same might or under. So it's a 2-drop for 1 might. If it just conquers, it's going to eat something for 1 resource or lower. So it's really good at eating seals, essentially.
Yeah, makes sense.
I can't seem to pull it up at the moment. So, but yeah, it's really good. It's going to be a sideboard card for sure. Sam's going to be really afraid to be pulling out his seals now because that's just threatening to conquer for free. That battlefield looks so funny. Oh god.
Yeah, dear. The traveling
doesn't even cover the bottom half. So he's deciding to do the trigger. He's going to pay the 1. Obviously, that's the rules have been amended now, where you have to pay the 1 instead of some ridiculous nonsense of before where you could bounce it for free. See, we're getting a free unit basically for 1 resource. It's not bad, is it at all?
No,
so
2 might unit for 1 resource is very, very solid. And then replaying out the traveling merchant as well to optimize our efficiency of runes.
Yeah. So let's see. We got the Pit Rook now.
Rookie. Nice.
We love this card. One of my favorite cards. Such a good unit.
And we are just going to go in for the trade. Oh no, because he gets the additional +1.
Yeah, so it's going to give him the buff. It's going to get the +1 from Rengar. So 3/2, and then I'm pretty sure Billy's going to want to try and bounce this. I'm going to assume because he wants to keep the Noxus alive in case he decides to ever play a seal.
No, he does not.
Is he declining?
He
so how many's left up? 3 up. Okay. Yeah. So this could be a little bit of a Rengar signature spell trickery going on here.
It definitely could be.
We could be like, cool, I'm just going to go over to Sandswept. And then it could drop.
And you can see Sam's face. He's thinking the exact same thing we are. Huh. Why have you not bounced this back?
Yeah, you'd think you would not want to leave that exposed. So one thing that Sam could do here is maybe develop. He's not really going to get many accelerate units, but you could develop into Sandswept and then decide to challenge the Noxus, because then if he does want to use the Rengar signature spell, he's going to be doing it into an already occupied battlefield and probably lose that fight, right? So maybe the options aren't available to Sam in regards to some of his units, but it's always a good tech to do into Rengar. You just go to the other battlefield, try and hold it with more might than what the unit would come over him for. So
that makes perfect sense. So we are coming in with a gusting away back to hand.
So what's really cool here is, like, obviously because a lot of these ambush units are reaction speed, if this Noxus unit had like an extra might, if it was, let's say, already on 3 and then Billy decided to play an ambush unit with the Rengar ability, it would go to 4, and then the Gust would no longer be active. But because it's only on 2, Billy would have to play 2 units, or maybe now he can decide to do his Rengar signature spell because you can do it in reaction to Gust, which obviously would then make Gust fizzle, and it would start a delayed showdown in the other battlefield. Grim Apothecary is also insane here.
Yeah, the Apothecary is very nice indeed.
So you've got 4 Might Defender.
Yeah.
And a bounce unit back to your hand. And you've essentially kind of pseudo drawn a card because your unit's gone back to your hand. And Sam's lost a card, and you're still 4 into 4.
Yeah, crazy.
Very, very well played there from Billy. He mapped it all out. The highest might that Sam could do on the battlefield would only ever be 4 with Kennan's legend ability. So,
and yeah, Sam, nothing left to do other than develop the Kennen from the champion spot. Just again, kind of being tempoed out.
Yeah.
But there's the Rasa that we mentioned before, costing the 1 power. Already kind of doing a crazy amount of value, but the rune economy of Sam being held off those seals really starting to show now. As for the next phase of gameplay, we're only going to have 5 runes available for Sam against what's looking like, I can't see now, 7, I think.
Yeah, I think Billy's gone to 7 here. I mean, like, the fact that the longer the game goes on, that Billy hasn't actually deployed his champion unit just shows how good this deck is, because that is like the best card in orange, probably, like, by far, right? This Rengar Trophy Hunter card is just absolute nonsense, right? So the fact that he hasn't even need to deploy or even thinking about deploying it just shows you how much confidence Billy's got at the moment.
Yeah, and quite happily there just to pay the 1, bounce back to hand, and create the Sand Soldier, which, being made, so an extra little piece of
mind. Like, it's like a free unit you can just leave there and hopefully that it holds, or if it doesn't, then you've not actually lost any real material, right? So, like I said, Billy's not really chomping at his runes, so he's probably more than happy enough to just leave the 1 up. Just pay the 1, sorry.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I mean, Sam's in a pretty decent position here now. He's just developed onwards of 10 might. He can start doing some conquering nonsense with this purple Kennen to start playing out some of his spells for a lot cheaper. He can start looking at his lightning rushes and start just playing them for 1 instead of the flow cost, right? So obviously, this is obviously Billy's just passed because he's going to play the Rengar. It's just you've just left all these runes up. So there's a very face-up play. People are not going to get surprised by that anymore, are they? So no. Sam knows that if he tries to contest, either he has to think about Rengar, right?
So we are pushing in the Kennen first.
Which is interesting. If Billy does decide to just pass it off and let him conquer, he's going to get a free conquer trigger with purple Kennen. So maybe Billy isn't necessarily that bothered about trying to stop that, but is more interested in holding his Emperor's Dais battlefield. So what's he going to pick out with the conquer trigger? What's he looking for?
I mean, so we are actually going to come and reacting with the Rengar here.
Interesting.
Instant ride the wind.
This is good because it's still a delayed showdown, so Billy's still.
So we resolve this one first.
Yes.
Which the point goes for Billy on Sam's turn. Always nice.
Yes. Very good because it's essentially kind of like a pseudo 2 points, right?
Yep, exactly that.
When it comes back to the hold.
Yeah, and on the hold, if Billy goes up to 4, nice even numbers, even better, right?
Absolutely. This is a very nice heads-up play from Billy here.
Yeah. And the Kennen just going over the top of the Sand Soldier.
Yeah.
Just clearing it out, allowing Sam to go up to 2 points scored. And this Rasa looking down at this Rengar.
It would be a 6-6, but we still have the Kennen ability, so we still got Assault 2 on the table.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Billy's missed. Oh no, sorry, I just can't see the dice because it's like a dark color and dark color. So there's still Billy's still got 7 might on this Rengar from the Rengar legend ability, right? So 8 would still go over 6. So I don't think this Rengar's going to survive because this just goes to 8. So this might have eventually. I mean, what's the one up? Like punch first is the only thing I can think of that this deck would run, which would blow this out. Which probably Billy does have because he's played this so well, right?
Yeah, it's a very specific.
Or he's just maybe he's not sure if he should use it because it's still very early in the game. It's going to nuke his roots. Look at his face; he's in pain thinking about it if he should or not.
I mean, there is perfect amount available for hard bargain.
Yeah. Yes,
but it's going to be there no matter what you do. So sooner or later, it's going to have to be dealt with.
You can tell it's a very difficult decision for Billy here because it's just the amount of runes, and he'd be left with no units, right?
Yeah.
I think he probably has to just fire it if he's got it, and he's deciding not to.
Yeah, just allowing it to go. Meaning the Rasa does get over the top, surviving now.
Yeah.
Going to a double battlefield conquer for Sam that turn. And almost a full clear domination now for Sam at 3 points apiece, really turning it on its head in comparison to what we saw from the game one.
I think the fact that they're both on odd points, it doesn't speed the game up any more than just one turn for Sam. So I think I do like the decision not to do it. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious Billy did have it just based on the fact that he decided to just pass up with 5 runes, right?
Yeah.
That's got to signify to your opponent that they've just got a handful of just spells, basically, and combat tricks and some nonsense, right? So if Billy hasn't drawn any bigger units, then that's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a challenge for Sam to get over. But here, Billy now taking up his turn, starting up with a sabotage. Same as what we did before, having a look in. What can we pluck out from hand?
Yes. Show me what you got.
Ooh, flash.
We saw how good that... Oh, the harrowing as well.
And he had the hard bargain in hand already. Nice. So some good heads-up play there from Billy to make that read. But that's quite a scary hand to be looking at. The harrowing is what's been chosen.
Yes. Obviously, that combo is now... Billy's got to be thinking about that. And we saw how good Flash was.
Mm.
We saw how good the Flash was last game.
And so now just trying to... Oh, a slight misplacement of the sabotage there. Looks like it was put on top of deck, which would have been quite nice to have.
That would have been a good top deck.
Sabotages in
a good top
in
deck, yeah. Swiftly corrected. Yeah, we've got this Noxus unit that we saw before. Obviously, Sam still doesn't have any seals, so it's probably Sam's not really going to be too bothered about it, really. But it's more of an indication of how unit light Billy's current hand is, which is it's quite difficult to imagine because the deck is so unit heavy, right? That he's just got quite unfortunate. But yeah, King Kunishit's going to draw him another card, so he's going to be able to refill his hand a little bit here.
Yes, not the worst play in the world.
No.
And at least a nice board development that hasn't really cost too much in terms of resource. However, this Rasta is looking a bit troublesome to start getting over the top of now. But back into the hands of Sam. What can Sam do this turn? Rasa holding for 1 point. Kennen in base. Nocturne in base. Waiting to be moved. And there's quite a lot of potential might and points to come out from this turn. Just taking a moment now for Sam to think. Just trying to make sure he does this math correctly. And the sequencing, more importantly, in the right order to play out the exact points of this game phase. So we have conquered with the Kennen, then playing out the stack deck from the trash, going through the top 3 cards. What are we going to take? Looks like we saw a seal and a Rasa there already. Awkward pick of what we're going to go for from those 3. So I think it's the Rasa that he's taken there, but I can't quite be sure. And he must have the sheer number of cards in trash to make that play for free. And in the process of this, the Kennen gets empowered as well. So another +2 online for any kind of showdowns that may occur. And paying the 1 for the Rasa. Here it comes.
It's a big development turn, isn't it, from here, Sam?
Oh, yeah, 100%. But still running incredibly expensive in terms of rune economy.
He's left them to the battlefield. He's saying, show me what you got, Billy. I've got 4 up. What have you got?
And bearing in mind, Billy did see Sam's hand not too long ago, but
yes,
this is where paying attention to what's in the trash can become so important. What did he take back? Is that Rasta from hand? Did that come from the trash? What has gone on? Obviously, we know, but does Billy know what's happened?
Got a lot of runes to play with. I think he's got a decent amount of cards in hand. I think at least 2 to 3.
And you'd like to think that the sequencing of this phase of the game is going to be incredibly important. Figuring out how to draw out the maximum value from this next phases of exchange in battle between the two players.
So if my hand's looking pretty rough, I think the line I'm looking towards, if I'm the Rengar playing here, is trying to bounce that Kinku back to my hand so I can potentially get another draw. So that's what I'd be eyeing up Emperors to see if I can potentially figure out a way, or if my hand is a bit scuffed. Okay, he's going to go with Nidalee, which also gives him a draw. So it's the same kind of outcome, essentially, of just drawing a card.
Looking for cards.
This deck is just so under.
But the flash again, showing its worth, bringing back
earlier,
the two. We did.
He's baited out. It's not a combat. Oh, let me check Nidalee's wording. Is it combat win or is it just?
Oh, that's a very good question. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm like, obviously I know Billy's probably combat win. Yeah, so he gets a draw card. That's nice.
Nice, good value from both players there.
And Nidalee's just such a ridiculous unit, like 3 and a 1 for what is essentially 5 might because of Rengar. Like it's every card is just like has the potential to just be like monstrously overstated.
Yeah,
which just makes this deck just so efficient. Oh, the challenge. Rampage.
Yeah, and the initiate has gone in here.
So with challenge, with the battlefield that we was mentioning earlier, because he's targeting a friendly unit, and then he doesn't have to pay the power cost.
Oh, very nice indeed.
So because it gets reduced by 1. Very heads-up play there by Billy. Very efficient.
Yeah, and I wonder, and the hard, we know it was there.
Yeah, I think this is a good turn for Billy to get it out because he's still got. We've not seen any punch first, have we?
No, not at all.
There has to be 3 in this deck. It's like
you'd like
ridiculous card, right? So
yeah, the cost for game impact is just unheard of.
So that's still live now with the hard bargain gone. I don't think we're too unhappy, like to pay the 2 because I think he's still got at least 1 up. Oh, okay. It's interesting. He's gonna first mate the Nidalee back and just essentially say you can eat my 2 units for free and I'll just go again.
Yeah, pretty much. To me. Has fully tapped out on the runes, and no way of bringing back either of these units that are now kind of stranded out there.
Yeah,
and being looked down by 2 hungry Rasa on the opposite side of the board, followed up with a Nocturne and a Kennen.
I think the decision for Sam here will be, does he try to go to just 6? Let's say you go to Emperors and Battle. He's obviously just completely just ruined my line of thinking there. But you could just send a unit to Dias, just conquer, go to 6, bounce it back, develop base. He's just decided he's just going to go to 7.
Always going into the Ride the Wind, gusting back.
He's going to get a lot of value with Purple Kennen by doing it this way, just multiple spells.
Yeah, and we're already up to 7 and able to bring back to safety for the next turn as well. This one's looking pretty tricky for Billy.
Yes. But I still think, considering the situation we saw him in earlier, where he basically had no units.
Yeah.
Kennen completely wiped him out, right, and was putting him on a hard bargain. It was a very difficult prospect for Billy to come back from that point,
So, another sabotage.
Yes, we've seen. I think the Ride the Wind was still there from before. So the new cards we've seen this time is Starbucks. Starbucks.
Didn't know they had a card.
Yeah, that's a crazy card. Star-Crossed and the Fizzler. So obviously that's a bit of a crazy combination because it could be played twice, right?
Yeah.
And this is considering that the economy for Sam has been pretty good this game. He's had no seals.
Yeah, it's true.
It really hasn't been that bad, has it?
Yeah, and it seems like the 2-cost Noxus unit is definitely what's been holding him hostage from being able to do that. But quite a big turn here from Billy, just conquering up to 7. And the players just discussing now how these interactions are going to take place. Just figuring out with the Grim Apothecary coming down, the Kennen giving the +2 onto the Nocturne. So it is now 6 might into 4 in favor of Billy.
Yes.
Or sorry, 6 might into 6, I believe, now with the +2. Yep, 6 might into 6. So it's an even trade on the battlefield. Oh, nice. And we are going to go for the Rampage, targeting the Nidalee, it looks like here, giving it the +1, picking off one of the Rasas. That could be quite a big impact into what is going to be the final phase of gameplay, as we are now stacking this one battlefield. Now, Sam having to conquer both battlefields to win this phase, whereas Billy is just looking for one hold.
Yeah, I was wondering if Billy was going to leave 2 up to maybe threaten his signatures as well, but it wouldn't have changed the game, because you can't. I don't believe you can win off it. So just developing essentially a 1 might unit for 2, it's just pray, I guess.
Yep, that's pretty much where we're at. So first of all, Sam going with the cannon.
So he can't win, so he draws and gets a conquer effect. I think you can decide how you want to do them, and then you can get. I guess he's deciding not to play anything from his trash. Ride the Wind? I think you should still have Ride the Wind from earlier. No,
ooh, so we've gone Seal into last. Right, interesting. And we're using the Seal to play Fizz into the Gust into pushing back. What goes back there? The Kinku?
Or just the Rasta just goes over now, unless he's got a punch first. Which he probably does. We put him on punch first, don't we?
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I think there's 1 card, 2 cards in hand. And there is the punch first, but that's not going to be enough. Billy fully understanding that the writing's on the wall. Game 2 goes to Sam. 1 apiece.
Going to game 3.
Nice.
Let's go.
20 minutes. Look at that, right on time as well.
Perfect. Yeah, 20 minutes a game. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, that Demolitionist, that would have been an absolute backbreaker, but then Sam was like, oh, that's cool. I'll just play without runes and do really well.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, wait a minute, what's going on here? It's not how this should happen.
Don't need runes if you've got 10 cards in the discard pile.
Even though we only saw it once this game, that flash was still just so good.
Proving to be a very impactful card that is, everyone knew Flash was a great card. But play rate kind of gone down a little bit, it seems like. Whereas now, Sam using it to its full potential under the influence of Kennen.
I think Billy's going to be praying to the Fae Folk God that he finds is irresistible. Turn 1 going first now will be forever in his favour.
Hard mulliganing for that Fae Folk.
Absolutely. To be fair, I think considering the position Billy found himself on, he still made Sam sweat a lot.
Oh, for sure.
Like, there was definitely opportunities for Billy to still win that game there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely didn't make it easy for Sam.
No, definitely not.
And you're right, even though Sam was essentially ahead the whole way through the game, Billy's still putting in as much pressure as he can. All it needs to be is just one small mistake, one small opening to allow Billy to then just absolutely dominate. Yeah. So very well played by both players. Into game 3 with Billy on the lead. Should be an interesting final game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the battlefields as well. I'm assuming it might be a seat of power, potentially. His color combination does struggle to draw cards, so I would imagine it could be a seat of power.
And just getting ready as the players shuffle up, cut the cards, and
Minefield
reveal.
And Frozen Waste, I think it is.
Yeah, definitely Minefield. And what a battlefield Minefield's been today. Yeah, does it look like the Frozen Forest? Not particularly. There you go, Forbidden Waste.
So -2 in the units alone. It's quite good on a tempo-orientated deck because you're going to conquer them with just enough, and then when they re-go over them, you find yourself in a really easy opportunity. It's normally quite common in Rek'Sai lists because a lot of their units are quite weenies. You're not really bothered when they die. I haven't seen it too much in Rengar, but that could just be showing my ignorance for the list rather than what's actually meta and what's not.
Oh,
He's found it.
And it's the dream start.
It's the absolute dream start.
It's a very dreamy start, isn't he? Look at him.
He's just a guy chilling out with a carrot.
Whereas on the side of Sam, we are opening with a lightning rush into a traveling merchant, getting full value there from the 3 runes being played. However, we'd like to think that this traveling merchant isn't exactly going to survive for too long.
No, just Fey Folk into Rengar champion, it's pretty good combo.
I mean, that might be the first time we've seen on stream a Fey Folk single-handedly picking off a unit.
Yeah, I think you're right.
In the full face of Sam saying, you've got nothing you can do. This merchant is traveling to its doom.
We seem to get a seal out this time, so the rune economy hopefully is looking a little bit more healthy this time.
Yeah. And also developing out the Kennen for the champion zone with Billy also there, kind of sneaking out. We didn't really see it come. The Kaiser with the assault one and the draw trigger.
Yes. Kaiser's such a good unit in this deck.
Yeah. I mean, arguably best card since set 1.
Yeah, normally I'm pretty sure Rengar's normally run Seat of Power, and then this card with Seat of Power is just ridiculous. It just allows you to draw 2 eventually in a lot of the situations of the game. Oh, that's not what Billy wants to see.
And he did decide to take the draw effect first from the Kaiser.
He did, yeah.
But we are saving the second unit.
Nice.
Oh, and the pit.
Oh, he's going to move it in.
First mate, sorry.
He's going to ready up the Fey Folk, go into the minefield.
He must have something else to go alongside it.
Oh,
nice. Pulling in the Kennen. So what's that? 4 might in total?
Sequencing. It's going to get -2 because it's defending the alone because Fey Folk's the attacker. He's going to try and save it with Ride the Wind. That is very interesting. Oh,
Ride the Wind in for the trade at least. Does the -2 stick in this situation?
I don't believe so because I believe it's a wild trigger. Oh, the punch first to get over.
That's a huge turn in the blowout.
That was a lot for the early stages of the game. That was exactly what you don't want to do in Riftbound normally, but how that played out was absolutely stupendous. It was crazy sequencing from Billy to get Fey Folk just enough might so when it pulls in the Kennen champion unit, it would go into minus. And Sam decided, you know what, I'll go over, Ride the Wind into Kaiser. With the legend ability, it would go for 1 over. But then Billy had the punch first. So both players have kind of just nuked their runes. But I'd see a double Rasa.
Double Rasa.
A double bloody Rasa.
However, 5 points is pretty scary. And the Rengar is still sat there looking at you, waiting. Double Rasa, double tentacles, though. It's quite a lot of power.
Yeah, Billy is going to go to 5 here. And he does have the opportunity to just go back to base. We know that Sam has not only lost one of his best units in his deck, his champion unit, but he also doesn't have a Ride the Wind now as well. So
yeah,
anything that he might be conquering with could also just be left there. But that's the benefit of the tendies, right?
Yeah. And you'd like to think that this seal is not going to be sticking around for too long.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have an opportunity to conquer.
Oh, of course, a conquer trigger.
They've double held. But yes, at some point in this game, you're going to imagine that this seal's going to get eaten. But if Billy just decides to pull back and develop, it's going to leave Sam in a world of... He hasn't got a single point.
No, 5 points to 0.
That's what I mean, that early battle is so game swinging.
Yeah. And you're right. Nothing that Sam could do really is essentially hard commit or just accept the fact that you're just going to get long-term value traded on this from the Fey Folk.
Yeah. I think he was put in a difficult position because the Fey Folk was always going to be trading with his champion unit. So the outcome of the champion unit was always that it was going to die, unfortunately. But Sam just wanted to get a beneficial trade into the Kaiser, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, full retreat here from Billy, pulling everything back to base. 6 available to be spent.
This could just be a monster development turn and just go next turn.
Yeah, essentially that. And going into the next turn, able to throw a Rengar at it as well. But just taking a moment to think through. Yeah, just making sure he's happy with this split and pulling back all the units from the battlefields.
We're still perfectly within our time remits. They barely burned 5 minutes. And
yeah,
Billy's already got 5 points. So I don't think there's going to be any time considerations for this game. So gives a little bit of time for a breather.
Yeah, in that sense, we should have 3 minutes left.
Yeah. Very true. Very true. Billy's just been all gas, which is why this deck is so good.
Yeah.
It's just all gas, pure units, pure tempo. Good luck. I have 1 might more than you. I kill your unit and get a point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the essence of Riftbound, right?
That is it.
Oh, but we're getting the ready here. Or at least we've spent the 3 to do it.
Yeah.
Do we have the third one to ready the...
A little bit of an actually judge moment. I wonder if first mate is do you mandatory have to ready a unit? Is it a May? Not that it would matter, but just for lols. You
Ready
have
another
to,
unit.
You have to ready a unit. Judge? Any judge? Yeah, obviously completely pointless there because Billy doesn't want to be going back into anything. So yeah, it's just 3 resources, develop another 3 might unit. Just why not, right?
Yeah, of course. You got it available to spend. So
it's a difficult conundrum because if
you... Oh, actually, value trading there.
Yeah, so obviously Kaiser would have went to 7 there because it was on 5 might from the first mate buff of Rengar Legend. 7/6 means a dead Rasa.
Picking off one of the Rasas is huge here, meaning that both battlefields certainly can't be held or managed from Sam in their current state. Although Sam sending in the first tentacle just to score his first point of the game and getting through 2 cards, one of them the Nocturnes going down there, probably not what you want to be seeing now.
Definitely not. But the shovel is exactly what we want to be seeing.
The shovel is the perfect card. We are attaching it to a tentacle, looking for this conquer. And there we go. Coming back out are the 2 Nocturnes that were in the discard pile going into the deck.
Just in case we ever get to the bottom of our deck in this game.
Yeah, definitely the right ones to be picking out.
Yeah.
So what card gives me the most value when I don't even have to draw it? Just look at it. Oh, that one. Yeah, cool. Makes sense. And we're stack decking.
So he's got a couple resources up as well. So he's looking for some possible options of maybe how to hold, because at some point Sam's got to try and hold, but I don't really know how he's going to do it.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's going to generate a Rasa for free from this Conquer trigger, which is a bit unfortunate to Billy. It's obviously going to turn off the battlefield if he decides to play it at the battlefield because it's no longer alone. He's got 12 might in base. You do have to consider, like, can we just let Billy go to 7 for free? Like, Kaiser's going to draw. He's going to get
7
more
free
cards.
is quite scary.
It's not looking good. At one point, we do have to decide we need to try and hold, or we are just literally going to... Okay.
Oh, and we're going with the double hide as well.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, basically saying this is the turn where I'm going to hold on to something.
Unfortunate. I mean, depends what the hidden cards are, but if they're both switcheroos, like we've got Fae Folk to pull units about, so on one of the units, the Fae Folk's going to essentially make the Sam reveal it for free without Billy actually having to send any kind of relevant amount of units in. I'm assuming one might be a Tide Turner. Tide Turner and a switcheroo is definitely an option.
Yeah, both quite scary when you consider the actual outcomes. So sending in Noxus, I wonder what this is actually going to be. Tide Turner, okay.
So then the wild trickle turns off, so it's no longer minus, I believe. But he is deciding to switch.
Okay.
So we've got 2 tendies and a shovel, which obviously Billy can still trade with one of the tendies, and then the other unit is now alone, which means that literally anything could probably kill it now for free because it would be alone again. I would have thought we would have wanted to stack the tendies up with a switcheroo. So what that tells me, if I'm Billy here, is that I believe that the hidden card on Minefield is probably not a switcheroo.
No, that would make sense.
Because then you'd want to keep the lower might unit there to switch rather than... But it could just be a bluff, right? It could just be like, cool, I'll swip it over with Tide and it's still a...
Yeah.
It's still a switcheroo. I mean, from here, maybe... I don't know what Billy's hand is, but maybe you just send a first mate after this probably died. You just send a first mate into Tide Turner, into 3 into 2 and just go...
Force the card.
Just force it.
I'm going to hazard a guess it is a second Tide Turner.
Yeah, probably is. You are probably right here. But Billy is deciding what he wants to do here. I believe the action is on him.
Is there a world where you do just throw a Rengar at this?
I don't... I mean, the thing is, Sam's tapped out, so you actually know that there's nothing more that can be played except for whatever the last hidden card is, right?
Mm.
But I don't see the massive benefit in not just allowing Sam to re-trigger the battlefield by him being alone. It seems like that's just kind of a bit of a beneficiary for you. Unless Billy's just really trying to figure out what that hidden card is, or if he should just send the Rengar in.
Just taking his time, though, understandably, as we're coming up to the penultimate turn here, probably. And we're just going to opt on the trade. Just take out the one tentacle for the one unit. Makes sense. Already burnt the Tide Turner.
I think even if the Minefield card, we believe it to be Tide Turner, or I like this 3 into 2.
Yeah.
It's the minimum might necessary. It's going to make... It's going to be Switcheroo because he's going to give him Assault. It's very, very easy play now to figure out.
Yep, Switcheroo.
I think we're fine with that.
Easy play.
Because now we know this is the last card, and I've still got 3 units and my Rengar unit. I'm pretty... the Grand Apothecary is just insane because it's just going to completely devoid Switcheroo. It's such a blowout for Sam.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he gave the Might to the Grim, or he's got Dice in his hand. He's still figuring out what he wants to do. Because it's now 3 into 2. You don't need to give the Might to Grim Apothecary, do we?
No, just be happy. Probably put it on the Kaiser. Get over the top of this battlefield for sure. Pulling in the Rasa, maybe.
Yeah. So obviously, the only thing that now with the Grim Apothecary is we don't have Rengar resources. We've only got 4 up.
But then everything here should be able to trade over 1.
Yeah,
nice.
This is more than enough. We'll get a card out of that.
Easy.
It's a punch first as well. It's beautiful.
Nice. And we get
First
the
mate to bring it
first
back,
mate to bring it back as well. Very happy with that state of gameplay. Still, though, double Rasas and Last Rites waiting on the side of Sam. But as you mentioned, I'm not too sure how we're going to be holding both battlefields, essentially, is what we need to do now.
Yeah. Well, we know we need to conquer Minefield. That's the one thing I can say that needs to happen on Sam's turn.
Doesn't have to happen.
True, it doesn't have to happen, but it would be the end of his round 3.
And even Sam now just figuring out, saying, yep, all right, let's start with the seal. We're going to go with a Lightning Rush from the trash, I believe that one was.
I wonder what he's looking for. He must be digging for a very specific card that he knows is going to help him in this situation.
Also empowering the Kennen as well.
Yes.
And I wonder if it is just that, not necessarily digging for a specific card, but more so just trying to generate the optimum amount of available might that he could have.
Yeah. Or maybe he thinks he's quite close to the bottom of his deck because you know he put 2 Nocturnes in, right?
Yeah.
Which would definitely help any potential hold options he might have.
Sure. But at the moment, still just only 12 might on the battlefield now for Sam, with a potential to go up to 14.
You would think Shovel would get equipped for a Conquer trigger, but deciding not to.
No, just going straight over the Apothecary.
Minefield. Another Rasa, but that's fine because now we can Shovel.
Yeah, goes to the other one. The only problem here is we are having to split the Rasas.
We are.
Which is not ideal at all. However, even if we did decide to put this Rasa in base, you would think that it is just going to get moved by the Fate Folk.
Most likely, yeah. It's just going to get moved in. The thing is, he's forced to double up these Rasas just because of the nature of that battlefield. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then Billy has to throw at least minimum 6 might in, right? To at least make it for the trigger to go ahead again. But this has been like patiently precise gameplay from Billy here. He's had a advantage all game and he's just slowly pressed along, keeps taking his advantage. He keeps developing. He's not made any massive mistakes that's going to cause him to suddenly lose the game. He's just played some solid fundamentals Riftbounds, which has suited him extremely well. And you can do that too by launching an irresistible Feyfolk on turn 1 as Rengar.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. If you want the deck guides, we've got it here.
Just put the carrot guy in. It works, I promise.
Ooh, and the Star-Crossed coming down, bouncing back the
Wow, that is how much pressure that card is putting on. He's having to bounce back the Fae Folk. That is amazing.
Just to stop.
That's just so funny.
And it looks like he's bouncing back the Rasa being challenged at the minefield. The Conquer trigger does go through, though. No points to be scored, so we do get a double card draw. And then the 2 off the top into the trash.
So we've got 12 might and a shovel there, right? So about 14 might.
But the punch first comes down saying, yeah, that's going to be enough. There's the fist bump. Billy taking on round 4 of the Spellbound Showdown, overcoming Sam Cotton. Well played there, Billy. Rengar doing the number on Kennen.
Yes. We did say towards the start of our analysis that Rengar is slightly favoured into Kennen. And if it's piloted by a skill expressive player, that matchup spread is just going to kind of extend more and more, isn't it? So really well played there by Billy. He found exactly what he needed, which is the old carrot cruncher. He's enjoying it on Rengar. And to be fair, like Sam didn't necessarily make it like any mistakes. He kind of just played his game. But I think it is just a genuinely hard matchup for Kennen. It's just so difficult to be like, oh, I'm going to develop my unit. And then it just gets pulled in, it's dead. And you're like, where's my units gone? Where's my units? They're not there anymore.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a difficult matchup. And Billy just kept applying the pressure, really.
Yeah, just developing the board, it just felt basically impossible in that situation. And you can see how that matchup's going to be played out. As you say, the die roll felt so important at the start of that one, just for whoever's going first. You know, it did follow that whoever had the first move of the match, of the game, was in full control of the game all the way through. So, yeah, very well played, though, from both players. And 2 left.
2 rounds left. Yeah, obviously, like we've been mentioning, the boogeyman, the idea is that we will start to get to the point now where people who are 4-0 might start deciding to draw. So hopefully the game that we pull in will hopefully be a spicy winning in at some point. We always love some of those. There's a lot of tension on the line. I'm sure we'll see Billy again.
Yeah,
he's a very smooth operator on the Rengar, and he's obviously now undefeated. So I'm sure hopefully we'll see a Rengar in top cut. It's always a really good matchup. I'm sure we'll see lots more Kennen as well throughout the day. So we're going to take a little break, aren't we?
We are.
Have some water and prepare for the next game. So we'll see you for the next game. Yes, we're back.
We are back.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. As you know, we are now back. Round 5 is coming.
Round
shortly.
5, yes.
5. Penultimate round of Swiss.
Yes.
And a couple of people already, looking like they've locked in their top 8 spots.
Yeah, a couple of people that are 4-0, looking kind of blue on the UVS. A couple of draws being thrown out.
Kind of suspicious.
There's all to play for. These people still need to win a lot of these games if they want to maybe then ID into the last round. So we've definitely got like a kind of a semi-winning in. They both need to win it to then essentially draw their way in. So there's a lot on the line for these two players.
Yeah, no, 100%. And we think for this one...
Yes. We wanted to get something different. That's one thing we said.
We tried our best.
Yeah.
We tried our best, although realising we have had a lot of yellow. But anyway.
Yes. Fiora.
Ooh, nice.
Kennen though, boo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fiora, yes. Obviously, it showed up in a big way that people didn't expect for Barca. So we'll see what list they have, if it's something similar. But it's a cool list. It's like the TCG dream. Just I get to play my guy and ramp. Play it and ramp.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just doing stuff.
All my runes, permanent economy. Okay, so we're going into Kennen Fiora, like we said.
Yeah, nice. I mean, we're already well underway with the Kennen being developed from the champion zone on the side of Sam Cotton, who is, what is he, 3rd time on stream today?
Yeah, he's loving it.
Yeah, look at him. We need a pretty face out there. So we've got him on. And what is that upside down? Is that the Sea Monkey, man?
That is the Sea Monkey, yes. A bit of a throwback from set 2. So obviously it's quite a modal card in the sense that it's just a 2-drop for 2, or if you are going second, you can pay the extra resource, I believe, to permanently buff it. Yeah.
Nice. And on the side of Samuel, who is arguably the biggest Fiora fan we have in the local London scene.
Yes, he's been on Fiora since set 2. Yeah. This guy is the Fiora man in our local scene. He absolutely loves this deck.
Yep. And developing the Fiora from the champion zone as well. Nice on-curve movement, and we are winding the Kennen over to the second battlefield there to conquer, going up to 2 points. And in terms of battlefields, it looks like we have, what is that, a Zorn Warrens and a Sunken Temple?
Zorn Warrens and a Sunken Temple, yeah.
Nice. Look at me go. I'm learning. Keeping that Kennen nice and safe. Not the most optimal play there.
Yeah, we didn't get a lot of benefit out of the Conquer effect for the purple Kennen, have we, in regards to like casting stuff for a bit cheaper from our flow state out of our bin. But it's 2 points and there's no material left on the battlefield. So Sam's already essentially down in point tempo. So we'll see what Sam can do here. Nice little buff on the Fiora. We're going to get a little trigger of the legend, get another rune.
Nice.
And now if he's 5 might, so she's 5 might, so Fiora can go into Sunken Temple if they wish to then draw another card.
Yeah, and the thing with that Ride the Wind that we just saw on the side of Sam Cotton, again, paying the 1 rune. Just the power being gone, already down hugely in rune efficiency right now.
Yeah. New card for this set, the Kale, the monstrous Kale. This card, when it came out, everyone was like, "Oh my god, this card is going to be crazy in Umbessa."
Oh, I love Kale.
I get to empower it multiple times. Unfortunately, we can't bring it up on the screen because it's not on our software. But you get to empower it multiple times. It then gains a might buff. It gets +2 every time. And then once it's at full in power, once it's fully juiced, it has deflect 2 or deflect 3, and possibly 1 out on that. But with Fiora, it's insane because you essentially just gain a free rune for doing what it exactly wants to do.
Yeah.
So then it's going to get itself ganking and deflect.
Madness.
So once that is out on the battlefield, it just starts zooming about. It's such a monster card.
As Kale does.
Its weakness is purple, because if it gets bounced on the empower activation to where it hasn't then resolved and doesn't get the deflect, the card can still then unfortunately just get bounced.
Getting punished on the payment.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So it looks like here we're winding the Kennen. And are we spending the buff? How are we going to end up trying to trade this one out? Oh, okay. So it's a call to glory on the side of Samuel.
Nice.
Yeah, but we're pulling out with a flash to pull the Kennen back. This is some very interesting gameplay here from Sam Cotton, because realistically, this is like we're playing Aurelia.
It's very aggressive, isn't it? Is what you can say. He's definitely just gone in thinking, oh, there's no way that Sam's going to have an answer here. So he's obviously probably slightly forgotten about the prospect of Call to Glory, which is a bit of an older card from set 1, which has obviously the buff synergy built in within it. But Sam is gonna be able to prey on your ability to forget these spells and punish you quite handily. Because if you can get this Fiora to mighty status, because I believe it's lost the buff,
yes,
then it's going to get ganking as well. So
yeah, just fly across.
Sam's got some nice ganking synergy here. If we can get it up an extra might.
But starting off with paying 3, and we are starting this stacking of the Kale, which is smart. You know, understanding that Sam Cotton, 1-up, nothing to look for that bounce, as you alluded to earlier, saying I'm nice and safe. First in power down, deflect is on. And realistically, if there's one thing that Sam doesn't want, only with one Seal of Discord on the field, is to be paying the deflect cost.
Yeah, so hopefully Sam can get to the point where it's maximum power and then it starts getting all these keyword soup added onto it. But maybe he's just deciding, I'm just going to empower it once to get a Fiora trigger and then maybe kind of reassess my turn. But yeah, it would cost pretty much his whole rune pile, I believe, to max empower it, because I believe it costs 3 each time you do it. You do it multiple times. So maybe it's just a little we'll reassess for next time. But we've gotten a Fiora trigger out of it, which is perfect, right?
Oh, of course.
It's just like a free mobilize every time we tap this legend. It's just ridiculous. It's a very good legend.
Yeah. And still lows left open here.
Yeah. So we've got that punch first. There was a riposte. Riposte. Very French.
Nice.
So Sam's kind of chilling.
Yeah, nice. Good board state. Understanding that this Kedden's incredibly vulnerable at the moment, sat there on its own. And you're not going to want to walk into this pit rookie with looking at 5 on the side of Sam.
You're not going to be happy doing it, definitely, are you?
No. So it does feel like we're going to challenge the Sunken Temple, maybe pay the 1 to draw the card.
Yeah, I believe this Kennen is now going to be mighty with the shovel equipped. It's a bit unfortunate that Sam's got the shovel there.
But we're throwing a Rengar at it. Okay.
Wow.
Now we have got the spend of the buff, the empowered from the Kennen giving the +2 as well. Followed up by the punch first coming on the Rengar, going over the top. A huge piece of back and forth there. And Samuel coming out on top of that one.
Scoring a point on your opponent's turn is unbelievably played there by Sam.
Only way it could have been any better is if he had the 1 more to pay for the Sunken Temple.
Yes. That is so unfortunate for Sam Cotton.
Yeah, I mean the cost to be able to play the Rengar and the punch first in one go, impressive.
To tie turner and go. Oh my god, that is such a massive blowout for Sam Cotton there. It's so unfortunate. Sam just had the goods and was like, cool, come in, see what happens.
Yeah, going to 6, readying up on each of the battlefields. Probably looking to pull back now.
Yeah.
Maybe even just go full stack on this Kale.
He's giving us the thumbs up. I think Sam's in a happy position at the moment. Like you said, Sam is, I think has he got 2 up? There's 2 purple runes stacked behind there potentially.
Oh, I don't know.
So it definitely not enough for a star-crossed or any kind of bouncing shenanigans. So I would say this is a real decent opportunity here for Sam to keep empowering this KO. You'll need it to do, 2 more times would be full empowered for KO by paying that 6.
So 3. Here comes the empower.
So now it can just kind of just chill in base, or it can try and hold. It's going to be like 9 might. It's a ridiculous unit.
It looks like we're going in for hold.
Which is an interesting way. But the thing is, if Sam plays this good enough, so he's got a punch first and the signature spell from Fiora. But if we're going to try and hold, we've left some material back. So it's kind of like a
semi
kind of hold, kind of not.
Yeah.
Obviously, if Sam can bait this out correctly, he can obviously allow Sam to try and go in with as much as possible, play the punch first, and then when Sam decides to then maybe try and bounce the unit, he's got the Fiora signature spell to be like, nope, we're not doing that today, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it feels like he's gone in for the old, don't come near this battlefield. See that pit rookie over there? Yeah, he's a little bit lonely. Go after him. And then all of a sudden, the punch first is going to come over the top of it and
absolutely
just blow whatever else is there out of the water. As Sam Cotton is just having to spend to try and get back into this game, but the Fizz flying into the Ride the Wind, picking up from the trash, but straight into the riposte as well, which we knew was already there, but huge in terms of counterplay for this Ride the Wind.
So if how this fizz works, because a spell is being played from fizz, it's a replacement effect for the fizz. So regardless of what happens to this spell, it always has to be recycled. So there's no possibility of fizz playing this Ride the Wind again. It has to be recycled, which was done by Sam, which was really good. Like just another nail in the coffin for Sam, because these units aren't ready. Like he's got a Tide Turner.
Yeah, a Tide Turner and a Last Rites.
What is Tide Turner going to do into a fully juiced Kale and a Rengar trophy?
Well, it's not turning the tide,
no,
is it?
It's absolutely not. This is, I think the writing's on the wall, especially because this Kale's got ganking. So even if you do get over the Rengar,
exactly,
it's just going to go over to Pit Rookie, right? And they still need to get over the Pit Rookie. So
yeah, no matter what you do here, it does look quite troublesome for Sam Cotton. As it does look like this hold is probably going to come through. But we are going in with the Tide Turner equipped with a shovel.
Got a call to glory, could punch first.
Oh, but the punch first is going in. If I was Sam Cotton, I'd be like, what else have you got in these sleeves?
Can I see your hot judge? Can we see the deck? What is going on here? This is unbelievable stuff from Samuel.
Oh, but the Starcross coming down instead, looking to bounce back with 2, which I'm sure Samuel is quite happy with.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's picking up his deck because he realised that the Kale's just going to gank over.
Fly
it doesn't really matter, yeah.
And there's it. Game 1.
So it's a very cool list. So I don't know Sam's list for this new set, but it obviously looks like he's not running the same list that the guy did well at the RQ Barcelona. So he's got his own take on Fura, kind of more of a generic mid-range list that's obviously ramping up, and he's able to got a lot of these kind of tricks. So maybe that might have caught Sam Cotton off guard, thinking, oh, maybe it's going to be the RQ Barca list, and he's got his own list. And Call to Glory is probably something you should expect, but maybe you didn't play in set 1 or the early set 2. Maybe Sam's only started playing same recently. He probably has been playing since set 1, but just in case, like these cards do trick people for the first time, they might see them, or like they don't get played locally. Maybe their Fiora player doesn't play them locally, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of cardboard out there to actually consider when you're making all of these big brain, long-term decisions and these key sequencing kind of plans when you're building out your board state and actually executing your turn. And in every card game, right, you think, how many sets now are we into Riftbound? 5?
4. We're on set 4 now.
4, moving into 5, right? Yeah, exactly. So we're moving into 5, set 4 now. How many cards per set? 200? 220?
Yeah, I think the first couple sets was like a decent 250 and over, and some of these recent sets have just been around 200, a bit smaller. But there's a lot of cardboard being introduced, and there's multiple ways to play Fiora. I think Fiora can still be played as like the bloody Aurora deck that we saw some of these people playing at some of the RQs, right? There is multiple ways. You can still do the buff synergy Fiora with like trying to play Warmog's Armor and all these buff-related battlefields in regards to like drawing cards. It's not very popular, but you still can do it. But Sam's is a bit of a slightly different trick. Obviously, we only saw probably 15, 20 cards of his deck, but you can see why the Sea Monkeys are in there if he's running the Call to Glories, right?
Oh, for sure.
Because they're giving him buffs and stuff like that. So, yeah, you got history. So I guess like Sam's running a more buff synergistic Fiora list, because we've seen the Sea Monkeys, we've seen the Call to Glories, and we've seen the battlefield now here, whereas if he spends the buff, he gets to draw.
Yeah. And now battlefields for game 2. We're looking at, is that Sandswept Tomb?
Yeah, I think that's Sandswept Tomb again that we've seen from Sam. I believe it's the same battlefield he ran in the last game that he was on stream. Yeah, Sam's going to be running that buff-related battlefield where if he spends the buff, he can draw. It did get slightly changed on how the mechanic works with conquer-based effects. So if you didn't have a buff on a unit, and let's say you had a conquer effect that allowed you to buff a unit, you can no longer stack it in a way where you can conquer, buff your unit, spend the buff. Your unit has to have the buff before you conquer to use the battlefield
makes sense
trigger. So it just means you need to have it on before. So it got slightly worse, but it was able to clean up a lot of other funky stuff in this game. So for that battlefield, unfortunately, it was slightly worse, but I'm sure there's still decent buff synergy in Sam's deck. Obviously, we saw the Pit Rooks, we saw the Sea Monkeys, right? So there's some good stuff in there.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's interesting that Sam's choosing to use the 4-drop yellow Fioras over the one that got released in set 2, where when your units become mighty, you can spend a rune to ready it. So he still favours the old faithful from set 1.
Yep, makes sense.
It's just that I just love the consistency uppers of just 4-drop champion units with no power cost, right? You always know it can be there on your turn 2.
Yeah, it's just nice and easy curve, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's so solid when it gets to 5 might as well, like the deflecting, ganking. And
Yeah.
it's just so synergistic with everything that Fiora wants to do.
Yeah. And we've never seen any overpowered 4 cost, 0 power champion units. Have we? That's
none
never
that
happened.
have been banned. None at all.
Right?
No,
Yeah.
0.
Okay.
No.
Anywho, underway. So we've got a merchant coming down on the side of Sam Cotton and I can't remember.
I think it's I'm so bad names. It's Cliffria. It's like
Cynthia
Cyphria, yeah.
or something?
It's like when you
Yeah.
play a unit, you buff her, I believe.
Oh, very nice. But 2 cost, 1 power, right?
I believe so. Or it's 3 and 2. So it's 2 and 1. So yeah, Cliffria, you are Cloudfield. So when you play me, buff another unit. There we go. Very simple. So Sam is all in on this buff synergy. Like this whole deck is very synergistic with the buffs as I pull it up here on screen. It used to be played a lot in set, which makes a lot of sense, right? Because you want all of your units want to be a buff, because then you want to be able to save it with set legend. But with Sam's flavor of Fiora, he's probably just using these buffs to kind of synergize with his battlefields, with his buff spells, and his ability to just slightly make units 5 might with Fiora.
Yeah, and we do see that it was a stack deck being played on the side of Sam Cotton, which did luck out into finding a Nocturne. However, he has had to pass with a full free open. Not exactly ideal in terms of the game plan.
Definitely not. And obviously, I guess Sam feels pretty safe moving this merchant in because there's only a 1 might unit, right? Unless he's going to trade a 2 into 2. But no, this is what I was saying before. You need to get the buff on before you conquer. You can spend it and draw. So this is really cool synergy from Samuel here. Ride the Wind, Starcrossed, interesting.
Yeah, targeting the 2 at the battlefield, preventing the point being scored, and essentially just leaving 2 4 might units on the battlefield ready to go.
However, if I'm Sam, I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, again, we keep saying this with these Kennen decks. When they don't hit their seals, the rune efficiency is so lackluster that they just end up falling behind, especially when you're against something like a Fiora, which is going to be out-ramping you anyway and just doing whatever it wants.
Yeah.
Again, having to pay 1 just to bring the Kennen out is just not ideal. So for every 2 that this Fiora is generating, essentially, Sam's only generating 1.
Yeah, Sam is, I can guarantee you, he's smiling in this situation. This is more of a mid-ranged focus kind of hold deck with a lot of tricks, combat tricks. So he's exactly in his element where he wants to be in the game, where, cool, if they want to spend quite a lot to get to 2 points, BF sword, cool. Like, this is just going to be a monster unit now. It's going to ramp.
Yeah.
It's got deflecting ganking now. Like,
straight over the top of this Nocturne.
It's just, it creates a really awkward might. Like, we haven't really spoke about it much today, but like, oh my God.
Oh, that switcheroo is
3
nasty.
power. Has he got riposte? That is a -3. Oh my God.
Okay, that might be a full blowout.
God.
The riposte is huge. They're coming down, preventing the switcheroo, giving them total cost power increase as well, blowing out the Nocturne after paying a 3 power cost on the Chaos runes.
Where is Kennen's runes? That is bad.
In the rune pile, mate.
That is so unfortunate.
And we even have enough as well to hide a card at the end of all that on the side of Samuel on the Fiora, holding a big sword. However, we are still carrying on. Sam back over in control of his turn with 4 runes up and a Kennen sat there looking to make some moves.
So obviously the Kennen with the Kennen on the Kennen buff with the Kennen player can obviously get slightly larger, but it's not going to be enough to get over this Fiora with the BF sword. Yeah, as I was mentioning before both players decided to go nuclear with their runes, was that we haven't really spoken about might thresholds and how planning a deck out with certain decks in mind. So obviously with Kennen, like your kind of might threshold is you want to get to 7 or have easy ways or access of ways to get to 7. Because a lot of Sam's units are kind of going to top out at 6, aren't they, with the Rasa?
Yes.
So this is a really cool way that Samuel can get to 7 might with the BF sword and the Fiora, to the point where he's probably planned this out, where if Sam Cotton then does decide to play Rasas, unless he's going to equip Shovel on, he's always going to be slightly higher. So it's a really nice threshold for him to sit this Fiora at.
Yeah, and you think back to the days of old when we were going through set 1, 2, 3, whatever it would be, Falling Star kind of generated the might threshold, right? You had to have either 4 might units or 7 might units. That's what you needed. Otherwise, falling star value would have been just too much. Yeah. Oh, 100%. And that still exists today, really. You know, still has to be considered.
Especially if you're going into an event where you're like, okay, what do I expect? Like Kennen, best deck format. What does it play? What does it top out at? These are all considerations for your deck, and it's all like this kind of like slightly high level play, right? When you're trying to advance your game, you'll start thinking about how your deck building options versus the decks you're going to be playing against.
Yeah, not if you're playing Lux. Oh dear, and it's getting even worse here for Sam as it looks like this. He's going after the Kennen. Okay, just picking off the Kennen, saying that's your value engine. I'm more than happy to take it out with the Rampage.
Yeah, it's a beautiful card, this set, like I said before, especially in Fiora. The fact that it gives a +2 might buff just gives you more avenues to your legend ability, right? Like let's say you did it on a 3 might unit and it has the ability to then proc your Fiora legend as well. It's just so good. It's such a good card.
And then the Fiora getting the ganking across as well. So scored a third point, I believe, we're up to now, second point, whatever it would be for Sam.
Yes, I think Sam's on odd points, but I think so we didn't get a trigger for the battlefield, did we? Didn't have a buff to expend.
I don't believe so, no.
So he's obviously just decided to leave Cythria by herself in the Sandswept Tome. I'm assuming it's probably going to be a hidden blade.
I would like to think
Cythria.
So.
Oh, that's spicy. Because you're going to get a buff as well, and it's a +2. Wow.
+2 going into the Rasa.
But it's stunned. It's
stunned. Oh dear, wow. Back it goes.
That is amazing from that. I wouldn't expect that. I would have expected a hidden blade. That's what most yellow decks for hidden cards, but maybe this yellow Kennen is just so good it's being put in a lot more decks than I would personally expect. Wow. Yeah.
Very well played there by Samuel.
Yep.
Playing out 2 traveling merchants on the side of Sam Cotton, though, just to develop some form of a board state. However, holding to 5 points in total now on the side of Samuel, really kind of putting the pressure on and has full availability to pull backwards now with no hidden cards and is in basically kind of cruising mode in this matchup right now.
Even though he's on odd runes, I mean, look at that Sam's hand. It was like another Repoist. I think it was double Call to Glory.
Like a lot of Call to Glory.
If we can potentially like develop another small unit and get another buff on another unit, then we've got avenues for Calls to Glory here as well. Like even though we're on odd point tempo, we're still kind of stimulating another Sea Monkey. It's gonna get a buff.
Yeah, buffing up the Sea Monkey, very nice indeed. Again, just pulling everything back, getting ready for this next big push turn. Second Sea Monkey coming in, looking at that extra buff.
The synergies are synergying.
Yeah, they're all doing stuff and happy to just pass there. Just getting as much might onto the battlefield as possible.
Yeah, it's a nice development turn. Like Sam unfortunately, he can't win next turn because of how the point tempo's gone. So Sam's going to go to 4 here, whereas Samuel's stuck on 5. So maybe there's not enough time to maybe just try and develop to 6 points and then start developing base again, because I think he had a handful of spells. So it might be the point here where Sam decides I'm going to go to 7 and then just try and hold out against Sam Cotton.
Yeah, it would be quite smart. And again, it does look like we're going that way. Just as much might as humanly possible.
Yeah, I don't think we want to give Sam Cotton another turn. We kind of want to put it on lethal for him to answer rather than for him to develop as well, I think.
Yeah, because again, even things like that, seeing the Nocturne come down, it just adds pressure to the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we are going to be sending in the Travelling Merchant, scoring an extra point here for Sam Cotton. Now it has to be some kind of consideration on how to play around with the Rasa. But it does look like we're going for quite a big spend here.
It does, doesn't it?
Just with some Travelling Merchants out on the ledge on their own. Just taking a minute. And it is going to be the shovel. The last rights has come down. Probably looking for next turn setup.
Yep. Oh, is he taking it back?
Yes, I think
a bit of a rewind, or
nope, we're sticking with it. We're just playing him out. Paying the 1 now.
Can't pay the yellow though. You got to pay
a purple.
Purple.
Purple. Not attaching it, deciding to pass straight back over. Samuel back in the control seat, readying up all of his units for what will be the penultimate turn if he does manage to conquer everything successfully, which with this amount of power you'd like to think is kind of inevitable. Sending in the Sea Monkey first, taking out one of the Travelling Merchant, expending the buff of Citria to draw a card.
It looked like Sam was pretty happy with the card he drew.
Yeah, it does indeed. And can even ask to rinse and repeat this one of Sea Monkeying into the second one if he really wishes.
Yeah, I think we'll just send a 3 into the 2 and maybe just try and hold.
Yeah, there's got to be a lot of pressure to come out from Sam Cotton to actually get over the top
Obviously,
of both
we don't really want to be holding on Sandswept to give Sam Cotton more resource. Not resource advantage, but just so he doesn't have to consider not nuking his runes and just go over to Monastery.
Oh, okay. So we are
just
going to
develop. Okay. I don't hate it. I really don't hate it. But there is options for both. I know Sam's hand's very buff heavy and a riposte. So I do think he maybe could have pulled off a hold, but this is the nuclear safe option, right?
Yeah, 100%. Just pull everything back. Full send next turn. 7 points scored. 4 on the side of Sam Cotton.
I think we saw a Rasa and a Fizz in Sam's hands there, Sam Cotton's hand. So we know at least Sam Cotton's going to be getting another 6 might Rasa out. And there's so many options you could be doing with the Fizz. You could try and find extra answers. You could then star-crossed out of the grave as well, which could be a -7 might if Fiora gets bounced back, right? Which would be pretty difficult. But obviously we know that riposte is in hand for Sam, so we would probably use it at that point, which would then cause the star-cross to go to the bin.
And with Samuel on essentially full runes now.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally on, I think he only just recycled a rune. I think he was on full 12 last turn, so.
Definitely
rune economy, name of the game.
Yeah, essentially. And it does look like Sam Cotton is slowly understanding the situation that he is in. As even sending after this Sea Monkey with the buff on it might not be that easy, depending on what is in Samuel's hand. Another punch first, maybe another call to glory. Who knows? Even able to get over the top of this Rasa potentially. And if it does go out there, it will be out on the ledge, just kind of sitting, waiting. In some regard, you do think that Sam Cotton's just going to have to press go.
Yeah, I think at some point he's going to have to just full send, isn't he?
Yeah. And what better time when you've got a shovel on the bench waiting to get some instant value.
Got plenty of time still left. We are game 1 up for Samuel, and I think we are pretty much in the last turn of things really here. So time considerations are all good. We're going to send 4 into 3 with Nocturne. Oh, no, he's not happy with that. He was thinking about it. The 4 into 3. Which, if you're Samuel here, do you just accept it? I think you just do accept it, yeah. Even though you don't want to reveal that we've got a hand full of buffs, really. So we just let Sam Cotton get some false hope and allowing him to conquer with a Nocturne.
Yeah, and even here, you kind of still have to look at splitting these battlefields.
Yeah.
And we're putting a Nocturne and a Merchant back into the deck with the last rites equip. And I wonder where this Rasa is going to go. It feels like it has to go onto the other battlefield just to at least give some kind of pressure of ending the game.
And it just depends what unit we want to play out from the shovel, conquer. I think Sam's just probably going through his grave now to figure out what he might be hoping to find, really. Samuel is definitely in the driver's seat here. This is a very comfortable position for him to be in. He would have practiced a lot against a lot of cannons.
Yeah, and just as we say, the Rasa going in over the top, bringing back the Rasa. We didn't see that one go down.
I didn't think I did see that in the grave, but it has been stacked. So, oh my God, disposable orders. So once the shovel picks its target, he can react with disposable orders, which allows him to recycle up to 3 cards back into his graveyard. So that shovel trigger is not going to work. That is an unbelievable side card piece from Samuel there.
Amazing to have it on hand.
Yeah.
Fully blowing out the game plan that Sam Cotton had.
There we go. Look at that. So as a reaction to the shovel trigger targeting Rasa, Samuel has chosen up to 3 cards from opponents' trashes, and their owner has to recycle them. That is an absolute monstrous reaction to that trigger. He's just lost 6 might.
Yeah.
And he's just reduced Kennan's trash by an extra 2 as well.
But he had an extra Rasa.
So we would have had 3 Rasas out.
18 might is no joke.
Nope, with a shovel as well. Would have been 20 might.
The fizz as well.
Into the Starcrossed. So he recycled it. Wow. Samuel, I don't know when Samuel drew that, but that was the perfect time to have played that card.
Yeah.
Sam Cotton probably can't believe it that it's in his deck.
I mean, when you are the top dog, when you're at the top of the pyramid, you know everyone's gunning for you. Everyone's trying to bring you down. So you need to expect some level of this counterplay that everyone's bringing to get around what you're trying to do. Everyone knows your game plan. How well do you know the Fiora's game plan? That's the question that we'd have to ask.
This version of it as well.
Exactly.
Like, I can absolutely tell you that he did not expect Call to Glory in game 1 at all. That's the reason why he got blown out by it, right? So all these like funky little cards that you don't see for a whole set now just come back to haunt you.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Okay, Kenan going in solo against the Nocturne.
So it's 2-4 at the moment, but so Kenan has an on attack trigger. I'll try and pull it up. The yellow Kenan has an on attack trigger. So when you attack or when you are revealed, you can spend 2 resources to stun a unit. And when you're here, the unit stunned, he gets +2. So you essentially just gone in for 4 into the Nocturne and gone, cool, we'll do 4-4, but you're stunned and I'm not.
Yep, exactly that.
So he's just offering a trade.
Getting the card draw as well.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
And it looks like it might just end up having to be a hold, maybe, and hope there's no Ride the Wind.
It's potential. We can start juggling this gear.
Yeah.
Which is, we always love gear juggling, especially with that amount of runes that Samuel's got. It's not really going to be much of an issue. So he can just constantly send in extra might with these. And the amount of buffs that we know Sam's got as well, it's kind of crazy, right? So this is a plus, I think Call to Glory is +2 or +3. So that's going to start stacking up. I'm pretty sure it's +2.
Yeah, 2. Oh, +3, nice.
Cool, insane card. So Switcheroo is going to get reposted straight away by Sam.
And then a 2 left up is all that's there.
So that's going to be +5. He's got 2 cards up. We know that he's got a second Call to Glory easily. So he's got 6 to it's 15 might there for Sam Cotton. I think this Fiora is going to be 7 + 3 is 10 + 2 is 12. So it's 12 into 15 at the moment, I believe. So 1 more Call to Glory would match it.
Yeah,
or he's deciding to just pass it off. It doesn't even need to because you can just equip. You can just re-equip.
Yeah, picking up.
It's just 6 into 6. Like Sam just doesn't care. It's just going to be so easy. And he's going to get another Fiora trigger. You can just trade 6 into 6 and what you got?
And it looks like, yeah, we are going to go straight in with the reattach on the first mate.
2 resources.
Playing out the Citra.
To buff. Yeah. It's Call to Glory, I guess. Just Call to Glory insulation.
Nice. Getting to kill.
Just getting.
Yeah.
Wow.
GG. Very well executed there by Samwell.
A clean 2-0 into Kenan.
I mean, it was a very clean 2-0 as well.
Clean.
Nearly getting there on the side of Sam Cotton. Really just a few turns that were just almost catch you out. Blowouts, really.
Yeah, I think Sam's just pointing there. They're having a chat between themselves. That card was the decider in this particular game. That disposable order is just sending back. I think it sent back a Starcrossed and the Rasa.
Starcrossed, Rasa, and a Baron.
Yeah, which is exactly what Sam Cotton kind of his game plan was going to be for his turn there. Get the Rasa out. It's like 20 might hold in. It's pretty big.
20 might is a loss.
And you can fizz and Starcrossed, and just it would have definitely slowed Sam down a lot there. But he's got it over the edge. That means, I believe, that we could have a Fiora in top 8.
We could
Maybe,
have a
depending
Fiora.
on how the rest of the stuff goes.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. A nice synergistic amount of legends, which is what we want. We don't want 8 Fiora. Well, we do want 8 Fioras. We don't want 8 cannons.
No, we don't want 8 cannons, but we should be having, or could be having, a LeBlanc, a Fiora.
Yes. A Rengar. And probably a couple cannons. So we've got some spice in there, don't we? And that's exactly what we wanted. We wanted a nice variety of decks where our local players that have been on these decks for a long amount of time have a good shot at getting top 8. So it's good.
Yeah, and who knows? We might end up with a final without Kennen in it. Oh, bold words there.
Don't tease me.
I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, round 5 finished. One more round to go.
Yep.
I think we would probably have a good understanding of what the top 8 is going to look like after this round. So this last round might be a little bit more of an interesting one to see who's still out there playing and what's about. Might be 1 or 2 people still competing for that final spot, maybe. Who knows?
I think there'll definitely probably be at least maybe 1 game for a winning in. We'll try and highlight that over the fact that people are just like drawing. We're not obviously just going to go show nothing. So we'll get a nice winning in game where there's stuff on the line for both players. Hopefully a deck we haven't seen. I know there's still a Victor lingering around that's doing semi well. So hopefully we get to see another deck that we've not seen and see how the changes are coming into this set. If not, we might just pick a fun one.
Oh yeah, right. Don't worry, we'll keep you very well entertained.
So then, before we go into Top Cut, we'll get something fun and we'll get something spicy on, or we'll get a very tense game winning in.
Oh yeah, all of that sounds incredible. And worst comes to worst, who knows? Maybe we can grab a couple of decks and head on under the hotlight.
Yeah. They still got the Lux control from set 2.
Oh, the Lux control from set 2. Everyone enjoys playing that one.
Oh god, that would actually be a nightmare.
We'd rather play that than the infinite combo Lux for sure.
Yes, I've not played against an infinite combo Lux, luckily, so I can't say what that's like, but it doesn't look very appealing to play against as you sit across it, but such is life. Such is life, exactly that indeed. Combos exist. No, they're exactly that. But yeah, as I say, we've got a top 8 to come. Yes. And it's going to be very exciting to see what's going to come out on top of this cash prizing. We've got £1,000 on the line here, which we mentioned earlier. £1,000 total, 400 quid to the winner. Yep. I think it's 200 quid for the second place. If I go back to my lovely figures that I've written down. Oh, well done. Very professional. Yep. So 400 quid for first place, 200 quid for seconds. Significant drop, but it's still a decent amount. 100 quid each for third and fourth. Nice. That's a nice dinner out between the two of them. Yeah, can't complain. Go together. Nando's. Yeah, Nando's. 6 to 8 for 50 quid each. Gets your entry back in a little bit more. Yeah, buy a pack. Yeah. Buy a pack, get a seat, go home. Definitely. And then, because it's also a skirmish, we've also got normal skirmish prizes in. So first place will also get the regional buys, which are soon going to be phased out, but they're still active for this set. So they'll get their regional buy, they'll get their lovely playmat, they'll get the champion cards, which they're quite expensive these days, I can't lie. Wow. I think it's Alawi this set, because I know they split them up between the first half of the set. So you've got Alawi, and obviously now we've had the release, not the release of, now we've had a little bit of news of the future sets. Alawi is going to be a legend coming up in the not too distant future. So it's a nice time to get your sick champion stats Alawi before the Alawi legend. I mean, hey, Alawi legend, slapping some tentacles. We have seen a lot of tendies today. We have seen a lot of tendies. But not enough Alawi, unfortunately. No. Well, imagine when you've got Alawi, tentacles, shovel. Ooh, oh, don't stop it. All the mighty swole tendies. It's going to be a good one. For the Alawi, yes. Should we take a little bit of a break? I think we should take a little bit of a break. Let these guys chill out, relax, and get prepared for the final round of Swiss as we head into Top Cut. Top Cut. Top Cut is to come. Top Cut to come. There'll be a little bit of a break before Top Cut, but we'll head into round 6. We'll hopefully get the winning in, and then we'll be back shortly for the last round of Swiss. See you soon. See you soon. Yes, everyone, welcome back. I've managed to grab Samuel for a couple questions before we head over to the last rounds. First of all, how do you think it went?
Pretty quick.
Pretty quick. It was a good 2-0. It was nice to see. This little Kenan has been causing.
Yeah, you see a Kenan, you go, what am I against now? I played against like this control Kenan last night as well.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yellow one, like
the control version.
Control version, bouncing birds and
like infinite fizz and
ruination. I just like, oh my god, I don't want to play against this deck anymore. Yeah, like Kenan is a mixed bag.
Yeah.
The Lightning Rush just enables any version of the deck to do well.
Yeah, you're just able to dig so much through it, right?
Yeah, and it's frustrating, right? Because you're sort of going, God, they see everything. They have so many switcheroos. They have so many different hidden cards you to play around. But yeah, there's, you kind of know what you're against when you see the purple Kenan now. So I think people are practicing to it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are figuring out like, cool, you can't just leave a 2-drop in because they're just going to play their champion unit, use their legend, eat your unit for free, start ride the wind in everywhere. Get infinite tempo. All my units are in base. They've generated 6 million gold. It's like, what's going on? I think people are starting to realize that even though it looks like the deck's doing a lot, it's doing a lot of actions, but it's not actually doing a lot. It's just going for its deck. It's not like Miracle Draven where it's like drawing infinite cards where their hand's just like.
Yeah, no,
it's like
they have like 4 cards.
I think you can realize that when you were playing through that game is that like just taking it a bit slow is actually more than fine. Like chipped away at him, managed to build your own board, and it kind of just folds eventually.
I think there's especially if you disrupt what it's trying to do early and you knock it off tempo, you get it on odd points. It's just as soon as it stops being able to ride the wind, the Kenan around like this. Yeah. You just start there going, okay.
I think people realize that like the earlier you can deal with their champion unit, it just starts to reduce everything that they want to do like quite significantly. So your version of Fiora is slightly different than what everyone would have seen at the latest RQ Barcelona with the guy that went on almost getting top 8 on it. So what is your take on Fiora? I know as a local player you've been playing it for a very long time. So how do you feel like your vision is for the legend, or how do you think it's played, or just your version of it? Like, what's your take on it?
Yeah, so I confess that this is a rebuild.
A rebuild.
After going 3-3 at the Barca.
Oh no, okay.
So previously I've been running this like sort of techie, irresistible faith folk, pull stuff in with like onslaught. And make it mighty. It's really valuable. Yeah. You get going, but like if you don't see the 2-card combo, it feels bad. And you play a lot of base kill to try and play a bit more control-y. Yeah. And it's literally you play everything like Lucian with yellow Fiora worthy.
Okay.
You just go in, make it mighty somehow, whether it's in power or your Ambess or your set or whatever, put it out. And just you're doing this
kind of like a hit and run.
Yeah, you play it like Lucian, basically. Yeah. You treat everything like Lucian, move in, move out. And it kind of worked.
Yeah.
But you get knocked off tempo or they blow up your base with, double falling star.
Yeah, double falling star. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll blow some stuff up for sure.
That kind of ruins the game for you. So this is, I guess, a much more traditional Fiora.
Yeah.
With the buff package. The
we have a throwback.
Yeah, and that's kind of what... So I was umming and ahhing about bringing Fiora.
Yeah.
Especially after now that it's not a best of champion really at RQs. But I felt that Fiora's, I think, the fairest deck in the game.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that, yeah.
Like, you lose to a Fiora, you don't feel like you've lost, like, because it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Or, like, you're playing against a solitaire deck. It's quite clear what you're going to do. There's just so many ways to play it.
It's just got, like, a lot of tricks to it as well.
There's so many,
we've got Call to Glory up here on the card. Like, how many people are going to forget that card exists? It's like, it's so good.
So the buff package is all around Call to Glory. You get a couple of buffs down early. You start utilizing the draw battlefield for 10 seconds. So you're always, even though you're going second, you have some source of draw. I've been playing Altar of Blood beforehand, and it was about moving a big unit in, rescuing it because you outvalue them on the number of runes you have. But this is just a more classic. You just get a big unit down, you out combat trick them. +3 is still big, especially when it confuses them. It goes over, and it's reaction speed, so it counters your gusts.
Yeah,
it counters
so good. Yeah,
a lot of the I guess issues with early game tempo.
And even if you don't have a buff, it's still just a +3 for 2.
Yeah,
which is
for
pretty
free.
For free, sorry. It's still pretty on rate, although
it's okay. But it's reaction speed.
Yeah, exactly. That is the key thing. Yeah.
So like in that last turn, I had 2 of them in hand and a riposte. I was sat there going, I could probably work this out by not having to spend Cyphria's buff.
Yeah.
But it just gives me a bit more outs if there's like an abandon. If I just spend Cyphria's buff, play a Cyphria down rebuff, and then I've got 3 more up to utilize just in case. I think I double paid my riposte as well at the end. I'm not sure.
Right. Okay. I can't remember.
I don't know if I tracked it. I kind of just was like, well, I've got the
I don't think you had like 12 runes or 11 runes. I don't think it mattered.
Exactly.
You were
so it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, you have so many techie things, and I think the Kennen matchup. I think I fucking love Disposal Order.
Yeah.
Like that card just does so much work into the deck.
The current meta as well. It's just like
Absolutely.
it's eating so free.
You see, it's a new deck. Oh, it's this current set. They're going to run flow. And if they're going to run flow, you just take it, just in case.
Yeah.
But into Kennen especially, you've got, like, it has so many interactions. The Harrow Ring, right? Bins the Baron.
Yeah.
Straight away, they lose the game.
Yeah.
You've got Fizz.
Yep.
Bins whatever they're going to put out. I think in that game you saw Shovel. Right?
Yes.
Shovel
trigger.
Just deny the Rasa.
Yeah.
Rasa.
And Starcrossed as well. Still in there,
So if that Rasa went down, and I was going into what?
I think it would have been 20 might if the third Rasa got out.
15 plus 8, 23.
Yeah, it's a lot.
That's hard.
Really
becomes
hard.
A little bit harder to deal with than just going, actually, you know what? I can drop 2 and just get rid of that. I'm sure I could have probably psyched and found something else, maybe, but I didn't find a punch first that whole game. So there's probably a few in my deck. But, you know, that was, it has, I mean, those are 3 interactions. It also does it on Kennen.
Yeah.
So
that's
why, so Purple Kennen.
It's such a good card,
I was meaning 2 in Barca.
Right.
Because I don't mind if I find it game 1 into decks that don't use it.
Yeah.
Because it cycles itself.
Yeah, it's a modal card, right?
At the end of the day, like I can sit on that. I'm like, okay, it is what it is. I mean, Fizz is in a lot of other decks, regardless.
Yeah, it is.
So,
Like, every purple
deck runs Fizz. It's annoying to deal with. Okay, it does something. Then if I see Fizz, then I react to it. I can keep it in for the other games, even if it's not a lot of flow cards. But
decent into LeBlanc as well, I'd imagine, maybe.
Yeah, so I've thought about LeBlanc a lot with it. I always am an iron about it. I think LeBlanc's that's my only loss today.
Okay.
Yeah. I
I was talking to Adrian earlier and I was describing it as like the fairest unfair deck. If the unfair decks were to disappear, everyone would be like LeBlanc
absolutely
is an issue.
until you see Windswept.
Yeah, Windswept is crazy,
It's game 3. I haven't won game 1 and 2. So I'm going to game 3 against a LeBlanc.
You know, Windswept is coming.
LeBlanc coming out and Windswept. So then so what happened in my game there is I had to remove the blue LeBlanc. So I got an early onslaught, fine. But then they just get like a Rex and a Carthus out.
Yeah.
It's
difficult for sure. For a deck that's non-purple, it does feel like it's just a brick wall that doesn't move.
I play the Rune Rex, I move it in. I move the Rune Rex across with the reflection. It pops. Oh, 8 might go. Oh, I can also get Old Sacrifice. And Carthus is in base, so yeah, you just don't have a
so you don't want to see LeBlanc, basically, is what you're saying.
If I play into Adrian, I'm not going to be
okay.
Hopefully he loses.
So interesting. Always discussions. You mentioned you took the other champion unit, the one that ready's on Mighty, and today you're using the other one. Like, how do you think the two are, how they should be played in regards to Fura?
Worthy made my other sing, right? At the end of the day, I'm moving stuff back and forth.
Yeah.
Need it. Like, if I lose Worthy early, that's pretty much game. Like, that's kind of why I moved away from it. It's
gotcha.
It's such a... People that know, get it.
Yeah.
People that don't know, lose. And that was kind of the experience of my RQ, was if it stayed alive and I got to do the techie stuff like that, it was really good. But yeah, like this is more consistent. Like 7 might is difficult to deal with for a lot of decks. Yeah,
it is. Yeah, that 6 might threshold over that.
You have Fura Worthy and a BF sword on it. Like you're laughing, right? It just deals with so much. So just being able to go over stuff like Singularity or Cannon Empowered with a whatever, the +2.
Yeah, +2, yeah.
Just having that as an option, it just makes the whole difficult for them. They have to do something about it.
They do, yeah.
And just being able to bounce it back and forth. I was umming and ahhing about the gank I did. I think it was the second game. It's just like, it pissed me on really good point tempo if I do it. I was on 5. It's awkward, but I was like, this might play.
I don't think you was. I think in that game, I think you just needed to commit to the odd points. I don't think it would have mattered. Yeah.
I mean, I could have pulled the Fura back and just popped the Kennen. But I think I wanted that Kennen alive. So just being able to that Kennen reveal, I think just crashed him.
Yeah, it did. But the Spellbound was crazy.
Yeah. The earlier one. So it was the Kennen reveal on the Cyphria. So rebuff Cyphria because that's a nice bit. It's like Packet Cup Tech.
Yeah, Packet Cup Tech loves it.
Cup Tech, reveal a unit, buff your Cyphria.
Yeah.
And then, the +2 puts 6 over to the Ras, so the Ras then bounces. He has to use the Assault to save it. It's good. I think that broke the game open a lot. And from there, I was kind of just going, okay, now I've got that double hold.
Yeah.
It's game. And game 1 was a wash.
Game 1, it was a bit washed. But we saw the Kale come out, which is a new card this set. It kind of, everyone was thinking, this is going to be so good in Bessa. It's like the best in power card. And I'm sitting here like, I think it's probably better in Fura than it is on Bessa. Like, you get a trigger.
Funny.
It gets you halfway there.
I've got a love-hate relationship with this card.
Yeah.
Like, part of me goes, this is such a good card if you've got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Like, but most turns I've got something better
probably to develop, right? Yeah.
Tap 3 to +2 after the first one.
Yeah.
So the first tap, you channel. It's good,
it's basically like a mobilize, right, for free. It's
a 5-light unit that just sits around. It's good. And then it threatens, right? Because then they're constantly going, well, we could just drop 6 next turn, and suddenly
goes to 9.
Problem.
Yeah,
that's a real problem. I was on Ambessa. I was much more of a fan of Ambessa.
Okay.
Going into Arcane.
You're on Ambessa, yeah.
Because again, a lot of onslaughts, a lot of challenges, a lot of base kill.
Makes sense, yeah.
It was frustrating for people to deal with because I could just double onslaught and just kill the backline, right, with an Ambessa.
Yeah.
This version, you treat it like a secondary Fiora, right? It gets to the point in a late game where it becomes a ganking unit. You know, you still have the buffs in base. It's difficult to get over 9. 9 is hard to break.
Is, yeah.
Even 7, again, even without the ganking and the deflect, that 7 point is still good.
It is, yeah.
And I think realistically, I always felt that the card was a bit sticky, empowering it twice. I don't ever really like empowering it twice, but it's just because you're over like 1 star cost and it's not going to deflect.
Yeah, because they're always going to do it on the last empower trigger to make sure you waste your max amount of resources, right? So so it's a bit of a frustration, but I like it in this deck. You found a good spot to do it in game 1 because I think Sam Cotton had like maybe one or two runes up, so you knew it was going to get to 9 and it was going to sit there, and if he didn't do exactly what he needed to do, you're just going to gank over and
exactly. So I
just win. So
the Rengar Kale hold for 15. I mean, like at that point, it's
ridiculous.
Like, you're not going to go over because you start trading in your Rasses and it's just not pleasant. And 2 Rasses, even with the Empower, doesn't do it. You need the shovel as well to clear it. And then I just killed all with the shovel, so it just doesn't ever get a shovel trigger. So it's I like it, but it's very late game.
Yeah,
you just sit it in. I mean, you saw my base, right?
Yeah.
So my
you were stacking up.
I just stack units, like small, like mosquitoes.
Sea monkeys were good.
Sea monkey,
it's got the synergy with all the buffs. I like it, especially if you're going to run triple call to glory, and then the battlefields that have buff synergy. What was your? I mean, not to spoil the list for any of the contestants that are still playing today, but your third battlefield, is it like Value of Heroes, or the one that when you play it buffs, or
play Seat game 1, or was it Seat game 3?
I don't think you played Seat. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, more draw. Yeah, you want to draw. Makes sense.
I just felt that. Did I not play Seat game 1? No,
I think you played Sunken Temple game 1.
I alternate between the 2.
Yeah,
I find Kennen really struggles to trigger Seat.
It does. I think it does. Yeah, because it's always ride the wind in. It's never really.
Yeah, so it's because it always rides the wind across. He never triggers it.
It's very true.
So, but then I'm also like, well, Sunken, you've got to tap your +2 to get it to work.
Yeah.
To draw. So realistically, until they get the asses, and then it's a problem. But I find them difficult to trigger for them. I think, and then Monastery is a washout for going second.
Yeah, that's just such a good.
I even dropped 2 drops, so I don't have the pit rookies in game.
Just completely.
So I still have 3 Cyphrias, and is that it? Sea monkeys and Cyphrias. That's my only buff package.
6.
I don't even run sets.
Double up. Interesting.
And that is, I think even just finding a Cyphria and just sitting in the base.
Yeah, that's pretty much what she did.
Yeah, just sits there.
In game 2, she just sat there and just generated you so many buffs. You used for all your Call to Glories and draws. It was so good.
It's really cool. So yeah, no, I like this deck list. It's been doing well in other tournaments. There's similar versions around. But I think they miss out on winning disposal orders. I think that card is crazy.
Yeah, cool. Any shout outs before you go?
Shout out John Riftbound.
Shout out John Riftbound. There we go. Right, we'll take a little bit of a break and then we'll head over to our last game. Hopefully it'll be winning in. So we'll be back in a jiffy, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and we are back for the final round of Swiss in the Spellbound Showdown. I'm Frankie. This is Kane. Kane, final game of Swiss.
Yes, we've had some developments in the intentional draw world, aka there was none.
Oh, wow. I mean, it's like they heard us.
Yeah, so there's a lot to play for now for everyone. Basically, everyone except for the top tables basically have to pair. So
yeah, pretty much.
They have to play out their game. So we've got a lot of tense matches going on. So what have we picked, Frankie? What have we decided to go with?
Well, it's going to be a good one.
Hopefully.
It's going to be a good one. Who do you think the guys want to see?
Oh, I want them to not see a cannon.
You want them to not see a cannon?
Yes.
Okay, right. I want you to tell them what are we going to show?
Well, it's appearing right now. We have got a Diana and a Fiora.
Damn.
Let's go.
It's going to be gas.
It's a good pick, and we're straight into it. So we have got Monastery and Abandoned Hall. Obviously, they're very staple battlefields. We've got a quick champion unit development turn for the Diana, and we've got the double unit development turn from the Fiora. So honestly, just from these first couple cards, it's looking quite similar to the Samuel list that we just saw, right? We've got some buff synergies. We've got the unbuffed Sea Monkey. So this is an interesting matchup. Ooh, the Hui
coming down
is being smashed out straight away.
Nice. Easy starting turns, though. Everyone just developing their board states. Nothing crazy happening. Just saying, yeah, we are going to prepare. We are not going to rush this game. We want to make sure that we are going to have some honest, fair battling Riftbound. But Joe, now back under the button with all 6 resources or runes stood up ready. Probably looking at some way to try and get this Fiora over the mighty threshold, I imagine, is what we're looking at here.
Hopefully with a buff, because then we can draw ourselves a nice little free card, but then obviously would mean that the Fiora then goes back under 5 might. Deflect is a bit of it's a very nice card. Can't remember the name, but it's going to buff 2 units.
Awesome.
That's all I remember.
The double buff here
that's all we want.
Very good. Yeah, that's all we need.
Yep.
So creating mighty unit on the Fiora onto that deflect. Very nice.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want. So we're going to get Fiora trigger. We're now deflecting. Obviously, like sometimes when people haven't played into Dyna too much, they realize, oh, Dyna's tapped out. There's nothing they can do. But they can always generate an extra resource through their legend. So Joe's deciding, you know what? I'm not going to try and do any nonsense. I'm just going to try and hit you on the crackback when you decide to go in with it. Because Hui is obviously insane when it decides to attack, because it can obviously draw and then discard. And then depending on what it discards, it has modal options of what it wants to do. But the more generic thing that it normally does is discard a unit to give itself a ridiculous might buff.
Yeah, Hui's it's a really unique card for what it does.
It was really like this. The Dyna deck was pretty much close to, if not best deck in format last set, because the signature spell is obviously very good, and it's had a slight underturn this set.
Yeah.
But it's still a very, very good deck, and it's still very much in the top echelons of most tournaments.
Yeah, and we are going to send the Hui in as the first action of the phase.
This is going to get a nice discard draw. So obviously all the different options for Hui, if you've never seen it before, if you could discard a spell, you get to draw a card. If you discard a gear, you get to ready 2 runes. And if you discard a unit, you get +3. What they did introduce for the first time in Riftbound was there's a unit that's been developed, which is a gear and a unit.
Yes.
So Porobot, I believe it's called.
Very cool thing.
So if they discard that with Hui, then they get both of the triggers there. So it's a very cool unit.
Nice. And then we're going to double conquer, moving in the Diana into the second battlefield here. Quite an aggressive point of the game here for Jonathan. Just saying, yeah, I'm going to take the initiative of pushing this damage-based game, taking it one step closer, and I will be 2 points up in the race towards the end. But you'd like to think that Fiora will have a few things to say about that. However, Jonathan has got a huge stack of cards in his hand right now.
That's generally kind of how these kind of blue-purple decks do kind of play out. They just have quite a lot of card advantage. Obviously, we do see the Moonfall for Dyna here. They also are on Abandoned Hall, which is a ridiculous battlefield when it comes to finalizing spells and the buffs it can give. So it could be considerations here for a Moonfall in regards to maybe bringing in some of Fiora's units to chip away at the base, but we're just going to decide to Tide Turner, get another Hui trigger. We're going to keep filtering our hand. We're going to get some more procs, and it's all just protects the unit. We don't want it to die, and we don't even want the blue Dyna to die either, really. So hopefully, maybe we can find something that can protect them. I'm not sure how many flashes the deck runs, but a nice double conquer into a flash would have been a really good.
And quite evident here that Jonathan is not valuing Gust in this matchup.
No. I mean, with all these buff synergies, it makes a bit of sense, right? It's probably, apart from the first turn that Joe might decide to go in with, it's probably going to lose its value throughout the game, right?
So now Fiora pushing into the same battlefield as the Diana, starting up this showdown. But a lot of runes open on both sides of this showdown. So
there's some really cool tech we can do here as Diana. We could consider Moonfall here, because then when we bring the second unit in, all the units there will get -2. But because you don't actually target the Fiora champion unit, you wouldn't actually have to pay deflect, because it kind of like targets the battlefield. So it's a little bit of a cool, tricky interaction there in regards to Moonfalling an extra unit in. Obviously, because the minus would come into play, then there is some possibilities there. But we'll see what the Dino player decides to do.
And there's the Flash just pulling back the Titan and the Diana back to base. Again, the big card of today, really. It's turned up time and time again.
I think just as kind of Riftbound just evolves within its first kind of year of the game, people are just realizing that the ability to just save material is just so imperative to your game plan throughout the game, right?
Yeah. The riposte looks like it's going to come down, though, which it is. So we are going to turn off that Flash instantly. Just having a quick read there for Jonathan, make sure he understands what's going on. The Flash is going to get pushed away, and that power is going to go onto the Fiora.
Yeah, it's interesting here because we've got the Sea Monkey with 3 might, so the Flashes obviously cost 2 resources. So there was the ability to put the buff onto Sea Monkey and potentially get a...
We are putting it onto not the Sea Monkey, but the other unit.
Yeah, so that's obviously going to make it go to over 5 might or become mighty. So he's going to be able to generate a rune for free, which is pretty good.
Yeah, both Flash and Riposte are burnt. Diana going to be taken out of this turn. And also this Tide Turner is also looking like a little bit of a snack here now for Joe Chadwick. But also looping into this phase of combat, this showdown, the stack deck being fired off. Might as well, whilst we have that, as you say, free resource being generated by the Diana legend.
Yes, absolutely. Just so much value that this legend's able to do, right? It just generates free resources for free. You'd normally see it with a stack deck. Obviously, we're just pulling up Kinku Monk here, which obviously is going to show what this Fiora card does. Obviously, like when it gets played, it gives its buffs out to 2 other units. So obviously it's 4 might. So that's why Fiora was allowed to get to 5 might. Into a Rampage. What
a card to be played here. Going after Hui as well. Fully tapped out on the side of Jonathan. So nothing really here to be done. And that's going to be a full board clear after this. The dust has settled. 2 points even. Full board clear. Joe Chadwick in the driving seat.
Yeah, this was a really good turn from Joe here. It was really that patient play, being able to generate both units and just going, cool, I'll pass it back to you. Hopefully you'll leave some units stranded. And then we'll see how I can take over the game. And this is a really bad position now for Diana. They've got no units literally at all. And they're going to have to go into what can only be a development turn, really.
Yeah,
Joe's going to essentially just save his material, gain 2 points for free, and be smiling, really.
As I say, that hold is going to be sat there waiting. Not really much to be answered for in the side of Jonathan. And this is a similar story to what we saw in our last Fiora match, really, of just the tempo generated by Rampage and Riposte, just controlling that board state, managing to keep the whole board clear off of their opponents, whilst, as you say, just pushing points is continuously just working towards that end goal and just taking over the board state. But now redeveloping another Hui on the side of Jonathan, as it did do quite a lot of work and got a lot of triggers from its last piece of being in the game.
Yeah, we've still got the Moonfall available to us as the Dino, which is always going to be a bit of a sticky situation for the Fiora to have to think about as the game goes on. We've still got Abandoned Hall, which is a ridiculous battlefield for Dino. But the one saving grace for Dino is that we've got a riposte out.
Yeah, one's gone.
We've got it out already, right? And hopefully the Dino player won't see any more and be able to resolve some of these spells. And, as much as it is annoying that our units got lost because of it, it definitely isn't the most premium spell in Dinah's deck. So if we can resolve some of these Moonfalls, this game can swing like very quickly again into Dinah's favor with just how ridiculous this deck can be with Student and Abandoned Hall and all of its abilities to just swing might.
So now, Joe, just understanding, looking at pulling back here off of these 2 battlefields after scoring the 2 whole points. Another Kinku Monk being played. Looks like a nice foil one this time.
Yeah, it does look a nice foil one. Yeah, so we're going to get another one, another 2 buffs. You can see like how the synergy of this deck is really working. Just even from when Samuel played it last time, we're constantly getting Fura triggers. We're getting these little might increments to make it really difficult for the might thresholds for the Dinah player here as well. And we're just developing just like medium-sized units, which is just so good. Shepherd's Heirloom, an amazing gear for Fura. I don't think he's going to be looking to equip it at the moment because instead of costing a rune to equip it, obviously costs experience, which was one of the old mechanics. But then once you spend the XP, you can't really re-equip it unless you can generate more XP. So we're probably going to be saving that to equip it for another Fura trigger later on.
And now pass back over to Jonathan, readying up the Raven Blue Student and the Hui. A lot of runes and a lot of cards in hand. A lot of different lines to be looked at. We can see a smoke screen sitting there.
Yep.
Fizz in hand, I think that is as well. Stupefy, yeah, a lot of battle tricks. Hui going in first, drawing the card and looking at that discard. What trigger are we going to go with this time? It looks like we're going to pitch
a Vex, I think. Looks like a unit, which I believe if he's going to be discarding unit, I reckon we're going to get a bit freaky with this turn. I reckon we might be seeing some Moonfalls, some combat-based showdowns, especially because he's gone to Abandoned Hall. Naturally, if I saw those 2 units, I'd be thinking the Student would always be going to the Hall because the amount of might that thing can generate from a couple spells.
Oh, for sure.
And how much that can swing. There's just so much value on that unit. So I reckon that Jonathan's probably planning quite a big turn here to chip away at Joe's base.
And Jonathan now just thinking it through after pushing the Hui in, as you say, discarding the Vex. Tap 3, recycle 1. Moonfall coming down, pulling in units. Targets being declared.
I believe he targeted the Kinku Monk. The foil one, of course.
Yeah, obviously, the one with the buff. But opportunity now for Joe to react. It looks like there might be a sneaky punch first in hand there.
So if Joe lets that resolve, Hui is currently 8 might, which would go to 9 on resolution with Moonfall. Kinku Monk would move in and go down to 3. So even if he did punch, the Kinku Monk would only go to 8. But on the resolution of punch first, it would go to 9. So it would be a 9 into 9. I think if you're Joe here, you don't really want to be blowing a punch first here. I don't think so. I think you just let Jonathan do his big turn and kind of hope you don't just lose everything, or you at least save it a little bit.
Yeah, and you're right, because essentially there we are going 1 for 1, just Moonfall for Kinku Monk. Not the end of the world. And
it's not, definitely not.
This Hui is still out on the ledge now, just sat there waiting, so potentially able to be picked up in the next phase of gameplay. As Jonathan, though, still has got a total of, 6 runes left standing.
Yep.
So a lot more.
7 with the legend.
Turn. Yeah, 7 with the legend. 2, recycle 1. Ooh, so we're going to ride the wind.
Interesting.
We're re-pushing this way.
I like it just from the aspect of we're going to even points. I'm going to save material, but you're going to get some nice Hui triggers here as well. So he's discarded the 3rd Hui.
Wow.
So he's seen 3 Huis already. That's pretty good going for Dinah. You definitely don't want to be missing your Huis. So he's decided, I don't even need the 3rd one. I'm done with you now.
No, not at all. And obviously now being ready means he can take him back to safety.
There was an interesting line there. I did see a Fizz, so I think there would have been the possibility to Fizz and Moonfall, but that could be an option towards the later end of the game. So we're going to pass it back to Joe now, and we'll see how he can develop.
And both battlefields are open, and Joe's certainly not out of this game. If anything, might still be in the driving seat in total power available.
Just a Moonfall to lose one unit, you'll take that all day long.
Oh, 100%.
The whole reason why Moonfall is so good is because it can do it on action. So when you do decide to contest the dino, they just start dragging in units that you don't want dragged in, and they all just become so little. So a 1-for-1 trade with Moonfall is a very, very good trade that Joe will take.
So Joe pushing in the Sea Monkey.
Cheeky little draw.
Thinking about it. And it looks like we're going to expend the buff. Draw the card.
So we've only got one buff left now for the champion units of Europe. I don't believe we've seen too much of Joe's hand, but I haven't seen any kind of indications of a call to glory like we saw with the last Fura deck. So there might not be a synergy piece that's in the deck, but you would imagine it would be there just based on how much buff synergy we have seen.
And then pushing in Kinku Monk into the second battlefield. Uncontested. Taking Joe up to 6 points. 6-4 in total now. In game 1 of the 6th round of Swiss here at the Spellbound Showdown. A full stack of runes as well for Joe. Still very much so in control.
First. That's another Rampage. As he fans his hand a little bit, I can kind of start scanning some of the cards there.
Rampage would be interesting here.
I think is that Yellow Cannon again as well, the second card between them. But yeah, Rampage would be very good here. Get another Fura trigger as well. So essentially just pays for itself, Rampage.
Yeah.
With that trigger.
So Rampage coming down, going to 3.
So it will go up by 2, so it will go to 6, and on resolution it would go to 7 with the Abandoned Hall trigger.
Yeah. Procking the Fiora.
So I'm assuming the target's going to be Hui, but this does allow a reaction window for one of the cards you mentioned earlier from Jonathan, which would be a pretty big blowout here. So we'll see if he decides to do it. I do think he will. Yeah, there we go.
We're going through the smoke screen.
Joe's going to be like, that card still exists? What the hell?
Yeah, that's the thing.
It is.
Now, how hard do we commit to this line?
The thing is now, because he's playing it in reaction, I don't believe Joe has too many reactions to it. Obviously, Punch First is a very good card, but it doesn't have the keyword reaction on it. So,
but we have the Call to Glory.
Oh, it is there. We did speak about it. That's exactly what we need. So we're only going to be a minus 1 might now. Did he cast it for the buff? We just cast it for the full power, full resources, right? So there's the 3 for 3.
I believe so.
But like Sam said in the interview with him, like the fact that it's reaction, it makes it just such a good, useful card, right?
Yeah. So yeah, the smoke screen going down, -4 in total might. The Rampage giving the +2 for paying the extra 1, taking it over the mighty threshold, and then the Call to Glory giving an additional +3 as well.
And obviously, because these spells are resolving, like if this Call to Glory resolves, they are on Abandoned Hall. So
and the Stupefy comes down as
well.
well.
Hope that both Joe is tracking his Abandoned Hall triggers here.
Because I won't lie to you at this point, Kane. The maths ain't mathsing for me.
Without dice, I don't know what is possibly a mistrigger or isn't a mistrigger. So the -1, so if the smoke screen was -4, yeah, I'd believe it would be a trade, yeah, because essentially you needed one more to make it even. And again, that was a lot expended from both for a trade. So you're probably not too unhappy, but we're getting these cards out now, which I think probably favors Diana rather than Joe, to be honest. I mean, having to equip now without getting a Fiora trigger just to potentially try and hold.
Yeah, just to say you need to.
I'm pretty sure that was a Kennen, so I think it's a Kennen being held there. And obviously, the thing is with Shepherd's Heirloom, which I probably don't like this equip, is that once this gear goes, he's not re-equipping it for the whole game. So I think it's decent to get a Fiora trigger, or you should probably try and hold it for like maybe kind of a winning play or a winning hold. because if this Sea Monkey does die here, then it's pretty much now just a dead card for the rest of the game.
However, it does look like Joe has got enough for Rengar.
Yes, and we did see it in Samuel's list, didn't we? So we imagine if there's maybe some sort of similar list or similar thinking, then yeah, there definitely could be a Rengar. I'm not sure I would want to be Rengaring into Abandoned Hall against the Diner, because one Stupefy is like 6 million might for a student. But you definitely probably would see it before. Oh, it's a Moonfall win. It's going to have to pay the Deflector.
Moonfall pulling in the Fiora.
In base, yeah.
Have we got an answer? The riposte here would be huge.
It would definitely be big. Because Joe hasn't really developed. He didn't really develop a single unit. Maybe his hand is just unfortunately just completely full of spells. So on resolution, this is obviously going to give an extra buff to student, which is going to resolve twice essentially. So student's going to get a buff. Abandoned Hall is going to target the student, and then obviously the Moonfall is going to reduce Fiora's might here. So it's a massive might swing just from one spell.
Okay, sending the punch first.
So we definitely saw more than one, but if I was Joe, I definitely wouldn't want to be using both unless I absolutely had to here.
Yeah, and this is the turn though. If this does get over the student, scoring on this point, the hold would be game.
Yeah, so I think Fiora's down to 2 from the Moonfall, and then it would go back up by 5, and then on resolution it would get another one. So it's threatening plus 6. So it's threatening going back up to 8, I believe. And the student is on 4.
So 2, we're going to hard bargain.
It was not even, it wasn't repeated, so it would only cost Joe 2, which I believe you would just pay here, yeah. But then it is going to give the student 2 more buffs, so I believe it's going to be 6 might now, because you resolve a spell, then both triggers will happen. So I believe it's 6 into 8. So there must be one more spell for Jonathan to at least trade. There we go.
There we go, the stack deck.
This is why this deck is just so scary, because it can just pay spells you normally want to pay.
Yep. And it looked like there was a smoke screen within that stack deck as well.
And another stack deck as well, right? So even if you just resolve another stack deck, it's another +2 might. So that, I think it's 8 to 8 now. And now it's going to be 10 to 8 if this resolves. So this is the kind of...
and there's the hard bargain as well. Oh, dear.
This is the kind of situation that Joe's found himself in now by trying to challenge this. Starcross Fizz. I think that's Jonathan's hands. Tide Turner, Starcross Fizz, and I can't see the third card. But yeah, 10 to 8 here now. You just pass back, because why wouldn't you? Just see what Joe's got. I mean, he's only got 2 resources left. Another punch first might just be enough, but we know he has the answer, don't we?
Yeah, the hard bargain.
And what he's just picked up. And that, unfortunately, would be the biggest blowout.
Yeah. However, this other battlefield is being left alone. Joe is looking like he's going to hold to 7. So, yes, the trade does go through.
Cool. So I didn't math correctly. I thought it was 10 to 8. So it's 8 to 8. That's fine.
So trade goes through.
I think they're just scooping it up.
John just scooping it up, understanding, yep.
Hasn't got enough.
The holds here, I have got no way of getting over this second battlefield. You're probably going to hold to 8.
Yeah.
Giving it up to Joe, prioritizing time as we are already gone through over 20 minutes of this first game. But 1-0 to Joe in round 6.
Fiora's doing work. Fiora is performing very well here.
Yeah, Fiora's doing a number on these chaos purple decks.
Yes, they absolutely are. It's just so mid-range consistent with what it does. It's such a nice, lovely mid-range deck with the consistency up as what it's got. It's just replaced the rampages and challenges have been replaced. So yeah, it's a very good deck. I think there maybe was some slight mistakes there from Jonathan, and Joe was able to exploit that in regards to like cleaning up the base. As soon as Jonathan decided to go to 2 points, right, it kind of just deleted all of his units. So. Yeah, definitely a good showing from Fiora so far. And I think there is a lot on the line for this win because it could be a winning-in situation for top 8 possibly.
Does certainly give you a good contention.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be in it to win it. So you've got to be winning these games between both of these players to see if you've got a shot of creeping into top 8.
And sideboard's going in now. It doesn't look like we're going to be swapping out the Fiora unit.
So it's interesting that Joe decided to blind Monastery, which makes a lot of sense because it's such a one-sided battlefield that your opponent is basically just 99 times out of 100 playing with a blank battlefield. So it makes a lot of sense why you'd be playing that blind, but it's interesting because Samuel decided to play that when he was his go first. Obviously, in the winner's interview, Samuel explained that sometimes drawing can be quite hard, so he really wanted to focus on a lot of his battlefields being quite draw-heavy. So Seat of Power could be an option as well for Joe if he's got that. Possibly Sandswept Tome because you've got a lot of cards that target your units and cost power. Stuff like Punch First and Rampage. So there's definitely some good options here for battlefields for Joe for the rest of this best of 3. And losing on Abandoned Hall is pretty much never what you want to be doing as Diana. I think it's kind of like by far your best battlefield. So. No. Bit of an uphill battle now for the Diner.
Yeah. Well, potentially 2 bites of the cherry for Joe, though.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. You're always happy to win the blind game as you go into your more favoured battlefields later on in the best of 3.
And you've got to love the consistency of the synergistic sleeves going with the Diana package.
Absolutely.
Fully kitted out. Much appreciated from the viewer side.
The Leona ones for the runes and then the Diana ones for the deck is
very nice indeed.
It's very, very nice.
Okay, shuffling up. Battlefields are out.
Targons and I think that's called the Valley of Heroes or Valley of something. It's when you play a unit, you can pay 1 to buff it. It makes a lot of sense in a buff synergistic deck. Valley of Idols.
Valley of Idols.
I just brought it up, but it kind of gets cuts off. Oh, yeah. So when a player plays a unit here, you can pay 1 to buff it. And then Targons is a very obvious choice for Diana here.
So, going through the mulligan phase, having a look. Joe sending 2 back to the bottom. Not happy with what he's got. Not too much better, I don't think, looking at it. Is it 0 units in hand? He is 0 units in hand for Joe at the moment.
Has he mulliganed?
He has mulliganed.
Oh, that is brutal.
But Jonathan's starting us off with a travelling merchant.
Can we hit?
Here's a free.
Can
what
we
do we
hit?
get?
I believe he... Oh my God, this is so bad for Joe.
I don't think he has.
He pulled a Decree, which is an interesting card, but don't play. Oh no, it's going to go down to 2 runes just to kill his unit. So Decrees are very an interesting addition to this new set. So I'll bring it up on screen. So, it's not there unfortunately. So that Decree that Joe played, it essentially it's 2 and 1 to essentially kill a purple unit or gear. So it's a decent silver bullet into these purple decks, especially like stuff like Pack Ezreal, where you can start killing their important gear early on. Or imagine like you killed a Hui.
Oh, nice.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
I know Hui is blue, so that wouldn't work. But like stuff like Rasas, kill some Rasas for Kennen. So it's a nice sideboard piece, and it makes sense why it would be in Joe's sideboard for this event. But he does hit the Sea Monkey, so we're happy to see a unit.
Yeah.
But if you're Jonathan, and you can read into this, if you have any way or ability to potentially get rid of the Sea Monkey, you could be getting ahead quite quickly here.
Yeah.
Because obviously we know Joe's probably going to want to play his champion unit next turn to kind of slowly develop and leave some runes up. Obviously, like Joe's posturing that he's leaving 1 up for a punch first, but he probably doesn't want to use a punch first this early in the game, so just kind of bluffing it a little bit.
Yeah, and again...
Wow, Hui.
5, developing the Hui. Diana and Hui on the board already for Jonathan. Very similar to what we saw last game.
Yeah, very similar opener for Jonathan here. But because we've got the Targons, we're able to ready these resources. So we've got a lot of resources to play with if Joe wants to kind of move in. obviously he must be aware that we're running smoke screens, we're running stupefiers, we're running stacked decks, we're potentially even running star crosses, we're running gusts. So there's a lot in there that Joe will have to factor in to the point where he might just be like, let me just spend a turn to develop, and then when I decide to challenge in, I have a lot more resources and units to play with.
Just taking a minute now. Let's figure out this line of play.
It would be interesting, speaking of decrees, one of my favorite decrees is the Decree of Insight, which is the blue one, which is a really good silver bullet against orange decks in that it basically is just the reverse of punch first. So you're just going to minus a body unit by 5 might, and it also ignores deflect. So
nice.
Maybe Jonathan was able to bring some of those
and
in.
the monkey is going to get gusted.
Yeah, it's not really the position Joe wants to find himself in here, really, but sometimes they just have it.
Yeah, it's just becoming a needs-must situation, really. Yeah, Jonathan playing out the gust now, targeting the sea monkey. Now, we know Jonathan's got at least 1 riposte in hand. It might even be 2, looking at it. Interesting here to see if he does decide to riposte into this gust.
He could call to glory because it's reaction speed, which would also get a Fiora trigger. I think I'd be more happy to... He decided to play it for free and spend the buff. But he should know that he gets a Fiora trigger here because it goes to 5. There we go.
Nice.
So it worked out. It worked out.
Exactly that. Yeah, we're just burning the gust for a call to glory to channel 1 extra rune on the side of Joe. So, quite happy from his side. However, this sea monkey's looking a little bit lonely. So we are going to develop the Fiora into the battlefield alongside the sea monkey, buffing him in the process, or her in the process, I should say. And we're also hiding a card here as well.
Yeah, so we saw the Kennen last time, didn't we? And that was a bit of a treacherous card. So what's an interesting thing is, even if Kennen gets flipped here, he doesn't have enough resources to spend to stun the unit, but I think he can still pay the 1 with the Valley to at least buff it so it becomes 3 might with his extra resource. So yeah, we saw the champion unit get played directly to there, which is really good because you got the ability to buff it and then it makes the Fiora mighty straight away, right? So
yeah,
some nice synergy there with the battlefields. So stack deck first. Let's see our options first before we decide to commit to potentially going in. But obviously we're threatening 1, so we're still threatening a punch first. It could still be a hidden blade, right?
Yep.
I keep saying it's going to be hidden blade, and it never is hidden blade. But
you do. We always think it will be, but never is.
This time it could actually be hidden blade.
This time
it will be the blade. And obviously, if you're blading Quay, you're probably not too unhappy with that as the Fiora player, because it is one of Diana's premium units.
Yeah.
Of the very few that they run. But there's also no rush because Jonathan's on 2 points. So if we try and push this way in, going to 3 is not really going to change too much, is it? Unless we think we can exploit Joe's hold.
Yeah. And just over halfway into our timer now. If this does go all the way down to 3 games, they might struggle to get all 3 in and completed.
They might do, yeah. There definitely has to be a consideration.
So playing out the Travelling Merchant.
I do like that. Just a little bit of development.
Keep those might totals going upwards overall. Certainly the goal of the game here.
Obviously, because Fiora's 5 might, she does have the keyword of ganking now. So if it does get passed over to Joe, you would imagine he's quite happy to see himself back onto even points and with a Targon's trigger.
Yeah.
So it's definitely got to be in Jonathan's mind potentially as well.
And the guys, again, just taking a minute to figure this out. There's a lot of maths to go in here and a lot of deep, careful consideration to make sure that no misplays are happening. Bearing in mind, we are, as we say, round 6 right now. So a lot of Riftbound has been played at this point. So misplays are likely to happen. So taking your time, reviewing every option as much as you can to make sure that we're not going to do anything stupid. We're just going to ensure safety. We're ahead on the side of Jonathan, and we want to stay ahead. So take your time, play safe, and make sure that we are not giving any opportunity for Joe to creep back up into this game. As we do just pass over, Joe gets the whole point, taking him to 2 points apiece.
Yeah, I think you're quite happy for this for Joe because, like I said, you still got the ganking ability to go over to Targons, which is insane. Your ability to ready. But if you've got any kind of like direct damage kill spells or like rampages or challenge type spells now, you've got to be careful because Jonathan's got like quite a substantial amount of cards in hand and the amounts of resources he's still got upright. So if you think it's going to be easy peasy, let me just kill a Hui real quick with challenge, it's probably not going to work out, is it? So it might just be a bit of a TCG fundamental aspects of like, let me just develop my base and don't give my opponent any opportunity to play any reaction spells and just kind of just develop and pass.
Yeah.
So then you're just essentially kind of like burning all of their resources, right?
Exactly.
They haven't been able to do anything. Whereas if we do go over to Targons, although it looks very appealing because we're able to, I believe Joe should be on 3 points now, unless I've got it completely wrong. But if he can gank over to go to even points, then it obviously gives Jonathan the ability to start casting action speed spells that he might have in his hand, like stack decks and such. So there's a consideration Joe will have to have. Lovely card. Like I was speaking about this card earlier for orange, Kinku Initiate. It's going to allow him to draw a card. He's also going to pay the one to buff it. So it's a 4 for 4 and he's going to draw himself a card. Lovely stuff. We love cards and TCGs.
And fully going in here to the hold of this battlefield.
Which is a valid strategy, but Moonfall exists.
Yeah,
Moonfall's definitely a card, so
it does things.
I'm not a massive fan of overstacking. I would say enough to the point where it's a deterrent to Jonathan, but if you start playing multiple units in this battlefield now, then you pretty much get completely blown out by Moonfalls here. Especially because they don't actually target units. There's going to be no deflect being paid.
So we are, again, passing with 4 up. So very cautious on the side of both players here. As we say, both understanding that this is the winning in of the tournament. So being just on the reserve side.
Yeah, both players want to leave up a substantial amount of resources. Jonathan obviously didn't get too much value out of passing with all that amount up. And I mean, the only thing that's changed here really is that Joe's got 4 more might on his battlefield now.
Yes, exactly.
So it hasn't really changed much for Jonathan in regards to his ability to try and break into this battlefield. We've still got the hidden card there and 4 up for Joe.
Yeah, quite a scary battlefield to try and break into. But I'm sure there must be some way within Jonathan's deck, within Jonathan's hand, to be able to crack his way through it. As the merchant is into the other battlefield, the Targons taking up to 3 points. And at some point, you have got to think that this Hui Diana combo is going to have to go full send into this showdown.
Absolutely.
You would imagine at this point that it must be that Jonathan just hasn't drawn a Moonfall, sorry.
Yeah.
Or he's just terrified of the riposte.
Yeah, but at a certain point, if you're going to keep playing around a card, you're just never going to do anything, though, are you?
No.
You either decide to play around a single card and kind of stay consistent with that theme and do other stuff, or you just need to, like, I don't see the point in playing around a card one turn, but then nothing's changed, and then not playing around it the second turn. So if Jonathan's think that Joe's got riposte, then there's no point trying to play a Moonfall here.
Okay, interesting. Coming out with a singularity.
Yeah. I like this a lot more. It's a lot less punishing than a Moonfall. Moonfall is definitely going to be his premium. Yeah.
And the riposte comes down. I mean, balancing out that singularity, though.
Yep.
Certainly.
It's definitely big, but I still think Jonathan's potentially got better spells here. Like, if there's a Moonfall, it's still just absolutely crippling for Joe here. If he's able to get it. So obviously he's going to buff Sea Monkey, which is going to give
Fiora trigger.
Fiora trigger. And it's obviously going to give 6 might to Sea Monkey as well. So yeah, that's kind of big actually. To be fair, it's kind of massive. I mean, Joe doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. I think that was only his 3rd card in hand before he played the Riposte. So unfortunately, sometimes it's a bit of the circumstances of if he's got it, he's got it. But now you can start. You can't just keep playing around a card and not doing anything about it. Like if you've got it out now, you now need to start learning. We can start putting the pressure on now. So
yeah, and Joe now holding to 3 points.
Yeah, obviously the buff's going to fall off for the Sea Monkey, so it's going to go back down to 3. Our Fiora is still mighty, and we want to be getting to even points, I would imagine. So I'd imagine the Fiora might go on a little road trip here to Targon's.
Nice. Moving over to Targon's Peak, starting the showdown. Allowing Jonathan, to kind of come into this game with all of these ready runes. As we are going to ride the wind.
Very interesting. He's going to ride the wind. I think he's picking the Hui into Targon's, right?
Not entirely sure what one he's picking here.
I think he targeted Hui, which would mean Hui would get a trigger. And I'm imagining Jonathan's only doing that because he's got a unit in his hand, so he's going to be able to buff it up to 8 might.
And it looks like Joe's just contemplating that second riposte now, thinking, is this the right time?
I don't think it is. They're both only on 3 points with 19 minutes to go. Like you said, if this speed of play keeps up, they're not going to be playing their 3rd game out if there is a 3rd game. I do think there is more value spells for Jonathan.
Okay, so the Hui's gone in.
So it's 8 might Hui with the 2 might merchant. So we've got 10 might total into 11 might of Fiora with the 6 on the Rengar and the 5 on Fiora. So obviously Fiora is the attacker, so it's not going to get its shield bonus either. Let me just bring Fiora up, but it's definitely still got its ganking. Yeah, so the shield's not going to trigger because it's an attacker, so
makes perfect sense. So a big expenditure here on both sides of the Rengar coming out as well. Looking at that Hui.
11 into 10 at the moment, so Joe's obviously quite happy with this. So he's putting it back onto Jonathan to answer the situation.
Oh, like we are going for 3.
Is it Star-Crossed? Yeah.
Yeah, Star-Crossed coming down.
It's a quite difficult target, but I guess if you do the Rengar, you know he's going to have and we
are going to riposte the Star-Crossed.
Poor Jonathan. This has been the story of this best of 3. It's just how many ripostes is Joe seen in these 2 games?
And all whilst this is going on, the rune economy just is back-breaking for Jonathan.
Yeah. This is such a difficult one to swallow. He thought, I'll get the first one out with the Singu, and the second one it's unavoidable. Otherwise, you can't play around it because you just can't play the game.
Yeah, you're going to walk into it eventually.
Yeah,
and looks like we are going to buff up the Sea Monkey to get the Fiora trigger.
Yeah, making that only cost 1 power instead of 2 is really nice for Fiora here. The rune economy is just always so healthy.
And it does all go through. So Fiora being picked off by the 2, but the Hui and the Merchant going down in the process. Rengar left standing on the Targon's Peak. A big 4th point there for Joe.
That was absolutely massive.
And now on Jonathan's side of the board, only a Diana sat there left waiting. 3 cards in hand. Kind of left wanting.
Yeah. This is unfortunately, I think, Jonathan's story of this best of 3s. He's probably hit a little bit of batch of bad luck here in regards to both the games and some of his more premium abilities to maneuver this battlefield. But Joe's going to go to 6 here. He's still got a hidden card. It's looking really rough for the Diana player here. There's no way around it really.
Yeah.
Only got not much to go on.
No, Stupefy though is a good start. Sat in hand.
Definitely is a good start.
Especially with this Diana. Maybe even being able to challenge on one of these battlefields. Yeah, so Stupefy onto the monk.
Just going to get him a card. We love cards.
Who doesn't like cycling through your deck and getting -1 onto an enemy unit in the process?
So it'd be 3 into 3 at the moment if Dino went in. So
Fizz coming down.
Into Gust. Just thinking about it. He's just going to react with Hidden Blade, assuming he targeted, yeah.
Yeah.
So Fizz into the Gust targets the Kinku at the Valley, and then Joe's just going to very calmly react to that by killing his own unit and drawing 2 cards. So it's pretty good. That's a good trade for Joe again. These kind of like these accumulation of advantages between how these spell chains have gone out. Obviously, Jonathan's going to go to 4 here now.
And 4 points apiece, getting there towards the end point of this game. Ooh, and Jonathan just hiding a little card there as well.
Jonathan's like, 2 can play at this game.
Yeah.
You're no longer the only one that can hide a card. I think it was a Tide Turner that he had in hand, right? Which isn't going to be... So. It's not going to be too beneficial here. Only taking Valley up to 6 might if he decides to swap with the Fizzler. But refilling your hand is so nice as Fiora here. Like, every card draw is like a premium.
Yeah.
In these kind of combat mid-range focus decks. So we'll see what Joe's drawn. I imagine the Hidden Blade won't be a card that he's got an astronomical amount of copies of either, so...
But again, this point of difference in runes, this point of difference in board state, just slowly edging its way into Joe's favour.
Yeah, Joe's definitely in the driving position here, so we'll see what Jonathan can do to maybe swing the tempo back in his favour.
And again, both players just thinking, taking some time. If you was Jonathan, though, in this situation, you would have to be trying to get a wiggle on, start making some moves, because this clock is ticking down. 14 minutes left in total. And here comes the Rampage. Rampage onto the Rengar is a big opening turn for Joe. Picking off... What was the target? So first of all, reacting with the Tide Turner on the side of Jonathan. Switching it with the Fizz, but the Diana goes down unquestionably rampaged over by the Rengar. But the Tide Turner swapping out with the Fizz just to bolster the battlefield a little bit, it looks like.
Yeah.
But with each of these interactions, each of these pieces is just like another nail in the coffin for Jonathan.
Yeah.
Just slowly working his way through. And this Fizz would be enough to get over the top of this Sea Monkey in its current state.
Joe's just got so many runes to play with as well still.
Yeah.
So much to just develop, you know. We've still got at least another turn in it.
Yes.
Just based on the point tempo. Punch first.
So we are just going to go with the punch first in base.
Should be Fura trigger, yeah.
Sending it into the Fizz.
It's just really not much that can be done. You can't even consider hard bargain. Just of how many resources Joe's kept up. It's just almost just feels like a bit of a dead card.
Yes,
in
exactly
his hand,
that.
Unfortunately.
Stack deck coming down.
Stacky D, we'll have a little look.
At this point, probably just looking for spending what he has available on his opponent's turn. Just trying to find some kind of economy out of this brutal situation that Joe has put him in. Pass back across, Fizz goes down. And the Sea Monkey survives, taking it to 6 points for Joe, 4 to Jonathan. 1 turn away from putting himself in what is the closest to best situation of qualifying for a top 8 spot. Joe now deciding to pull this Rengar back, understanding that the points have been scored, make sure that everything's nice and safe. Pit Rookie coming down to buff up onto the Sea Monkey. Oh, question there. Thinking about it. Decides to go with the Sea Monkey, understanding that it will take it over the top of this Tide Turner if
Kale.
Jonathan decides to contest. And you're right, the Kale is the icing on the cake.
The only thing we needed there was just units. That's all we needed, and
just bodies.
He's able to get 2 bodies out here, and it's like Kale is such a polarizing unit because like kind of the earlier you play it, especially against purple, if it gets bounced, it's a nightmare, right? But in these situations here for Joe, where like let's say he's got like 1 or 2 cards in hand. He can just spend his whole turn just making this Kale massive, right? And just hoping that it doesn't get answered. Like it's just a really good way to just dump all of your excess resources into this card towards the later stages of the game. So yeah, Joe's looking good. It's looking good.
Yeah, and the Sprite Fountain.
The Moonfall is very interesting because the Sea Monkey's 4, which would go down to 1, I believe, and it could also pull another unit in. There might be some Moonfall shenanigans potentially.
Yeah. And the Sprite just being moved in.
-2. So Sea Monkey would still be 2.
Taking the point for Jonathan.
I'm assuming he's using this back of the card as the Sprite token, right?
I believe so, yes. Yeah. Apparently we have a lacking of Sprite tokens here today.
Yeah, no one's got their tokens. Go and buy your secret bundle boxes. They got your tokens in. There you go. Your lovely, delicious tokens.
But change of mind here from Jonathan, deciding to push the Tide Turner into the Targon's Peak instead.
Yeah, it makes sense because then if there is Moonfall plays, at least you've got an extra might with this Sprite token, right? So Jonathan's maybe just thinking, if I Moonfall, the Sea Monkey goes down to 2. I can move in Kale. It goes down to 1. It'd be a 3 for free, or just do Pit Rook.
And here comes the Moonfall, dragging in the Kale.
So Kale's going to go down to 1. So that should be 3 to 3, I believe.
Yeah, both instantly going down. Nothing to be done there.
Oh, sorry, Sea Monkey's just a 3, so it would go down to 1. Apologies. So it'd be a 3 into 2.
So fully taking over the game. However,
it's a decent little swing, but is it too late?
Enough. I would say arguably.
Yeah.
This Rengar is scary enough.
Yeah.
This Pit Rookie is enough to get over the top of this Tide Turner. There would have to be more in the hand of Jonathan to get over these 2 units.
Yeah, just in case anyone's randomly tuning in at this exact moment. That's not a hidden card by itself at Valley of Heroes. It's a 3 Might Sprite token. So Joe's got to figure out how he can get over a Tide Turner at Targon's and a 3 Might Sprite token at the Valley.
And Joe taking his time. 6 points apiece now, though. So the final or penultimate turn of round 6 of Swiss of the Spellbound Showdown. And we're just coming out.
Lacerate. So it kills a 3 Might unit. If it's empowered, it would also disempower it. So that's essentially just a kill spell for a 3 Might unit. So that's one way he can get rid of a unit at battlefield.
Just clearing the battlefield.
On screen there for everyone. So essentially, you just use it as a kill spell. Kill 3 Might unit.
Nice and easy.
Especially
with that many runes.
He's going to pay it from flow. Look at his flow cost. It's going to be 4 and 2. So we can just kill another unit that's 3 Might or under, which is going to be this Tide Turner.
And again, Jonathan just reviewing his options now and seeing that there's not much there.
It's just been sitting in his hand, doesn't it? The majority of this game, this hard bargain.
Yeah. And there's the handshake. Joe taking down Jonathan. Fiora. Potentially 2 Fioras. Maybe making top 8 of the Spellbound Showdown here in Elephant and Castle. What a round 6 that was. 2-0 to Joe.
I think that it was a good game, but I think as TCGs go, Jonathan got a little bit unlucky. The reposts when he had them were like perfect. He had all the answers. Even when Joe maybe didn't have a tremendous amount of cards in hand, he kind of seemed to have what he needed with the Rengar. So it was difficult. But then again, game 1, Jonathan saw like 3 ways. So it probably balances out. But yeah, it was a good best of 3. And Fiora has been doing very well today. Very, very well. 2
big takeaways from my side. Yeah. Fiora, underrated.
Yes.
Flash, what a card.
Yeah, stonks are going up on Flash.
Buy your flashes now. And if you don't have your flashes by any chance, guess where you can get them? Spellbound here. We have lots of singles online, lots of products in store. So do get any of the cards you need for any of the games that you play here at Spellbound. And as we said before, come say hi. Myself and Kane are here regularly. And so is our wonderful owner and producer, Hung. So do come and get all of your card needs at Spellbound online.
Yeah, Flash was such an on-demand card in set 1 because obviously the only way you could get it was unfortunately from the Proving Grounds box, but it's been Proving Grounds has been reprinted, and also like it's kind of a promo now. So if you go to your local game store, if you come down to Spellbound, you want to play some Riftbound, the stores will give you quite a lot of your flashes now. It's such a good card. It's been amazing throughout today as well. So yeah, come down, come to your locals, come play some Riftbound, come get some flashes. And win some games.
With
your flashes.
You never know. Next time you could be involved in the Spellbound 1K.
Oh.
Exactly that.
Yes, right. So there's not really too much we can take away from that. The only thing that we can take away is that we probably won't see a diner in top 8. I think that was probably our highest placing diner.
I think so.
So we won't see a diner in top 8, which is unfortunate because it's had a little bit of a fall off from the meta, but it's obviously a very good deck when it's piloted in a very strong player's hands, as we know how strong this deck can be, obviously from the RQ results. So we won't see a diner, unfortunately, in top 8. Hopefully we might see this Fiora scrape in, depending on how the other games have gone.
Yeah.
But shall we take a little bit of break before Top Cut?
I think we should. We've got 3 more rounds of Riftbound to come. Quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then the big one, the finals of the Spellbound Showdown. Come back soon. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
We'll be right back.